For those that are already in the room, just want to let you know that we're waiting for everybody to come into the room, and I see that everybody is now in the room. So good morning, all my Métis friends and extended family. For those of you that are joining just today, not yesterday, welcome. You missed one hell of an exciting day yesterday. For those that have been with us for the 2 days, welcome back. It's so nice to see that we have 140 citizens up early on a Sunday morning to join us. So on day one, as part of the opening, we had the opportunity to receive greetings from dignitaries. Yes, let me move this. Special guests, and to hear our President's State of the Nation address. After lunch, we took care of business, part of the Assembly, with the adoption of the agenda, minutes, financial statements, and the appointment of an auditor. We also received update reports from advisory councils and our working groups, and to enjoy historic community spotlights of Rainy Lake, Lake of the Woods, Northern Lake Superior, Tybee Island, and Killarney and the environs. We have an exciting agenda planned for today as well. In the morning, we'll enjoy a special Pali Day acknowledgement, and we'll hear from legal counsel and staff on advancing Métis rights and self-government. In the afternoon, we'll receive an economic update and additional updates on the Métis Nation of Ontario's Cultural Commission and on MNO programs and services. We will also continue with historic community spotlights for Sault Ste. Marie and Environs, Georgian Bay and Environs, Mattawa, Ottawa River and Environs. We'll have some exciting movement breaks. I'd now like to wish you all a great day, and thank you again for being here with us today. I would like now to invite Lumi to provide us with instructions on how to participate in the discussions.
Hi, everyone. So just a quick refresher from yesterday for those who may need it, and just some quick explanation for those who may have missed the explanations yesterday. So to speak using a computer, you would click the participants icon at the bottom of the Zoom panel. And with the window that will pop up at the bottom of it, you'll see those reaction icons. Simply click raise hand to raise your hand in Zoom. Once the chair recognizes you, you'll receive a prompt similar to the screenshot that you see that will ask you to unmute. Please do so. Once your microphone is activated, please identify yourself before speaking. If your microphone isn't working, please make sure that the right device is selected, which you can do so by using the little arrow that will be beside the microphone icon, as you can see in the screenshot, and simply select the microphone you wish to speak from. And once you're done speaking, please mute yourself again, and the host will also disable your permission to speak at that time. Alternatively, if you'd like to signal your intent to speak, you can use the Lumi messaging icon, which is on the left panel, the static panel that contains the home and the documents section. Simply type your message and click the send arrow, and you'll receive a message that says message received. Also, to use the closed captioning, you will either see the little closed captioning button at the bottom of the panel, or depending on the resolution of your screen, it may be under the three dots, the more button, and then you'll simply see show subtitle. Click show subtitle, and that'll activate the closed caption. If for some reason your display does not look correct, meaning the static white panel on the side and the Zoom panel on the right, it could be a question of your resolution being either too low and everything being too big, or simply your browser is too zoomed in. So if you need to zoom out of your browser, it typically will be three little dots at the top right of your browser, similar to what you can see in the screenshots. Simply click on that, and then you'll see the option to zoom out. And please do so, and then it should look correct after that. So other features, of course, on that same panel on the side is the messaging, as I said earlier. Simply click on that, type in the box, and click the arrow to send. And there's also the documents button, as you can see in the screenshot. Click on that, select the document you'd like to see, and it will open the document in that same panel without leaving the meeting for your convenience. You can also zoom in, go into, to full screen mode on the Zoom panel using the square at the top right of the Zoom panel. And then if you wish to exit full screen afterwards, it'll be an X at the top right of that same panel. And yeah, that's it. So for phone users, if you wish, of course, the interactive capabilities are more limited. If you wish to speak, press *9 to raise your hand in Zoom. And once the chair recognizes you, you can press *6 to unmute once you've been given permission to speak. Please identify yourself accordingly. And then once you're done speaking, you can press *6 again to mute. And there's one thing, one topic I'd also like to cover that was mentioned a few times from certain users. You may see in the participants list 2 instances of the same person. Don't worry, that doesn't mean they're logged in twice. The reason you see that is because whenever they refresh their browser, let's say if the video froze or they're not getting audio, that's the best way for them to fix that problem. But when they do so, it momentarily logs them out of Zoom and logs them right back in. And with this integrated version of Zoom, it leaves the old instance in there for a small amount of time, and then eventually it disappears, but the old instance is inactive. So there's no possible way that they could actually be logged in twice on 2 different devices or twice in Zoom. And the same goes for the platform. It's impossible to vote twice on the same credentials. So I just wanted to clarify that for you and put everyone at ease for that. And thank you for the time, and back to you, Chair Rowlandson.
Well, it's actually back to me. So I'm gonna start by saying bon matin tout le monde. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our 28th Annual General Assembly of the Métis Nation of Ontario, virtual. We are taking some time this morning on September 19th to celebrate and remember the Paulis and that victory at the Supreme Court of Canada in 2003 that would forever change the lives of all Métis. The Pauli decision, as you've heard me and many others speak about, is truly the foundation and a critical part of all of the success that the MNO has seen over the past almost 20 years now. In 1982, as you all know, Métis were recognized as one of the 3 Indigenous peoples of Canada, recognizing that Métis were on the land, on the waters before Ontario was Ontario, before Canada was Canada. But government would never actually recognize us. They denied, in fact, our existence. They denied the existence of our historic communities. They denied the existence of Métis. Today, they denied the existence of Métis rights. And in 1993, that all started to change with the Pauli test case, the MNO's hunt for justice that began and was successful at every single level of court, at the trial. And again, it was confirmed. The next layer of court agreed, then the Ontario Court of Appeal agreed, like every single level of court, all the way up to a unanimous decision at the Supreme Court of Canada in 2003, the highest court of the land in Canada. And I think for me, when I'm reflecting on what does the Pauli victory mean to me, I always think of the Paulis. And I think of what I believe they really represent, which is kindness, which is a commitment to community. And in particular, I think about Steve and the opportunities that I had to meet with him, to hear him speak. And I reflect on, I've always remembered Steve as a quiet man, an incredibly humble man, and a very, very strong man. And when I think about what Steve did, and Roddy and the Paulis, it really was fighting for Métis rights with so much strength and humility. And as I've said, that victory in Pauli was absolutely foundational to what we've achieved. That recognition meant it opened the doors for us to develop that relationship with Ontario. It meant framework agreements with Ontario. It meant working together with the government in Ontario to actually look at and recognize all of our historic communities, Métis communities here in Ontario. It meant getting to that independent review of our harvester card registry. It meant getting to finally a new harvesting framework agreement with the province of Ontario, eliminating that cap on harvester certificates and moving into a new era around Métis rights recognition in Ontario. It also led, along with other Supreme Court decisions like Manitoba Métis Federation, which really opened up the door when it comes to Métis claims, and also the Daniels decision in 2016 that finally resolved the jurisdictional issue and made it very clear the federal government has a responsibility and a relationship with the Métis Nation. All of these decisions, but starting with Paoli, was the foundation for us establishing a relationship with Canada. It was the foundation for establishing a table for those early discussions, which led to ultimately our framework agreements, not just for the broader MNO, but also the framework agreement between the MNO, our Northwestern community, and Canada around the half-breed adhesion to Treaty 3, which is similar to how we brought forward Paoli as a test case for rights. It is going to be essentially a test case for claims. And it was foundational to getting to that absolutely historic day on June 27th in 2019, when leadership from the Métis Nation of Ontario, Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan gathered in Ottawa to sign the first ever core self-government agreements for Métis governments. And I will say that was, in fact, I'm getting goosebumps just reflecting on that day. That was such an important day for us, for the Métis Nation of Ontario, but for all Métis people. And our regional councillor from the Paoli community, regional councillor for that Huron Superior community, had the foresight to actually bring Steve Paoli's sash and that beautiful pin that he wore so often along with him. And so sitting on the table between myself and the Crown Indigenous Relations Minister, Carolyn Bennett, as we signed that historic core self-government agreement, you will see in the video Steve's sash, Steve's pin. And so I think it's only fitting that we were able to actually bring a little bit of him, a little bit of the Paolis, a little bit of that victory with us into that room. So Paoli Day is something that we celebrate every year. And I believe our pride within the Métis Nation of Ontario to have done our part to help support that critical Métis rights test case forward is something that we celebrate. And we remember Steve and Roddy and Brenda and Kim and the entire Paoli family. Brenda, Kim, Roddy, we will forever be grateful to all of you for what you have given in this fight for Métis rights for the benefit of us all. And now, and Steve, and now I'm going to ask Lumi, the technology group that is supporting this integrated platform that we are using this year for our annual General Assembly, to play 2 videos as we mark Paoli Day 2021. Third time is the charm, so they say.
Please stand by. We're just trying to figure out this technical issue right now. It won't be long.
There they had extra room. Do you remember much? You know, it was supposed to be quiet. There was only supposed to be so many people in. But the times we were going to court, I can remember it was packed in there. They had extra room. They had microphones where people could sit there and listen. That wasn't supposed to. And when the decision did come down, there was so much noise that, you know, we shocked everybody, I think, in Ottawa, when all the noise come down, you know, and everybody says, you don't make these noises like this. And You know, it was one big exciting day, and, you know, you're sitting there quiet, and then all of a sudden the noise just hits you, and it was a beautiful day.
And I think like for my biggest memory at the end of the court case was Audrey Portres when she
Oh.
said, "We won!" Like she, yeah,
One
that
word.
was, yeah,
Got
yeah.
one word.
To all the Métis people out there watching, I want to say 2 words. We won.
Well, I think for me, like back then, like I seen, you know, my father basically, our father, just say, hey, you know what, we have a Métis right. And then, you know, to say, well, I'm going to exercise I'm going to, you know, bring my moose home. I don't have to hide it anymore. And then to see where the court case went from, did they have a right to as being, does Métis have a right? You know, you never thought about it, or I never thought about it at the time where, to see the bigger picture. And then, you know, when you get one court case and then, you know, the appeal, it taught me so much. And it's still a learning process today, but to see where, from there to see where they started off with basically numbers out of, you know, Tony's attic, having what we have, the programs, the services today, you never thought back then. Like it really has taught me so much. You know, it makes you proud to stand up and say, I am Métis. It's great where we are, and I look forward to the next 20 plus years with them.
It's been a big change, you know, where you can say I'm Métis and not hide it anymore. Where you're learning in school, they got programs in school to show the kids can tell about their culture. You know, you got an open door into the government now where we didn't have it before. You know, at one time they didn't want to deal with us. Now they have to deal with us. So it's, you know, it's their obligation to do it, and we're here, and we started out, and we're still going strong. And it's been a proud time to watch us grow from nothing into something that what we are being today with our self-government right on our doorsteps, and we're getting there. And we got a lot of people and communities to thank for the work they've done, because without everybody working together, we wouldn't be here. It's not just one person, it's not one community, it's everybody right across Ontario. And we needed the help from everybody to get where we are. And it's a good thing we got some smart people that, you know where we're going, and, you know, and you got the backing, and they know where to step forward and to say, you've got to deal with us. And we're so thankful today.
Sure, yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm on here.
Just one thought I've
It's
got.
okay, you can. I said Memphis just had a cold too.
So one of the things I'm thinking about, the importance of Pauli Day from the perspective of, you know, we're gearing up right now for our community hunt. Last year we were able to help about 300 families in Region 4 between the Sault Ste. Marie Council and the North Channel Council with groceries and with meat that we harvested. We've got deer, we've got moose, we've got fish, we've got turkeys, we've got partridge. All of those harvested with a, you know, Métis harvester's card that is recognized by the province of Ontario because we won Pauli, right? And so we were able to help all of those families last year, and we're gearing up, you know, for fall harvest again this year to be able to, you know, help those families. But that wouldn't be possible if we hadn't won Pauli, right? We'd be out there trying to get a lottery, or, you know, or sending guys in the bush, you know, just hoping they didn't get caught.
Can I just say
sure.
something on there? Because we work with the Ministry of Natural Resources here. They're very good. We told them where we're going. You guys had no issues. They said, go out and do your hunt. And
yeah,
because Mitch and Steve and, you know, the other ones, we let them know everything we're doing, and they're very good with working with us down this way for our hunts. And
right. Had Steve and Roddy not done that work, you know, and
still be harassed.
You know, had MNO not stood behind them, had Jean Tai not led the fight in the courts, had, you know, all the Métis governments from Ontario West not come together, where I don't know where we'd be, right? So But we had this one lady. She was an elder here in the community, and she I was helping her load her groceries into her cart, and she had tears in her eyes because she said, she said she says we're doing okay. We're both on a pension, so our income hasn't been cut, that those sorts of things. So we're doing okay. She says, but hunting is what we do every fall. And she says, but my son lives in Toronto and he's the one who takes us hunting. She says, I'm 85 and my husband's 89. We can't go on our own anymore. We have to have my son help us. But because of COVID, he can't get up here this year. And so she said, so we weren't going to be able to do that. And she said, she says, we don't need this meat to survive in terms of, needing the protein, she said, but in terms of feeling connected to our culture, she says, this is really, really going to help us. She said, just with tears in her eyes, just, because of that connection to the land, connection to culture, that, because of this really.
Emotions that go with it.
Exactly.
It's part of what made us who we are.
Exactly. And so, for those harvesters who stepped up last year, and we've got, dozens of calls from harvesters here in Region 4 saying like, hey, I'm in, tell me when, tell me where, we'll be there. Let's get those freezers filled up and make sure that our families are looked after. And again, none of that's possible if we hadn't won in 98 and onward, right? So, yeah. Do with that what you can, Mark.
That's a heavy duty editing job.
Looking back on that day, I recall being really nervous, not knowing what kind of a decision we were going to get. And we went into this room and we were waiting for the decision to come out, grab copies of it, go into the room and take a look. It was a real frenzy, the lawyers pouring over it. And then to gradually understand, quickly understand that we had won on every count. That was such a relief. Just an absolute relief. And then the day became one of trepidation to one of sheer joy. To be able to celebrate in the lobby of the Supreme Court was great. But then when we all went to the hotel and everybody was cheering and we were all talking about how important this decision was for all of us. That was a remarkable day. Certainly never, ever forget it. Steve was a very shy man in many, many ways. Tough as nails, but still very much a shy man. Very much a family man. And his family really went through hell because of all of the pressures of going to court. And the more we went to court and the longer this dragged out in the appeals and so on, I think the more it dawned on Steve and his family how much rested on the decision of his case. How much that really was going to impact the whole of the Métis Nation, that all Métis people were going to be affected. And that really, that was a lot of pressure on Steve and a lot of pressure on his family. And he held up, but over the course of that period from the time he was charged to when we got to the Supreme Court 10 years later in September of 2003, Steve's health had really, really deteriorated drastically because of diabetes and so on. And he lost both his legs. He was in a wheelchair. Steve passed away just the following February or March. Steve hung in there. He knew how important this decision was. he fully realized the legacy, one way or another, that was going to be bestowed on him, depending on what happened, what the outcome was. So I was really so proud of him and so happy to be with him, to see how pleased he was. You know, he knew how important this was for his family. He often talked about how important this was going to be, not only for his son and his daughters and grandchildren, but also for all Métis people. The Métis throughout the whole of the Métis homeland are now benefiting because of what was done. I think a feather in the cap of the Métis Nation of Ontario, that they did what they did to support Steve Powley. And Steve's the one who has to take all the credit for saying he wasn't going to back down. He was going to fight this case. He wasn't going to hide in the bush anymore and be charged and pay fines and go back out to hunt again. He was going to fight this. So we had the champion, and the Métis people and the Métis Nation of Ontario backed him. And all Métis people, all people of the Métis Nation throughout the homeland are now the beneficiaries of that. Another really incredible thing about the Powley decision is how that has transformed our relationship with Ontario. You know, when we got to court, we heard Ontario's position that there were no Métis in the province, that if there were, they don't exist anymore, or if there's communities here, there's no connection to what might have existed in the past, and Métis never exercised rights anyway, and if they did, they were extinguished. I mean, this whole denial of the very existence of a people in the province of Ontario, I mean, which all comes from those days of when Ontario was really south of the French River, and it was ruled by the Orangemen, who hated the French and hated the Catholics, and by extension, hated the Métis, who they saw as French and Catholic. And that what that had resulted in was systemic discrimination throughout the whole of Ontario's government against the Métis people. I mean, it was just awful. And then the whole business of trying to charge our people, even though we had won in court, and all of those other things. And it was terrible. The whole relationship with Ontario was just awful. After the decision had come down, and this was a number of years after, and that's when they announced that they were going to recognize the Métis Nation of Ontario, and were going to enter into a framework agreement with the Métis Nation of Ontario. That was hugely significant. It was a great victory. There have been relationships developed with the Ontario government, with the Métis Nation of Ontario. We now have, we're seeing greater access to funds than I ever thought possible at one time, for healthcare and for students and for education, everything. It's amazing. And that's another one of those turnarounds, consequences, the positive consequence of the Powley decision. And it's not only the tangible things that come with it, it's how this is changing, I think, attitudes of people throughout the province generally towards Métis people, and perhaps to First Nations as well. This has all been so positive. It's because of Steve Powley.
Wow. So I want to say that's the first time that I've seen those videos, and they are really excellent. Thank you so much. Merci to Brenda and Kim Powley, to founding president Tony Belcourt, and to regional councillor Mitch Case. I think those videos, I still have goosebumps actually. Those videos give us a sense of, if you weren't lucky enough to be there at the Supreme Court that day, of what that meant, but also what it's meant to us as we move forward, and also what the Powleys gave, and what Steve ultimately gave in order for that victory to be achieved. So I want to invite Mitch Case, our regional councillor for the Huron Superior regional community, to say a few words now about how the Powley community are celebrating this important day today and moving forward. Mitch?
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Maybe if Margaret can give a nod. Yeah, okay, so I see some thumbs. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm out here. That's not a virtual background. I'm actually out in the bush. We're here with the Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council this morning, doing sunrise ceremony as we've done for many years now, acknowledging this day and Steve and particularly the moose that gave its life for all of us to have the rights that we have today and the rights that we have secured. I want to thank Chair Rowlandson and President Fro for a few moments this morning to make what I think is a pretty important announcement regarding how we're going to continue to preserve and protect the story. And I want to give credit to Brenda and Kim and President Belcourt, particularly to Brenda and Kim, because anyone who knows Brenda and Kim knows that it took all of my strength, all of my fortitude to convince Kim to go on camera, and then to see herself on camera. But to President Belcourt for taking time to give some of his thoughts. You know, as weird as all this virtual thing is, we do the best that we can. And you know, this the Powley victory was, as we know and has already been expressed this morning and throughout the years, one of the most significant legal victories we could have asked for. Right? Simply, it was, as I think it was described, was a total slam dunk decision. We couldn't have asked for better. What we've always known, though, is that it is important to tell our story. We have to tell our story because no one else is going to tell it for us, and we have to tell that. We have to preserve it. We have to protect it, and we have to ensure that it is passed on for the future. I want to commend the Historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. Several years ago, they had an opportunity to acquire some land and some buildings in Sault Ste. Marie, and they've completed some significant renovations. And I'm not sure if anyone can hear that. Someone is exercising their harvesting rights not too far away, and it is clearly goose and duck season, because there's lots of things happening just about a mile away. So the Sault Ste. Marie Council had the foresight to you know, when they had that opportunity to acquire those buildings, they're creating a brand new Métis Center here in Sault Ste. Marie that will be the program and service hub and whatever else for MNO, but it will also be the site of a museum and a cultural center, and a place that protects and preserves our history and our story, and that's something that the Sault Ste. Marie Council is doing for the community here, but also for the MNO as a whole, and you know, wanting to make sure that there is a place that preserves and protects this story, that people can go and learn. One of the things that they approached me about 8 months ago was, you know, sort of an acknowledgement that the 20th anniversary is coming up, right? The 20th anniversary of the Powley decision, the 30th anniversary of the Métis Nation of Ontario being founded. And they wanted to do something big that would protect that story and would make sure that it is recorded and told. And so they asked, you know, is there ways we can look for funding? So so anyways, when they asked, I went out and looked, and with the help of our friends over at No History, we put together an application to Heritage Canada, to the Museum Assistance Program, and we found out just a few weeks ago that we were successful, and we have secured for the Historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council $197,000 to establish three things: a permanent exhibit here at the Cultural Center in Sault Ste. Marie, a traveling exhibit that will be offered up by the community here to the MNO and to other Métis governments. Some may have seen the I think it's called Hidden in Plain Sight, that Library and Archives Canada did, that is a traveling exhibit that can go anywhere in the country to tell the story of Métis. And so what we're doing is creating a traveling exhibit that tells the story of the Pauli case, and all the interesting things that led up to it, right? And then there's also a third component, which is a 30-minute documentary to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Pauli victory. And so we're very excited about that. The Sault Council met last week or the week before and gave me the go-ahead to if we could get a few moments this morning to make that announcement before it goes live to the world, or we start putting out press releases and things like that. We wanted to tell the MNO, because it is the MNO that helped get us here, and we would not be able to exercise our rights had the MNO and President Belcourt and others not seen the potential of that standing up that Steve and Roddy did that morning, and as we're going to tell, that was no accident when they got charged that morning. That was part of a multiple years long attempt by this community to assert rights. And so I'm very excited about that. You'll be seeing in the very near future some things in the Voyageur and on the website and all those other places, social media and all the things that we do to invite the whole MNO to be part of this project. If there are stories that you have, if there are memories that you have, if there are things you'd like to donate or loan for display in the exhibit, we really want this to be something that this community can do, not just to tell our story, but for the whole Métis Nation of Ontario. So again, that's our exciting announcement this morning, is the securing of that Museum Assistance Program grant, and we're very excited to move forward with that, and we look forward to this pandemic being over, so we can invite you all to come and see the exciting work we're doing here in Region 4. So thank you, President Crow, thank you, Chair Rowlandson, and thank you to the tech people who got me in here, because Lord knows I couldn't do it on my own. So thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. As always, nice and brief. Someone just asked me, what Pauli Day means to me. I had I was fortunate enough to be with Steve, Roddy, and the Pauli family at the Supreme Court, but the entire family inspired me. They inspired a nation to stand up and speak out against the injustices we were all experiencing. The Paulis motivate all of us to put our differences aside and work together for the common good of our people. We had people back then, as we do now, with personal agendas expecting us to fail. The Paulis showed us just how much we could achieve, how far we can go, only by standing strong and working together. So I will always be inspired by Steve, Roddy, Brenda, Evie, Paul, Kimmy. So happy Pauli Day to you, and happy Pauli Day to the entire Métis Nation. I just want to make a comment. James Wager sent me a comment, and I think it's great. He says, "I'm not sure this is the right place, but here I go anyway. The MNO needs a flag to symbolize our collective history and solidarity. We have looked at this in the past. Hank, you will remember. I see the image on Steve's pin that he wore over his heart as a perfect image that symbolizes who we are and how we got here. To immortalize the great Pauli family, please consider having his pin be the symbol on our flag." So I think that's a great deal. On that note, I will ask Lumi to play the spotlight video on the Sault Ste. Marie and Inverness, please.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, develop their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
It's like the end of a period of hiding and the beginning of a whole new period of we're not going to bow our heads anymore. We're not going to walk around ashamed anymore.
From the time European fur traders began traveling from Montreal into the Great Lakes region in the mid-17th century to the beginning of the 19th century, over 50 Métis settlements had formed around fur trade posts and forts in this area. Sault Ste. Marie was one of the oldest Métis settlements and one of the most important. Most Métis worked in occupations supporting the fur trade. By 1850, the HBC's labor force in the Lake Huron, Lake Superior, and Sault Ste. Marie districts was about 70% Métis. Both First Nations and Euro-Canadians recognized the Sault Ste. Marie Métis as being a distinct cultural group of people. They were visually, culturally, and ethnically distinct. Despite this, the Métis community at Sault Ste. Marie has endured a centuries-long battle against the dispossession of traditional Métis lands and to have their legal rights as a distinct Indigenous people respected. One example of this is the Powley case. Father and son Steve and Roddy Powley embodied these truths. They enjoyed hunting together, securing food for their family.
On October 22nd in 1993, my husband Steve Powley and my son Rod went out in the morning to go moose hunting like they usually do. They were out harvesting for the winter. Because he didn't have a government tag at the time, my husband took a piece of paper and wrote his name, the time the moose was shot, and he put his address and information, harvesting for the winter, and the MNR come and took the moose. They come back about a week later and then charged him with the hunting without a government license. You know, at first he wasn't going to fight it, but after thinking about what was happening, and you know, and then you start thinking, you have the right as a Métis, you have the right under Section 35.
On September 19, 2003, almost 10 years after they tagged their fateful moose, the Powleys and the Métis Nation won. In a unanimous judgment, the Supreme Court of Canada determined that the Powleys, as members of the Sault Ste. Marie Métis community, could exercise a Métis right to hunt that is protected under Section 35 of the Constitution Act.
That moment of realization, right, that what Steve did and what Roddy did and what the community did to support them and what the Métis Nation of Ontario did to support them was another one of those moments in time where our people had stood up for what was right, had stood up to defend what was rightfully ours, right? That's what happens in Mica Bay.
Mica Bay is just over 100 kilometers north of Sault Ste. Marie. Between 1845 and 1850, the government of the province of Canada awarded land, approximately 3 kilometers by 8 kilometers, along the lakeshore in the upper Great Lakes, to several non-Indigenous groups. One of these sections of land included the Ojibwe and Métis settlement at Garden River. In 1849, it was the site of illegal copper mining that contravened the legislation that the British Crown had established. That legislation was meant to protect Indigenous communities and stated that no land was to be used until treaties were signed. A small group of Métis and First Nations set sail to confront this illegal mining. They wanted to send a message that without treaty, the province of Canada had no right or jurisdiction to issue mining permits, and that those who came to exploit the region's resources were trespassing on their land. In response, the government sent a military force of 100 soldiers to stop the perceived Indian uprising. Captain A.P. Paston Cooper, the officer leading the soldiers sent to Mica Bay to stop the lawless self-assertion of the Indians, later published his impressions of the mission. The pretext for this outrage, I must say I think it a sound one, was that the company had the liberty of squatting on the happy hunting grounds of the Chippewas without the necessary preliminary of paying for the privilege. Despite his apparent questioning of the government's reaction to send troops, Paston Cooper did indicate that the men were excited to go and return to their city covered with glory and scalps. Many of the Métis and First Nation leaders involved were arrested. However, they were released when Chief Justice John B. Robinson determined that the arrests were illegal. The casualty-free confrontation forced the white miners out of Mica Bay and forced the Governor-General to negotiate agreements with Indigenous communities along the shores of Lake Huron and Lake Superior. This shrewd act of resistance paved the way for the Robinson Treaty, which was signed less than a year later in 1850.
There's a period from 1850 to about 1870 where even after the treaty was signed and even after the river lots, most of the river lots had been lost through a very similar type system to what happened in Manitoba. We were told that we would have the right to buy back our own land, but without the means or the resources to do so.
These river lots were the long, narrow waterfront lots where the Métis settled in the early 1800s. They were documented by Alexander Vidal, a surveyor who traveled through Sault Ste. Marie in 1846 and produced the Vidal Survey. At that time, the Métis had almost exclusive occupancy of what is the present-day waterfront of Sault Ste. Marie.
The Métis that lived together here in Sault Ste. Marie, we know the Métis farms were along the river, so the Métis families were close together. They stayed together. They participated. They danced together. They sang together. They partied together. They, had very close kinship and family relationship between those groups in the Sault Ste. Marie area here.
But as settlers began to encroach on Sault Ste. Marie, issues were raised surrounding legal title to these lots. The government of the province of Canada saw the Métis as squatters, who, as French Catholics, also posed a threat to the spread of English Protestantism. The settlers wanted exclusive control over the land and resources. The Métis wanted to keep their lands that they called home.
After the Treaty of 1850, they just came in and took the land because we didn't have a paper from the government saying we owned it.
Despite repeated attempts to have their rights recognized, the Métis were excluded from the eventual treaty, and in response, they created the 1850 Sault Ste. Marie Petition. This document requested that, as people born on this land, who had cultivated and developed the lands, and who had fought with the British to protect them during the War of 1812, they should be permitted to keep their lands under the terms of the Robinson Treaties. The Métis had inherited the land from their First Nations mothers, or purchased the land from other Métis, or First Nations people, or family members had been awarded land grants for service in the War of 1812. The chiefs of the Ojibwe addressed a memorial to the Earl of Elgin, Governor-General of the Province of Canada, in September 1850, mentioning that the Métis were equally the rightful and just owners of the land, and that the chiefs disapproved of the government charging the Métis for their own land a price greater than the amount the government itself was paying for land at the time.
We stand up and just quite simply say, this is what's right, and we are going to defend it. It's like so many moments in Métis history where one or two individuals take a stand on behalf of the people.
The 1850 Métis Petition and Memorial of the Ojibwe chiefs were ultimately rejected and ignored. The government of the province of Canada did not negotiate with the Métis. They did not offer money or new lands to the Métis in exchange for their homelands. In February 1852, the Sault Ste. Marie Métis were not given recognition of land ownership, but instead were told they would be allowed to purchase land grants of 50 acres on which they lived for 1 shilling per acre. During the following years, most Métis were pushed off the lands they were so strongly connected to. In 1853, as a result of the involvement in the Mica Bay incident of Euro-Canadian lawyer and mineral speculator Alan MacDonnell, the Canadian government passed a law. This law made it a crime for anyone to encourage or motivate First Nation and Métis people to what they called disturb the peace. This made it difficult for Métis and First Nations people to get help when there were injustices. But the Métis community persisted and continues to assert their rights. Today, downtown Sault Ste. Marie sits on historic Métis traditional lands.
We always knew we were Métis and we had deep roots in this area.
We've been really actively engaged in rebuilding the Métis Nation and rebuilding our communities and rebuilding those cultural and artistic practices that really make up who we are. One of the things that we're so well known for, and in fact, like known by other Indigenous peoples historically, was as the floral beadwork people. It's a really important part of our identity, but I think it's also a really important part of our history.
Métis means, being part of the land. Métis, it's a spiritual feeling when you're out on the land. Métis is family. Métis is a way of life. We pass it on to our children, and we want to make sure that that's passed on to their children.
The Paoli case, the Mica Bay incident, and its resulting Robinson Treaty, and the Riverlot land rights battle are profound examples of the struggle to protect traditional Métis lands and assert Métis rights. And the advancement of these rights all reaffirm the distinct Métis identity and help to shape contemporary Métis lives.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sharon Cadeau. I'm the vice chair, and today is another special day for a regional councillor. So I want to take the time to wish Mitch Case a very happy birthday. And you couldn't get any more, I guess regional councillor-ish for Region 4 to be born on Paoli Day in that area. So, and I believe when he was a young boy, when he was in Sault Ste. Marie, a lot of people thought he was a young Paoli boy. So I believe he's also, a little bit adopted by Brenda and her family. But I think we all feel that way because I know I do. So happy birthday, Mitch. Thank you for everything you've done for us. And I'm not going to sing, but I hope everybody sings on the break time. So we're going into another 15-minute break. And today we do have the movement activity, and it's called Strengthening Your Heart. To participate in the activity, you'll have to move yourself from the main meeting room into the breakout room. To move to the breakout room, click on Breakout Room. If it's not showing at the bottom of your main screen, then you'll find it under the 3 little dots at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. In the pop-out window, click on Join to move to the room. And when you're ready to leave the breakout room, click on Leave the Room, not Leave the Meeting, because then you'll have to find the link, re-log on again. And then you'll come back to the main meeting room. So please leave your computers on, don't sign out, because you'll have to sign back in. And the chair said we'll be back at 10:15. So have a nice break, everybody. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keita Macbeth, Senior Regional Manager for Indigenous Banking with TD Bank Group. I'm Onondaga Clear Sky, the Six Nations of the Grand River, calling to you today from the West Coast, Vancouver Island, BC, and the traditional territory of Sunema First Nation. On behalf of TD, I would like to bring greetings and express how happy we are to be able to support the Métis Nation of Ontario's 28th Annual General Assembly. At TD, we are committed to building stronger and inclusive communities. Working with the Indigenous Banking Group, I'm able to see firsthand how we are doing on that journey towards that commitment, working with Indigenous communities across all of Turtle Island. I'm also able to see just how much work still needs to be done. Work that includes listening, learning, and deepening our understanding. Moments like this Annual General Assembly are ones for all of us that we can listen, learn, and better understand. And I'm extremely grateful to be able to join all of you virtually today. Thank you.
Welcome back. Hope everybody filled their coffee mugs. Getting ready for the next exciting agenda item. But before I do, I want to comment that Kelly Reed SL sent. She says, as someone who only recently was able to discover my Métis heritage after my mother walked on last year, it has felt like being a superhero who has spent their life not understanding where their superpowers have come from, who finally discovers their origin story and learns that their superpowers come from the tremendous strength of their parents and their entire race. I felt and still feel like Superwoman. And it's humbling every day to learn where those powers come from, those superpowers come from. Thank you, Métis family. You're amazing human beings. So, Kelly, welcome, and I'm glad that you feel like a superhero. So, on that note, we're going to have our legal counsel, Jason Madden, who is a partner at Pape Salter Taillé, discuss advancing Métis rights, following which Brian Black, the MNO's Director of Self-Government Strategy, will present on self-government. Before I go to the presentations, I would ask President Fro, would you like to provide some introductory comments?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I will say, as we heard, those videos this morning those are still sitting with me. As you would have heard President Belcourt comment in that video that we watched earlier, it was really impossible to imagine back in 1993 or even in 2003 that we would be where we are today. And that is, I think, something that so many of us feel, that we would have been 100% successful in that independent review of our harvester card registry, which led to our new harvesting framework agreement that we have today that locked in all of the advances on the recognition of Métis Section 35 harvesting rights in Ontario and the removal of the cap on harvesters' certificates. Or that we would have signed the Canada Métis Nation Accord and the various sub-accords, which we continue to build out, committing long-term and stable fundings to the MNO in many, many key areas that I think there was reference to earlier today. And in fact, Tony referenced things like housing, post-secondary education. First time in our history, we have post-secondary education supports for our citizens, early learning and childcare, economic development, homelessness, and that list will continue to grow. It would have been hard to imagine that we would have signed not one, but two key framework agreements with Canada to advance reconciliation that really set the stage for ongoing negotiations to address broken Crown promises in the case of the half-breed adhesion to Treaty 3, and also set the stage for further discussions around other Métis claims in Ontario. Those framework agreements, they look to address not just those broken Crown promises and the outstanding claims, but also the gaps that our people and our communities face. It addresses and provides space there for negotiation of recognition of our Métis jurisdiction in a whole range of areas that we know are so important to our people. Who would have imagined that we would have secured a core self-government agreement, the first ever Métis self-government agreement, and recognition in that agreement of Métis jurisdiction in those core governance areas of citizenship, leadership selection, internal governance, and providing a very clear path forward to the full recognition of the MNO as a public Indigenous government in Canada, with all of the things that come along with that. And I will say that while we could never, I think, have imagined that we'd be where we are today, one thing that I think is very, very clear is that we have achieved all of that because the Métis Nation of Ontario has kept true to our statement of prime purpose, because our leadership have been strategic in what we take on and advance. In fact, we've built successes incrementally, piece by piece by piece, ensuring that strong foundation that we have today. Because our communities have stood together, knowing that we are always stronger standing together than standing on our own. Because we have kept our focus on being that strong, united Métis voice, demanding respect for Métis rights and our place in this country. This is hard work, but we do it together because we know the decisions we make now and tomorrow will shape the Métis Nation of Ontario for many, many generations to come. I will say our staff and our communities have been extremely busy. And again, how fitting that we're updating today on Métis self-government in Ontario on the very anniversary of that life-changing historic victory in the Powley case. So as the chair has mentioned, we've got Jason Madden, who, in addition to being a partner at Pape Salter-Taillé, you would have noticed him in the video from some of those clips from the Supreme Court of Canada. Jason was counsel and actually made arguments on behalf of the Métis Nation of Ontario and the Métis National Council before the Supreme Court in the Powley decision. So Jason is with us today, as is Brian Black, who is our former president of the MNO Veterans Council and has been serving as our director of self-government strategy for almost a year now. So Jason and Brian are going to be making some presentations. There'll be time for some discussion. And with that, I will turn the discussion over to Jason Madden. Merci.
Thanks, President Fro. I just want to confirm that I'm working. I am not tech savvy, so yes, I see a PowerPoint presentation. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. I did not realize it was Powley Day today, which is quite fitting to give this presentation on where Métis rights continue to evolve post 2003 and beyond, and also talking about where we're going in the future and some of the upcoming litigation that is there, but also what's more important is where we're going in relation to self-government. Because I think many people fail to recognize that part of the strategy of advancing the litigation has always been to get to negotiation tables and to finally be able to negotiate our proper place within the Canadian Federation and reestablish, or in some cases establish for a first time, a relationship with Canada that's based upon recognition, respect of Métis rights, and self-government. So I am struggling though of I can't switch the slide. So can someone from the technical person, yes, switch? And is there a button that I'm supposed to press? Because I can't seem to find that. But anyways, so yes.
It should be in the link that we sent you via email, that URL link.
Oh, I see. So I have to open that. Okay. Well, let's just I'll figure out how to do that, and let's just start. My presentation is going to be broken into two parts. First, I'm going to talk about where the litigation is, some of the cases that have come down since the last time the MNO gathered, some of the cases that are upcoming. Some of them are specific to the MNO, and they have significant implications for the MNO as we continue to move forward on self-government. So I'm going to start with that. Next slide, if you can turn to. So the first case that some of you may have heard about is the Dixon case, which came down from the Supreme Court of Canada in 2021. Mr. Dixon is an American citizen. He is lived on the Washington side of south of British Columbia, but is an ancestor of a people whose traditional territory at contact was within what is now Canada, but they moved into the United States because of various pressures. And Mr. Dixon went hunting in southern British Columbia and was charged under BC laws because he was an American hunting and didn't have a tag similar to what Stephen Roddy faced. He was successful at trial and all the way up on the issue of that just because the community itself moved south of the US border did not mean that he did not still have rights as an Aboriginal person and as a descendant of the original peoples that lived in that territory. This case is interesting because some of our communities, as we know, whether it's Sault Ste. Marie and along the St. Mary's River, or whether it's up in the Northwest Angle, and those relationships on the United States, and some of our citizens living on the United States side, or that are Americans, still have rights as Métis. And importantly, I think the MNO a few years ago changed the citizenship requirements to allow for people who may not necessarily live within Canada anymore to be registered as citizens. And I think that was forward thinking. The Supreme Court of Canada confirms that sorry, I can't figure out how to do this. I see. Okay, now I think I know. The Supreme Court of Canada confirms that as an American citizen, Mr. Dixon had a right to hunt on the Canadian side. And in order to answer that question, the court had to discover or answer the question, who are the Aboriginal peoples of Canada? And they essentially say the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are the peoples that were in Canada at the time of contact, and that the descendants of those individuals, and whether now those individuals or communities are on the US side of the border, are still fall within that category of Aboriginal peoples of Canada, even if they may be on the American side. This is, the court does say, or leave for another day, answering this question in relation to the Métis, because of course, Métis emerge from post-contact origins. But what's really important about the case is this concept that people who have been forced to relocate or that have moved into other areas do not lose their harvesting rights. And that even plays out as the story we just heard around the river lots in Sault Ste. Marie, of how Métis were pushed into the environs, and the court could make an argument of saying, well, you only have harvesting rights where you originally were, not where you were forced to relocate, and or because you were forced to relocate, you've lost your rights where you originally were. That is a helpful decision that will, I think, be used by the Métis in the future, in particular where the U.S. border has divided some of our communities. And the threshold question for future cases is where the claimant group is outside of Canada, as Vanderpeet does not address the required links between the modern day collective outside of Canada and the historic collective that was inside of Canada. I just want to highlight, though, the Supreme Court of Canada, and this is the quote from the court: Canada, as well as a few of the government interveners, tried to use Pauli as part of their argument to say, well, if you've moved, you've lost your right because Aboriginal rights are site-specific. And what's very important out of the case is, well, we've never essentially accepted that point. That's not what Pauli stands for. Pauli recognizes a regional rights-bearing community and that there's mobility within that regional community. And the court reaffirms that just it's not a site-specific right. It also reaffirms that Pauli doesn't overrule the Vanderpeet test, but that it modified it to address the unique situation of the Métis. And the court, and this is an important quote, it also offered some comments on how courts can determine membership in the Métis community in absence of formalized procedures. And this has always been one of the fights that we've had with other governments of them saying, oh, well, it's for the courts to determine. What the courts are essentially saying is, no, we will set the parameters, but if you have established formalized procedures on how you recognize rights holders, whether that be through Métis governments or through other mechanisms, they will defer to those. So we think that's an important point from Desautels for the Métis. And in particular, at the end of the quote that's on the page, the court in Pauli suggested that an individual who self-identifies as Métis also needs to show a link to a historic Métis community and acceptance by the modern successor of that community. This is reflected in the fact that not all people of both First Nations and European ancestry are Métis. And I think it's just, this is the Supreme Court's most recent decision on Aboriginal rights related issues. They highlight once again, because some people argue that Daniels changed the test in Pauli. Absolutely not. Métis does not mean anyone with mixed European and First Nations ancestry. And in order to have Métis rights, that individual must be connected to a historic community, but also be accepted by the modern day successor of that community. And the court reaffirms what we already knew based upon Pauli. The next case I want to go to is, so people are aware of, is a case that you may have heard of from the Manitoba news. It's Manitoba Métis Federation v. Brian Pallister, who was the former premier of Manitoba and quite the blank, insert name there. And this case is extremely important for two reasons. One, MNO, as well as Indigenous communities across the country, negotiate impacts and benefits agreements all the time. And those impacts and benefits agreements allow resource development projects to proceed where people aren't giving up their rights or aren't agreeing to infringements, but we negotiate a way forward so First Nations, Métis, Inuit can benefit from the resources or the development that is happening on their lands, but that also we don't have to get bogged down in jurisdictional disputes or, amending the Constitution or, us saying that, we have title or rights there, the province or the industry folks disagreeing. What we do with impacts and benefits agreements is we walk over those issues and we say, okay, but this is the deal that we're agreeing to in order to provide consent in relation to those projects or in order to not oppose those projects, etc. But what's key to those impacts and benefits agreements, and you may have seen this recent blow up in Labrador as well for the Innu Nation, is, you know, if Canada or a province or industry is making promises in those agreements to fulfill or to do certain things, then when they get the project built, if all of a sudden they pull the rug out from under Indigenous peoples, that fundamentally breaks the concept of reconciliation. It's almost like those agreements become a me fool you, and you will see resource development, I think, slow down if Indigenous peoples can't trust those agreements that are being negotiated. So this case is about one of those agreements. In 2014, the MMF signed an agreement with Manitoba Hydro and the Manitoba government. At that point in time, it was an NDP government. It was an accommodation agreement. The MMF was about to judicially review a series of projects that the Crown had not properly consulted them on, but instead they arrived at a negotiated agreement on a way forward, and that provided funding, but also provided a series of processes. In 2017, Manitoba Hydro and MMF reached another agreement worth over $67.5 million in relation to specific projects, and those projects dealt with Métis rights and the impacts of those projects on Métis rights. In March 2018, by that time, a new provincial government had been elected, and unilaterally issued a order in council and a policy that essentially canceled the agreement with the MMF that had been negotiated with Hydro, saying it can't proceed. Of course, the MMF turned to the courts, and the trial judge found first that the honor of the Crown didn't apply. We then went to the Manitoba Court of Appeal, which overturned the trial judge and found that the honor of the Crown was engaged, but that essentially it didn't provide any substantive meaning in interpreting and implementing the agreement. And so the MMF has sought leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada. That was filed in August. We'll know in the next few months about whether leave has been granted, but that is an extremely important case, I believe, because it goes to the heart of these fundamental pieces of reconciliation, which are impacts and benefits agreements. And as I said, you may have seen a recent, the Trudeau government signed an agreement with, the Labrador provincial government, which in many ways eviscerated the Innu Nation's impact and benefit agreement, or the financial benefits that would flow from that agreement. And they just went, I think it was last week or the week before, to the courts in Labrador to try to get an injunction to stop that arrangement. There's something fundamentally wrong that, that essentially governments just on political whim can do 180-degree turns and undermine or just negate the promises they made in these impacts and benefits agreements. So I think you're going to see this issue emerge more and more in the case law, because there are a lot of these IBAs out there. And hopefully it will become a test case that the Supreme Court of Canada takes up in the MMF case. The next case I want to talk about or give you a heads up on, which is an important one, is Métis Nation of Alberta versus the Alberta government. And just so you know, we're counsel along with other counsel in the MMF case. We're also counsel in this case for the Métis Nation of Alberta. Under two previous provincial governments, NDP as well as Conservative, the province engaged with the MNA on developing a Métis consultation policy, and over a 5-year period. And of course, that policy would have, currently, the Alberta government doesn't consult with the Métis Nation of Alberta, its regions, its locals, in relation to Crown consultation, which is quite shocking. And they had negotiated and were close to arriving at a province-wide Métis consultation policy with the previous NDP Rachel Notley government. Then the Jason Kenney UCP government was elected in 2019, and they essentially did a similar 180 that we see in the MMF case of the minister unilaterally canceled all negotiations with the MNA and without even telling the MNA that they were going to do this, without giving the MNA advance notice, or even explaining himself in a letter. The MNA judicially reviewed the minister's decision to cancel these negotiations. And this is an important case because it, and you've heard me talk about this previously, about the duty to negotiate, that the government, if there are credibly asserted rights there, the government just can't sit on its hands and say, well, go to court and prove it. They have to sit down and negotiate. It's not a, it's not discretionary. There's a positive Crown obligation there to negotiate. Now, fortunately, in a lot of areas, the Métis within Ontario have had a provincial government and continue to on many fronts that has been willing to negotiate. But I will say the prairie provinces, and in particular, some of the conservative governments in the prairies, absolutely refuse to. And so this case is about that duty to negotiate and what it means. We argued it in June 2021, and where the MNA is awaiting a decision. And let's hope that it's ultimately successful. If not, I do think that this case, similar to the MMF case, will be one of the ones to watch that will keep on moving forward, because this issue is way too important for the Métis. The next case that I have here is, or legal development, is the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in federal legislation. This is an extremely important legal development. Now, no one quite knows what exactly the ramifications of it will have and how courts will ultimately interpret it. But as you know, and the MNO knows well, Section 35 only has, I think, 21 words within it. It says you have these existing rights, but it doesn't really articulate the full scope of those rights. The United Nations Declaration provides some meat to the bones, so to speak, on explaining what those inherent rights, basic human rights, include. And those have been adopted now in Canadian law and should inform future Canadian case law, but also inform negotiations between governments and Indigenous peoples. Time will tell how this works out, but even though it's not a case from the Supreme Court of Canada or a judicial decision, it's going to have, I think, significant legal implications. Hopefully it won't be whittled down or minimized by governments or the courts, and that it will breathe life into some of the challenges we've had in our negotiations. And it is a monumental feat to get that legislation passed. I think it's for it began as a private member's bill by Romeo Seganash years ago, and finally led to the legislation being passed prior to this election being called. The next case is an important case called Dixon v. Tukwichen First Nation. It's a case out of the Yukon. And this case is important, and the MNO actually intervened in this case because of the importance of this case. And here's the issue. Cindy Dixon is a Tukwichen citizen. Tukwichen is one of the most northern First Nations in the Yukon. And part of the Tukwichen's First Nations constitution says that the chief and council need to live within the territory in order to be elected. Cindy lives in Whitehorse with her child who has a medical condition, and the evidence showed that her having that, her child's medical condition required her to live in Whitehorse. So it was a sympathetic facts situation. And what she essentially said is, well, this exclusion of me not being able to run in my home community and be chief and live in Whitehorse is a breach of my individual charter rights to mobility, equality, et cetera, et cetera. And, you can understand, of course, the MNO has a clear interest in this, the MNO's governance structure. The regional councillors need to live within the territory that they are elected within. We have a whole bunch of requirements that are tied to that. That's not because we're trying to be mean or target specific individuals who may decide, like myself, to live in Toronto versus live in my home community. But it just means that if you're going to represent that community, you should be within it to understand those, rights and interests, and that Indigenous governments have the right to identify how their governance structures will be created, as over 20,000 Métis citizens have in creation of the MNO's current governance structure. And what you really have, and this is something you're going to see a theme arising in these cases, where there's a whole bunch of people who say, well, me as an individual, I want this. Or we see this even at assemblies of people stand up of saying, well, this is my position. People are entitled to their position, but the collective will of the group through democratic processes or through passing of laws, one individual doesn't have a veto, nor does even 10 individuals have a veto. And, charter rights are very individualistic rights versus Section 35 rights that are collective rights and held by communities, or held by the Métis Nation as a whole, or held by the Métis governments that represent communities, etc. And if you have this juxtaposition of the individual trumping the will of the collective all the time, our governance structures would be, if everyone has a veto, we wouldn't be able to, run a government. And so this is really about, can the charter act as a knife to Indigenous self-government choices? And it's a really important case because, in the same way that Ms. Dixon was challenging the Vuntut residency requirements, and it's not as, and I'll get to a case later on, the MNO has its own citizens challenging some of the collective decisions that the MNO makes, of saying, well, my position trumps the collective's interests. And so the court essentially sided with Tukwichen and said that Section 3025 of the Charter protects as a shield Aboriginal rights to self-government from these individual charter rights that, if used in a certain way, could really slice and dice and undermine collective self-government. So the court says to protect certain Aboriginal rights from being abrogated and diminished. So that means, it means limited or almost destroyed by the judicial interpretation of personal rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Charter. Where a conflict is encountered, the language of Section 25 is clear. Derogation from the Aboriginal right is not permitted. So if this is, in a constitution or under a law, the Aboriginal law doesn't get diminished or essentially eviscerated because an individual may make a claim under the Charter for mobility or some other basis. It doesn't mean that the governments are immune from the Charter as a whole, but it means if there are reasons for why the governments have set up certain decision-making processes, it doesn't mean one person gets to go out and say, well, I don't agree, therefore my individual right trumps everyone else's right. And then the court has this helpful quote: self-governing First Nations, and but it also applies to Indigenous governments, such for Métis and the Inuit, are now in a position to use this tool, i.e. Section 25, in which the court's opinion is better characterized as a shield rather than a lens or interpretive aid that would read down or modify rights in the, and now I can't see, in the event of a conflict with individual charter rights. So essentially the charter can't be used to, in some ways, whittle down or, destroy Indigenous self-government decisions made around, democratic rights. Now I'm getting a transcript. Anyways, I'll keep on going. So this brings us to one of the cases that has recently come down for the MNO, which is exactly on this basis. So the MNO as everyone is aware of, and Brian's going to speak of a bit more in where we're at on it, brought forward the registry review in 2017. The registry review was a review of all of the MNO's citizens' files to see if they meet the current definition of Métis in the MNO's bylaws and registry policy, in order to assess, one, who the MNO represents, and two, to make sure that it represents rights holders. Because as we know, as the MNO has evolved over the years, back in 1993, the criteria for Métis was quite different, but also that there was not as much, I think, strength and rigor in what was, consistency in what was required in citizenship files. And also a lot of the work in relation to, our historic communities in Ontario, where who made up those communities was just not known. The MNO was on and there's nothing to blame on that, but the MNO has always been clear in its statement of prime purpose. It was created to advance Métis rights and self-government, not as a club of just, hey, I paid my $5, I'm Métis. And so, and the MNO has been remarkably consistent of that over the years and has continued to push to strengthen the registry process, as well as ensure stronger credibility for the registry, and also making sure, and the MNO has always been clear, we represent Métis that are rights holders, and that the descendants of those historic communities, as well as Métis from Western Canada who now live within Ontario and have decided to become citizens within the MNO. 5 MNO citizens, all from one family from who currently live in southwestern Ontario, brought an application against the MNO, challenging the MNO's ability and the MNO's registrar's decision to assess their citizenship file as incomplete, based upon the MNO's current citizenship requirements as set out in the MNO bylaws. And that's an important case, and they brought an application essentially saying that they had a right to be declared as citizens without limitation or restriction, and that and they sought damages against the MNO from initiating the registry review, and also wanted to say that the MNO had breached various sections of its bylaws by virtue of conducting the registry review. The court found that the MNO bylaws were not breached at all by the registry review. In fact, it says that the MNO bylaws authorize the MNO registrar to make these decisions. Also, other pleadings in relation to other sections of the bylaws that they said had been breached were found to have no prospect of success either, and that some of the complaints that they had were for declaratory relief that was not available for something that just may happen in the future. Courts won't engage in something that speculates, saying, well, this may happen to me. I want you to essentially give me a declaration that says MNO can't do this or MNO can't do that. And courts won't do that. And then the other issue is that, they were arguing at various points in time that this hurt their Section 35 rights. And what the court ultimately says is, well, we don't even know if you have Section 35 rights. That's what the MNO is trying to figure out. Mere membership within the MNO is not the same as who may have Section 35 rights. And that was the whole point of the registry review. I'm going to highlight just a few of some of the helpful quotes directly from the court on this, because I think this has been, a controversial issue. And, even in the consultation, some of these arguments have been raised. So, the court says this: the MNO's changing of the criteria over the years were not intended to target specific individuals or families, but to advance its collective aims and objectives so as to better position itself to establish Métis Section 35 rights and ultimately negotiate a self-government agreement. One of the arguments that the Greens made is, well, you welcomed us with open arms previously, and now you're essentially saying that we may not necessarily meet the criteria. And in their case, it's that their Métis ancestor comes from outside of what is defined as the Métis Nation homeland in the MNO's registry policy. and that's the only ancestor that they have that was identified for the purposes of the MNO registry policy, and it doesn't meet the geography in the MNO's registry policy. And we've heard this argument of saying, well, this is really unfair to me. This is targeting me. And what the court is accepts the MNO's arguments of saying, no. This is about the MNO trying to figure out that its assertion that it represents rights holders, and it has the ability to do this. Powley directs it to the Supreme Court of Canada, and Powley says, if you want to assert Métis rights in the future, you need to make sure that you're representing Métis rights holders. That kind of logical. The court goes on to say the purpose of the review was to ensure MNO was representing folks who meet the criteria who would satisfy the Powley test. Again, it was necessary to ensure it was properly positioned to negotiate self-government and is in a process to do so. So this sort of knock against the MNO that it was doing something nefarious or mean-spirited by virtue of undertaking the registry review, the court really sides with the MNO on this, of kind of going, no, it's understandable why they're doing this. And it aligns with their ultimate goals of trying to finalize a self-government agreement and assert Métis rights. The next helpful quote in there is the court goes on to say, sorry, I think I skipped one. Let me see. Yeah. So this is a key quote from the court. This court has no authority to speculate on what a future citizenship law or constitution might look like, which would be the net effect of doing what the Green family suggests should be done now. Consider also the impact on the MNO's negotiations with Canada, where one of the primary questions is surely whether all the MNO's elected leadership and members are all Section 35 rights holders. And again, this is the court doing two things here, saying, one, we're not going to weigh in and tip the scales on what the MNO may ultimately do in the future. As we all know, the registry review doesn't remove citizens. We all recognize that if that was to be done in the future, a special resolution would be required. But the court's very clear of saying, we're not going to weigh in here and tip the scales to the Green family's view of the world or that. These are decisions that the Métis need to make themselves, and that process is ongoing. They're also quite cognizant of saying, the MNO is not going to get too far in its negotiations with Canada or others if it's actually not representing rights holders. If everyone remembers the verification policy that was adopted, that's the key point of that. If you're negotiating on behalf of Section 35 Métis rights, you should be Section 35 rights, holder at the table, not someone who may, not have those interests or those rights. And the court accepts the MNO's arguments on that point and emphasizes that it's not going to step into the fray, at least not at this point in time. And then last but not least, the Green family made a series of arguments of saying, well, by virtue of the MNO doing this, you're putting our Section 35 rights in limbo. And the court is quite direct here. They say, on the issue of Section 35, I agree with the MNO that the Green family seem to be sucking and blowing at the same time. That is, they appear to simultaneously taking the position that they do not rely on or seek an affirmation of their Section 35 rights, and that the MNO's decision on citizenship has impeded their ability to benefit from or to exercise their Section 35 rights. And here's the basic thing. You don't get Section 35 rights by virtue of becoming an MNO citizen. MNO doesn't have a magic wand and give you Section 35 rights. You have Section 35 rights because you come from a historic Métis community, and that community is a part of is represented through the MNO, and you have gone through the identification process as set out by the MNO. But it's not the MNO bylaws that give you Section 35 rights. It's your rights that flow from being a descendant of a historic rights-bearing community or the larger Métis nation. And the court goes on to say, the only other word of caution I provide to the Green family is, and I suppose this is rather trite, but Section 35 rights are held by collectives and not individuals. See Powley, and specifically the part of the Powley test, which requires the demonstration of ties to a historic community. This is a constitutional question and not one that has to do with the MNO's bylaws. More importantly, any litigation that seeks to clarify who is a Section 35 rights holders, even if indirectly, must involve the Crown. So the court's clear of saying, look, you're coming at this the wrong way, and you're essentially, you have rights. If you have rights, you need to be authorized to assert those rights. The MNO asserts those rights by virtue of every individual MNO citizen, by signing up for citizenship, authorizes the MNO to represent them and their community. And through the MNO's governance structure, that authorization is shared at the local, regional, provincial level through democratic elections. And that's how the MNO asserts rights. That's the special sauce to the MNO. And so someone just coming out and saying, well, I've got 10 people here and I represent the community, are not going to make the claim, successfully make the claim. It's going to have to be about, well, who represents the critical mass of the community? And the MNO's authorization is, to represent the communities is quite clear. And so, as I said, 5 individuals are not going to be able to just say, well, you have to argue, well, this is the historic community, this is the descendants of that community, this is how the current entity represents that community, and just saying, well, I'm a member of the community, ergo I should speak for it, ain't gonna cut it. The additional cases to watch in Ontario are the Algonquins of Ontario versus Ontario and the MNO, and this is a motion to strike that the MNO has brought in after the MNO signed its harvesting agreement with Ontario in 2019, I think. The Algonquins brought litigation against the MNO, which essentially tries to disprove Métis rights in specific areas. The MNO has brought similar to as in the Green matter, brought a preliminary motion to strike the case in its entirety. That was argued in August, and we're awaiting a decision from Justice Matheson on that, and we'll see what comes out of that case. This case is, the MNO. One of the main arguments we made in the case is, yes, the MNO advanced the Powley case all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada for over a decade and millions of dollars to do so. But the whole theory about bringing the Powley case to the Supreme Court of Canada as a test case was not, oh, well, now we have to go litigate 6 other historic communities within Ontario. We should be able to sit down and negotiate with the Crown and rely on that accommodation agreement that we negotiate, and that a First Nation or the Algonquins of Ontario can't just then go to court to try to overturn that decision and put the MNO to strict proof of establishing a Powley right. We have to be able to rely on that negotiated accommodation. This case is going to be really important because it's not just about the 2 communities that the Algonquins are attacking. If they're ultimately successful in this, you can see other potential groups using the same technique to flip the script on the MNO, so to speak, in relation to proof, and the MNO's approach of negotiation versus litigation would seem to be undercut. So that will be an important case that will come down likely in the next 6 months or so. 2 other cases I just want to mention are the Restoule v. Canada and Ontario case. That is about the Robinson Treaties annuity case, and that has been heard now by the Ontario Court of Appeal in, I think, an extensive hearing, and a decision on that will be coming down probably in the next year or so. And also there's the Saugeen Ojibwe Nations v. Ontario and Canada. It's an Aboriginal title case in relation to parts of Lake Huron, and also a breach of the honor of the Crown case. And the decision in that case came down recently. And my understanding is that the First Nations have now appealed that decision as well. So we're going to see that case come out, those cases come out, which those are ones to watch within Ontario. Mr. Chair, I'm going to go into now the Métis Self-Government update, and I'm just looking at the time. And I guess we'll wait for questions until the end. Does that make sense?
Yes, please, Jason.
Okay, so I've given this presentation at the last assembly. This one's a really condensed and cut down one, but I think the whole, it's always good to just refresh ourselves, and Brian Black is then going to talk about some of the the actions that people are that we're doing on the ground to implement this. But sometimes I always find that people either have forget or convenient amnesia, or they're new to the MNO, and it's a good refresher always to tell this story around how our rights-related fights connect to the self-government tables. As you can see by that decision in, from the court in the Green decision, the court's really clear. Yeah, we can see the MNO has always been about wanting to negotiate self-government, negotiate Métis rights, and in order to do that, it needs to represent rights holders. It needs to make sure that it is set up properly in order to, effectively negotiate on Métis rights, and that there is nothing, untoward about that, and that the MNO has a clear destination. But I also think that it's important to understand the MNO doesn't just get that because, we've said to governments, oh, well, you should come negotiate with us. We've gotten there by over 25 years, the MNO being built, being consistent in what we're saying, not looking like an erratic club that just has a membership, and there's a lot of other Métis groups, and I use quotation marks, Métis groups out there that try to negotiate with governments all the time, and they're not successful because the MNO has been, really strategic in how it's organized itself, how it's set up its authorization, how it's, hasn't overreached in relation to, its claims. And fundamental to all of this has always been, as set out in the Statement of Prime Purpose from 1993, the goal of having our self-government recognized by Canada on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis. Now, as you know from the Powley case, back in 1993, Ontario didn't even recognize there were Métis or Métis communities within Ontario. So it's quite the journey, and it's quite the pendulum has swung, but we're not there yet, and there is still a lot of work to go. I think it's really important to understand that these rights don't flow from the Constitution Act 1982 or governments giving them to us or the MNO bylaws. These are inherent rights that Métis communities and the larger group as the Métis Nation or the Métis as an Indigenous people have the inherent right to self-government, that it's not dependent on recognition by other governments, but it's pretty clear to operate within Canada, being recognized as such and as an Indigenous government is, will overcome many of the challenges that the MNO has had and continues to face, today, whether it be on consultation, whether it be on, ensuring that Métis voices are heard, dealing with outstanding claims or land-related issues, etc. And so in the MNO's Statement of Prime Purpose, fundamental to it is the MNO establishing institutions based on the inherent right of self-government and to gain the recognition of the Métis as a nation and as a people. And the UN Declaration has articles around this. And it is important, that it says Indigenous peoples have a right to self-determination. That's the larger group. By virtue of the right, they can freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social and cultural development. You know, individuals who are citizens of the MNO have agreed of saying this is the way forward for us. Doesn't mean that there may not be other groups out there that want to, or other individuals who want to go a different way and negotiate separately. But the MNO definitely is structured in negotiating self-government based upon its pathway forward, that there is a right to autonomy of self-government, and that Indigenous peoples have a right to maintain, strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, and social and cultural institutions. And so the MNO has, you know, I often use the case law because the case law tells some of the story of why we're in the current position we are. I like the language of legal lacuna. I like it because I never knew what lacuna meant previously. Lacuna means gap. And so what the Supreme Court of Canada has said, look at it, previously, the Métis lived in a legal gap. They were culturally distinct Aboriginal people living in culturally distinct communities, but the law remained blind to their unique history of the Métis and their unique needs. Government slowly awoke to this legal lacuna, or the gap that was there, and also the courts slowly awoke to that gap that was there. And Métis rights, or those Métis struggles that we just saw in the Sault Ste. Marie assertion, or whether we see in other areas, those aren't new. Métis, whether it's uprisings, or whether it's resistance, or whether it's being able to negotiate an adhesion to a treaty, Métis have continued to use every political strategy they've had in order to advance their rights. We've continued to do that since 1982, with inclusion of Métis in Section 35, the Charlottetown Accord that included a Métis Nation Accord that was ultimately defeated by a public referendum, the Kelowna Accord, which you know, ended up going down in defeat because of an election. And you know, now we have the MGRSAs, which consolidate many of these political struggles that we've been pushing on for generations. The struggle for recognition is that the Métis, the history of the Métis is one of struggle for recognition of their unique identity. The Métis have struggled for more than 2 centuries for recognition of their own unique identity, culture, and governance. And that's from a Supreme Court of Canada case. The court goes on to say, the constitutional amendments in 1982 signal that the time has finally come for recognition of the Métis as a unique and distinct people. And even though with Section 35 being included in 1982, as the Powley case is evidence to, a case all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada was required. And then that didn't even end the questions that remained. The Constitution Act 1982 includes the protection of these rights, but it doesn't expressly articulate what they are. And for Métis, we've been wanting to negotiate on that, but when governments have been refusing to negotiate, we've turned to the courts in order to make sure that those rights are recognized and protected. And the whole purpose of Section 35 is not just a right to go to court, it's a right to negotiate, that Canada has committed itself to the national project of reconciliation, and it needs to negotiate equally with the Métis. Now, of course, what we know is Canada post-1982 did not do that, and what the Métis strategically did through a series of cases or test cases that were advanced all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, dealt with these issues of whether it's Powley for the purposes of Métis Section 35 rights, the Manitoba Métis Federation case in 2013 for outstanding Métis claims, or who has jurisdiction to deal with the Métis, which was dealt with in the Daniels case in 2016. And I've often called these the trifecta of Métis law. When you put them together, the government really has no further place to hide other than sitting down and negotiating with the Métis. And, you know, the Daniels case, as well as the Ministerial Special Representative report in 2016, coincided with the election of a new federal government, the Trudeau government, and who were far more willing and have really, move the yardstick significantly in negotiations. And so where there are pre-existing Métis rights and outstanding claims, negotiations are required, whether they lead to new modern day treaties or self-government agreements, but that is really, what the time has come for. The timelines that the MNO has pursued is in 2017, it signed an exploratory discussions document. In 2017, it signed those two framework agreements that President Fro spoke to, which then culminated in the Métis Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreement being signed in June 2019. And that literally being, I have to say, I've grown up within the MNO, and I've litigated for you over the years, and that waiting to exhale element, the MGRSAs are so monumental, not because they do everything, but because they've locked in a process that will never fall behind. Previously, as you can see by the other cases, we've always been subject to political whim, right? We get a new Harper-like government federally, and we lose a decade. The MGRSA is locked in a process to negotiate Métis self-government and rights. The honor of the Crown applies to its implementation. We can't roll back from that. And to me, it's a sigh of relief and kind of okay, we've locked that in, now we build from it. But we also have a lot of work to do from building from it, because the MNO is structured, we don't have a constitution right now. We have a set of bylaws. Many of the issues that we need to deal with for the purposes of self-government haven't been dealt with or resolved yet. How we interrelate between local community councils, regional bodies, the MNO proper, the other bodies that the MNO has within it. We need a constitution that right now we have a lot of gaps or a lack of clarity on some of those things. We have clarity on many things, but on some of them we don't. And so a constitution really sets out that how are we going to work together and who does what in a future Métis government, and how we build upon also what's been the recipe for success. So I'm gonna very quickly just go into the MGRSA, and of course it was signed in June 2017. It was its overall purpose is to advance the inherent right of self-determination and self-government of the Métis communities represented by the MNO, consistent with the UN Declaration, as well as rights recognition and a constructive forward-looking relationship. The MGRSA provides for three key things. One, it provides immediate recognition of the inherent right of self-government and authorizes the MNO to implement that inherent right of self-government on behalf of the Métis communities it represents. Two, it recognizes the jurisdiction and lawmaking power in three core areas: citizenship, leadership selection, and internal operations. And three, it sets out a clear step-by-step process for how the MNO moves from being a secretariat to a recognized Indigenous government in Canadian law, based on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government approach. And that process, and I'm just going to skip some of these things, is really, this visual really kind of illustrates it, that you're moving from, your current structure of being a not-for-profit corporation to an Aboriginal government with a constitution, Métis laws, and that process requires extensive consultation. It requires a constitution. It requires a lot of work to move you from where you are to where you want to go, but you have the roadmap there. And ultimately, there's going to be a ratification vote of a future constitution, by the citizens of the MNO who meet the requirements and are rights holders to ratify that constitution. And dealing with some of the issues, whether they be with the registry review or some of the push pulls between, the communities and, the MNO. All of those things are part and part. I will just say this, so, we've done this for a lot of Indigenous governments. Constitution building isn't easy. It's a hard process. It's a worthwhile process, but you really have to, have serious discussions about, where you want to go to. But you also have to recognize where you come from and what you're anchored on. So I think Brian's going to talk a bit more about the processes that the MNO has been going through, and I also see the time. So I'm going to leave my presentation there and and open it up for questions after, I guess, Brian's presentation.
Thank you very, very, very much, Jason, for the quick overview. And thank you for staying and watching the time for me. I greatly appreciate it. Before I introduce Brian, who is our Director of Self-Government, I just want to wish Brian a happy birthday. It's his birthday as well today. So, Brian, thanks for being with us on your birthday, my friend. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's an honor always to be sharing my birthday on Paoli Day, and also sharing with my Métis birthday brother, Mitch Case. So it's great to be here and to be able to do that. Happy to do it on any day, and especially when it matches up with the birthday. So I'm going to be quick. I know I'm mindful of the time, and that I was going to say that it had been between Jason and I would be blocking you from lunchtime, but now that Jason's finished, now it's only me, and I don't have Jason to blame for stopping you from getting to lunch. So we're going to get into this really quickly here, and we'll carry on. So when we're talking about self-government, I look at self-government as a journey. Like a river, like we're only going forward. We're only looking forward. We're working with each other, with each region within the MNO to advance our inherent right of self-government together. And in these next few slides, I'll hopefully explain the path forward. So the purpose of our self-government agreement, the overall purpose of the agreement is to support and advance the inherent right of self-determination, self-government of Métis communities that are represented by the MNO. So in this agreement, it also sets out mutual agreeable processes that leading to a federal legislative recognition of the Métis government, of the Métis communities represented by the MNO as an Indigenous government. So some of these mutual agreeable processes, as I just said, are deliverables that we need to achieve to implement self-government. And some of them are, in directly looking at consultations with citizens, would be consultations to engage all MNO citizens to build and ratify a Métis constitution, to build our Métis government laws. And then again to ratify the self-government agreement itself and all the requirements that we need to do to achieve that. Other items that we also need to accomplish to fulfill these requirements include a intergovernmental relations agreement, which is a government-to-government relationships agreement, a fiscal finance agreement, which is the stable fiscal funding year after year. We have to build a transition plan, a transition from our current body as an incorporated body to a public Indigenous government. And then we have to negotiate the self-government implementation date, the finish line, to achieve self-government. And just sort of a quick point of clarification, the MGRSA, our MNO self-government agreement, or our core self-government agreement, we need to keep in mind when looking at our goal at achieving self-government, the MGRSA is a core self-government agreement for three main areas, which is our citizenship, internal operations, and leadership selection. These are the three main sections that we need to complete to achieve our self-government. And I'll just say it one more time because it's really important stuff: citizenship, internal operations, and leadership selection. So now in saying that, there's also going to be additional negotiations. And in these additional negotiations, they're going to be separate from the core self-government agreement work, and there are additional negotiations for additional jurisdictions. You would see this in the Schedule A, which is at the very last page of the self-government agreement. And just as a quick example of what these additional jurisdictions could be or would be, is subjects like health and wellness, labor and education, housing, child and family services, and more as we go through this process and identify other priorities for us to have additional jurisdiction negotiations. These will be negotiated alongside but separate to the core self-government work. So, growing together, we're moving together, and regional participation is something that's really important. Each MNO region will sign a regional implementation agreement, or an RIA. This agreement is basically a relationship agreement. The agreement is between the community councils within a region and the MNO to be able to come together to work and to advance self-government within the region and the whole MNO. The RIAs do not take away any of the rights that we hold. It's only an agreement to work together. From signing the RIA, then a region would start to develop a regional work plan. The regional work plan outlines activities the region wants to undertake to do meaningful citizen engagements, regional consultations, group conversations, to inform receiving feedback from all citizens on what we want to see within our Métis government. And most importantly, these activities have to include all MNO citizens. This is only going to work if we hear from all of your voices. So as far as some of the recent activity to date, regions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 have all signed their regional implementation agreements. MNO regions 6, 8, and 9 are continuing to finalize their work on signing their agreements. Discussions on work plans are ongoing, but at this time, no region has signed a completed work plan just yet. The PCMNO has passed 2 resolutions to make some funds available to the MNO regions of up to $65,000 for each region for initial capacity to start discussions about regional implementation agreements and work plans. More and more engagements and consultations with MNO citizens are planned to take place. Already some regions have begun to outreach to citizens to start discussions, and the MNO-wide consultation sessions are going to be in the works very shortly. One of the most important of all of these activities is this has to be with all MNO citizens. Every voice needs to be heard. The future is up to us as Métis citizens. And when we talk about us and how that's going to work and how that massive participation we need from all our citizens, it specifically looks at what we're going to need for participation from citizens for ratification. After we gather all the information together and structure it all into a deeply meaningful constitution, when we have to send it out to the citizens for a ratification vote. These ratification votes will solidify and approve our constitution and our government. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, this is where it's really most important that we hear from every MNO citizen. It's absolutely one of the most important sections of this entire process, is hearing your voices and then coming out to vote to ratify it. So the journey continuing forward, and to double down again on what I said, it's imperative that we talk and we hear voices from every MNO citizen in this process. So ask your Métis friends, ask your family members, what does self-government mean to you? Because what I can tell you what it means for me is for the generations to come, because those generations to come is our future. They are our future. And that is the end of that. And there we go. We're just going right into the next one. Okay, so this next presentation is specifically about the registry review and our engagement sessions that we've had so far. You know, the MNO Registry and Self-Government Readiness Review Report this is going to provide an update on the background and releasing of the registry review and the next steps. The Métis Nation of Ontario released the results of the multi-year review to the world, showcasing our MNO's centralized Métis citizenship registration system, best known as the MNO Registry Self-Government Readiness Review, or the Registry Review. The Registry Review highlights a milestone in our ongoing self-government journey as a legitimate government. On October 22nd, 2017, a resolution was passed by the PCMNO to initiate the registry review. And the objectives of this review were to assess the completeness of all citizenship files based on current MNO registration policy. Also to provide us with clear understanding of who the MNO represents for the purpose of Métis rights and claims, as well as self-government negotiations. The report will also identify the number of citizens who descend from Ontario Métis communities or other Métis communities westward. And just as important, ensuring MNO citizens who hold elected leadership roles and represent Métis communities with respect to Métis rights and have completed citizenship files and are rights holders themselves. So an up-to-date registry review report has been posted on the MNO website. The report has been communicated out through leadership town halls and citizenship town halls, included in the latest edition of the Métis Voyager. And we will continue to communicate this review out through additional engagement sessions planned for later this month. Looking at the immediate results in the registry review, it's confirmed an overwhelming majority of existing MNO citizens are Métis rights holders and have complete citizenship files. And as President Foe had mentioned yesterday when we were talking about the numbers, there's 19,814 MNO citizens that have complete files that have been issued MNO citizenship cards as of September. There remain several thousands of MNO citizens with incomplete files. So when we're looking at our next steps, in May of 2021, the PCMNO resolution passed to have administration develop a series of communication tools to engage citizens, undertake province-wide consultations with MNO citizens, develop what we heard a report based on the feedback heard from all sources, with still to be determined a province-wide vote or a special assembly with citizens. To date, there's been 5 initial Zoom citizen engagement sessions with additional sessions planned for this coming week, September 22nd and 23rd. And it's a quick little breakdown of what we've heard so far. Totally number of MNO citizens that participated has been 544 citizens. There has been an additional 569 citizens that were registered, but for whatever reason weren't able to join those sessions. The integrity and credibility of the MNO registry has been instrumental to the MNO and continued our 28-year journey to advance the Métis rights and self-government, and citizens will guide that path forward. And as previously mentioned, additional sessions are planned for September for the MNO citizens to provide your input. And during the initial report virtual sessions, we committed to provide citizens the core information on the report process while outlining, allowing citizens to share their viewpoints and concerns as we map out our next steps. The additional engagements are important in guiding steps. Pass the word to your family and friends because, again, their voices are going to need to be heard. The What We're Heard report is a development after our September sessions. We'll make a decision on how, if we needed any final more development into the report into late October. My team will continue to support the logistics for these sessions and assist where required for messaging and information sharing. We will finalize the citizen survey, which is planned to come out very shortly to communicate with citizens, and will provide us some valuable information. Please participate in that survey when you see it. Based on the What We Heard report, we'll look towards a province-wide vote or special assembly on MNO citizenship to guide us in further decision-making and next steps related to the registry review and final report or potential amendments needed to the MNO bylaws on the registration policy. The feedback from MNO citizens will inform a What We Heard report and to guide the decisions that we need to make around the potential amendments for the bylaws and our registration policy. For further information and questions with the registry review and upcoming engagement sessions, please give us a contact. There's some contact information right on the slide at the bottom, a telephone number and an email address. You can contact also through the registration report web page. There's also a contact information there that you can contact us if you're missing some information, if you're having problems downloading the report, or if you have any questions from the report. Definitely please contact those numbers or those methods of communication to be able to get your voice heard. And as I've mentioned a couple of times already, the additional engagement sessions will be coming up this week. This Wednesday evening, September 22nd, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then another the next day, then it's Thursday afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m. And as I mentioned again, also about the upcoming survey that's coming out, please watch your message boards for that and join these important conversations because again, your citizen voices is what we need to hear. And thank you again. Take Rich.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Jason, for the presentations. We have a little bit of time before lunch for Q&A. Before I go to the hands up, there was a couple in the messaging. So, Jason, I think this one's addressed to you. It's from Gillian Heffernan. Based on previous unilateral cancellations of impact and benefit agreements, should we be concerned about a new federal government coming to power tomorrow? Is there a possibility that O'Toole government could negatively impact our path to self-government?
Good question. This is so I'll deal with it in two separate ways. The first one is in relation to the MGRSA. So one of the good things about the MGRSAs and why I was, relieved in relation to its signing is it says that the honor of the Crown applies to its interpretation as well as its implementation. So the good news from that essentially means that even if governments come and go, the honor of the Crown should, must still apply. And it's not about political whim of them just being able to walk away from it. And if we did have to, and if we saw that happening, or they attempted to tear it up, like in the example of the MMF or in others, we would be able to go to court because the honor of the Crown is a constitutional principle and it is legally enforceable. So we would, so we have parameters there. With the, the impacts and benefits agreements, many of those impacts and benefits agreements are with the provincial governments or with industry. So I really, think that at some point in time, the Supreme Court of Canada is going to have to take up this issue, this case, whether it's in the MMF case or whether it's in another case, because the idea that reconciliation depends on what government's in power at a specific given time. I think the court's been pretty clear at trying to ensure that those agreements can be relied on by Indigenous people for generations, and that governments can't walk away from them. So I'm not nervous about the MGRSAs. And the other agreements, I don't think that, that the federal government plays a significant role in some of the IBAs. That being said, when we negotiate these agreements, trying to get them as clear as possible and protecting the MNO's interests and the community's interests as much as possible, that's why you have lawyers, and that's why we spend a lot of time on making sure these agreements dot the I's and T's from a legal perspective. And I think that most of your IBAs are well placed. That being said, who's in power at any given time does matter, and whoever you vote for, just get out and vote.
Thank you, Jason. We have one more from the messaging board. It's from Kelly Wright-Asell. Mr. Madden, thank you so much for all the work you do on behalf of the MNO. If U.S. citizens like me can be Aboriginal citizens of Canada as Métis, don't we have the right to Canadian dual citizenship as the Canadian government were responsible for the disposal of Métis people out of Canada? Can MNO help with this? According to the Canadian immigration website, I've missed the opportunity to be granted Canadian citizenship since my Métis grandmother was Canadian, but my mother was not. My mother was sent to live in the US in 1936, and her American father, and was never told that she was Métis or that she had a Canadian mother. So she never knew she could be considered for citizenship. I am sure I'm not the only U.S. MNO citizen with this type of situation based on diaspora of Métis people.
Sure. So that's a good question. And so the first issue is, of course, you can get citizenship within the MNO. The issue of Canadian citizenship is is a lot trickier, and the MNO can't grant Canadian citizenship to individuals. I think that this issue does arise in a bunch of circumstances. One in particular that I've seen from another client is, in Manitoba, a lot of the children in the 60s scoop were, taken into the United States as domestic servants, and are now Americans and can't come back. I think the 60s scoop litigation raises some of these concerns, and I'm not sure if that the diaspora you're referring to was related to the 60s scoop, or if it was even earlier. But that U.S. border was in many cases irrelevant for many Métis communities and Indigenous peoples, up until very recently of their mobility. Compared to how they were able to travel historically. The short answer to your question is no, the MNO can't, doesn't have any of those powers and can't deal with it. The longer answer is, though, I think some of these issues are being raised in the 60s scoop litigation that President Fro can maybe speak to, as well as the Jay Treaty and other issues related to U.S. citizenship and Canadian citizenship are clearly going to be something that the MNO will want to, as well as other Métis governments, want to talk to Canada about. I will say, in having this experience with other Indigenous clients, Canada is very it's like national defense or other issues. They're very unwilling and unresponsive to wanting to have discussions around citizenship U.S. citizenship and Canadian citizenship related issues. That being said, I think that the MGRSAs, in particular one section of it, raises this issue because we've also had this issue raised going the other way in relation to the Jay Treaty, i.e., Canadian Métis who are Canadian citizens wanting to be able to have free entry into the United States based on the Jay Treaty.
Thank you, Jason. I'm now going to go to our hands up. I do have a few. I have Angie Couture, Roger Rose, Teresa Stenlin, Ernest Getche, and then I'll go back to Mary Louise Perron in the messaging. So Angie, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, Hank.
Good morning, Angie.
Or Chair, I should say. Chair Hank. So yeah, my question, actually, it was nice to see Brian's slides because it was quite bolded that our voice matters. And with that, my question to follow is, last year and this year, as citizens, we have not been able to have the opportunity to put motions forward or even vote. And so when we speak constantly about the pyramid and that we are the citizens and we are at the top, I feel that there is a complete disservice to us because you're not hearing us. We're not able to put things forward, which means we're not able to make any change as citizens. So my question is, how are we going to fix that and go about it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Angie. I guess I'm going to just try to answer a little bit, then I'm going to ask President Fro. As you've seen yesterday, the technical difficulties we had in the delays in voting is one of the reasons why it would be very difficult for us to move resolutions and motions and have a debate and getting into voting on, let's look at Sault Ste. Marie, whereas our last physical AGA, we had 40 special business resolutions that spent the whole day. So I'll let President Fro, because there has been discussions at the PCMO for a special assembly. President Fro.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Angie, for the question. I would echo the chair's comments. We really haven't found yet, and I'll be curious to hear feedback once we're all completely done the assembly. We haven't found yet solutions that will allow us to do this kind of work virtually, and I think you saw some of the challenges yesterday. So we continue to work on that. We actually had a team working to secure the support that we have for this assembly, but it is one of the things that we absolutely want to do, and we've spoken to that in the context of the registry review, and we've been very clear to say we do want to get to an assembly where we can come together and actually deal with a whole range of things. But one of the important issues that we've been talking about lately, in terms of even looking at perhaps a special winter assembly, is the feedback that we're receiving in light of the registry review final report. So the biggest challenge for us, Angie, is COVID and our inability to be brought together in person. And like I said, we've been looking at the technology, and we want to, of course, we are always making the decisions to ensure that we're putting the safety of our citizens first. But also, recognizing that there's limits to the technology in terms of being able to have that. Well, we Métis, we have robust debate and dialogue, and I think that's also something that's built right into our DNA. Now, that being said, we are really ramping up the opportunity for people to provide feedback. So through things like regular post-PCMNO meeting town halls with leadership, but also these broader all-citizen town halls that we've been organizing. We're going to do a lot more of those. So recognizing that there's limits to what we can do in terms of a formal meeting space and having secure voting processes and online tools that will support really good, robust debate and dialogue. We are trying to also supplement the reporting back, but also the opportunity for dialogue. So a little bit different, but I think, certainly we look to what we hear back from citizens on those town hall calls, we look at that information and we take that back. And of course, I would always encourage any of you that want to see us moving in a particular direction or have issues or concerns to raise those with your regional councillor, raise those with the executive. And yeah, absolutely, our people can still engage, can still raise their voices. It's not all about voting. And we've had a lot of really thorough discussions. And I'm really looking forward to getting back in person. Hopefully we'll be able to do that in the coming months when it's safe to do so.
Thank you, President Fro. And if Angie, you want to have a follow-up question, just please raise your hand. I'm going to go now to Roger Rose. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, Roger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And this question's for Jason. Jason, what about the wiki land claims? You never, because we could lose part of our people in Killarney there that won't be able to do anything. You didn't bring that up. And I thought the Algonquin land claims was held. The court was early August, and I was wondering if there was a decision made on that yet. Okay, that's two for you, Jay.
Okay. Yep. So first thing, yes, it was the argument around the MNO's motion to strike the Algonquin litigation against the MNO was argued in August. We do not have a decision yet. It was argued, I think, the first week in August. So we're expecting, on average, it takes about 6 months, if not more, for a decision to come out. So ideally before the end of the year, but I'm not, I'm not sure what Justice Matheson's schedule is. In relation to Wiki and their land claim, I'm not quite sure of those specific details, but I'm understanding that the MNO's being consulted on it. But my understanding is there's not litigation. My presentation was really focused on here's some of the litigation that we have ongoing, as opposed to, the numerous consultations that the MNO has ongoing, that aren't in litigation mode, and didn't speak to all of those Crown consultations. So that's why I didn't raise it, because there's a lot of those going on provincially, and but they aren't in litigation mode per se.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Ernie Getty.
Hi, folks. Thank you, and thank you for both presentations. I have a question for Brian and just a comment in regards to consultation and with folks when we come to this decision-making process and this online stuff, because I was online for a bit yesterday and I couldn't vote. So I spent from 1 o'clock yesterday till 10:30 this morning having IT get me back on here. So I know there are other folks who aren't computer savvy, and just looking at the numbers that I see for this virtual AGA and the numbers that Brian previously showed as people participating in the online services, although I do think the online services are very nice and handy and good way of getting some information, I think their impact is very minor, and I don't think we should overextend our valuation of how many people those are reaching, because I've been on a couple now, and it seems that most of the people who can get online are online and are basically the same people that we're reaching each time. So I'm just anxious about getting to a larger group of people, and I know as everybody said, COVID has been really a limiting factor on those face-to-face but other methods. But I think we really have to explore how really to get a hold and get the input from more citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Ernie. I'm going to now go to Teresa Stenlin. You had your hand up. Did you put your hand down, Teresa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
My comments aren't new. I've stated them previously publicly and at PCMNO. There is a lot of good work happening throughout the MNO, but I will be raising two concerns on two separate issues for comments. I am concerned with the self-government process. Our region is still waiting for responses on our Region 1 work plan to be returned to us. I also am concerned with the MNO saying we can have more regional autonomy, but only in the way MNO has determined. That's not self-determination. That's the Secretariat determining the process for us when their rights are held with the community. I'm fully prepared for someone to shoot back at my comments, as I've been around long enough to know that some people only want one message out there, and I'll leave it at that. My second comment on another issue is the registry review. There's great work that's happening with the registry review, but I do have a concern with one part of it. The part that I'm concerned with is the registry process for assigning traditional territories. And for example, if you have one ancestor that's living in one traditional territory that was born and lived and traveled in that area with sustained presence, but a sibling that was born and lived in another traditional territory that never set foot in that traditional territory with no sustained presence at all, but yet they're eligible to be assigned the traditional territory from where the other sibling is, that is, thousands of kilometers away, when there's no sustained presence. And that's a criteria that we have in our registry policy, but they're getting in and allowed traditional harvesting in the siblings' traditional territory because the sibling lived and had sustained presence there. And I raise that because there are others who come in just after effective control that have sustained presence, but because they weren't there before effective control, they're not allowed to be assigned a traditional harvesting, a traditional territory, and have no harvesting rights. So I think we have a flaw in our system and in our policy that needs to be discussed and evaluated. And I have raised it up. I've flagged it, but it's still sitting there. So I wanted to flag it to the Assembly. Thank you for my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stenman. Jason?
Sorry, so I'll deal with the second point first. It is a peculiarity, right? I know exactly the family line you're talking about. There is one, they're brother and sisters. One is, a well-known family in Northwestern Ontario. The other is in Northeastern Ontario, where that family is. By virtue of us linking them as brothers and sisters and, not saying that the specific individual has to have a sustained presence, but that the family has to have a sustained presence. We're not severing off that, those different family lines who are linearly connected because they're brothers and sisters, but one branch of the family is in one territory and another branch of the family is in another territory, and accept your point that may never have stepped into that other territory. The MNOs, I guess that if it played out the other way, I could see someone saying, if part of those lines were then moving into the other territory, they would say, we should be able to get harvesting rights here. But the MNOs, the way that the policy does work is it would allow, because they were brother and sisters, an access, brothers and sisters, and that we're not just looking about individuals, we're looking about families that, that some may consider that overly broad, and that sisters shouldn't have access to the that sisters' ancestors should not have access to the Northwest Ontario territory, or vice versa. And I think it's, it's an issue that MNO has to deal with. I don't know, other than that situation, I'm not sure where this plays out in another situation, but if the MNO wants to close the door to those, that siblings, descendants not having access to not being able to get harvester's cards in Northwestern Ontario or Northeastern Ontario or vice versa, the MNO could, close the door on that to kind of say, we won't accept, cross-linear citizens. On the other issue, the first issue, I think that this is going to be really, where the rubber hits the road in relation to the MNO about, and I just highlight this is, this is not abnormal for the MNO. Look at the province of Alberta within Canada. Look at Quebec within Canada, about people saying we want autonomy, and how much how you still within, with recognizing that there is diversity, you still having unity. At some point in time, the branch breaks, and maybe people who have a different view of the, that there being a larger Métis government, that the regional governments as well as the community governments plug and play into, that, that there are, Métis groups outside of the MNO that try to negotiate self-government, based upon their own vision of self-determination and self-government. I think that, how we ultimately get to that division of powers sort of thing, and it's really, when I say division of powers, you've heard about it when provinces fight with the federal government about who does what. It really is about that, answering that fundamental question of who does what. I think that the MNOs, has in many cases a centralized governance structure that is effective in some ways, but also ineffective in some ways. How you find that balance, and let's be honest, it has to be a rebalancing between the communities and the and the larger body is what we have to talk about in the constitution development. There's something, I will say this, there's some, I'm not sure that anyone is looking at Indian Act bans and saying, hey, that's a great idea for self-government. There was a reason why Canada chose, an Indian Act band-like model. It was to assimilate and to make sure that Indigenous self-government was unsuccessful, not successful, because it slices and dices people up into small component parts that are not able to, always fight against colonial, the colonial government or the federal government. That being said, you also have to find a balance between ensuring, what does local regional autonomy mean, and how does it, still fit within the larger. And to a certain extent, that's going to be the $1 million question in, the creation of the Constitution, and what those regional governance agreements may look like and how they fit into a larger. That being said, there may, and I do want to highlight this, there may be some people who just fundamentally disagree with that, of saying, well, we just like to go it alone. There's not saying that there may not, at some point in time, people who, individuals who attempt to create their own entity to represent a community. The MNO has had that over the years. I'm not in any way imputing that because what I keep on hearing from you, Teresa, is kind of going, okay, but we really have to talk about what is that balance and what is that division of powers about who's doing what. And there is differences of opinion or different viewpoints on what that balance may look like. At some point in time, there's going to have to be a constitution to say, well, can people live with this, or can this work? I think we're just at the stage now of getting the regional implementation agreements in place, the regional, work plans in place to really, begin, having those. And they're not going to be easy discussions because, the thing about constitution building is people giving up power or shifting of power. And that is, not always a pretty thing. Look at, Meech Lake Accord within Canada. Look at Charlottetown Accord within Canada. Some of it's not ultimately successful, but, the point that you need to have is, well, yes, but are we building a constitution where everyone is still within there? There may be others that, as I said, want to go it alone or, have a different view. The MNO's kind of structure and view is, okay, well, this is how we're moving forward on it. But I think there's a lot of gray areas that haven't been determined yet on, the distinction between who does what and how that rebalancing occurs.
Thank you, Jason. I have Lorraine Mountainy. Please unmute.
Hi, Hank.
Hi, Lorraine. How you doing?
Hi, Lorraine. How you doing? I'm doing fine. Anyways, what my question is today, I'm wondering if Region 7 received any funds to work on the regional fiscal financial agreement. And if they did, how much was spent?
Okay, I will ask Brian to make comment on that.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Lorraine, for your question. So, as I had mentioned, that the PCMO had passed a resolution to release some funds to the regions to help them develop their regional implementation agreement and develop their regional work plans. And to date, Region 7 has in their possession that $65,000, and I'm still waiting for the final report on if they've spent it all and if they have, where they have spent it. But I know that they are working on their work plan, and I think we have a meeting scheduled for it with them this week to see how we're moving forward with them.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I have in the messaging from Mary Louise Curran, Brian Black, are the two registry sessions on September 22nd and 23rd giving the same information as you presented today?
Thank you, Mary Louise. They are going to be somewhat the same as the previous 5 sessions have already been. There might be just a couple little bit of added information of some of the information that we've heard so far. But the main purpose of these additional sessions is going to be to try and reach additional citizens who haven't heard the registry report yet, who haven't looked really deeply into it yet, outside of those 544 citizens that already have seen it. So the registry review engagement sessions will be very similar to the previous ones.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I'm going to go to one more question in the messaging, then end it off with a final question from Angie Couture before we break for lunch. This year is from Mitch Case, and I think it'll probably be addressed to you, Jason. For the Huron Superior Regional Métis community, one of the key outstanding issues is the lack of process for negotiating Métis claims. We have 2 major land-related issues here: the 1850 treaty promises and the 1968 burning of the Agua Bay village. Respecting that Treaty 3 has a table that is supposed to be the test case, we do not want to wait 30 years for a settlement in Treaty 3 before we even get to the table. What do you see as the next steps to get to this process?
That's a really good question. So I think first thing is, there needs to be research done specific to that claim. And I think that the opportunity from the recent letter from Canada prior to the election that opens up potential funding for research on other claims outside of the Treaty 3 area is really, we need to capitalize on that. The historic reports that we've had over the years are, I'm not going to criticize them because we've been able to use them to advance the MNO ADM working group process and others, but they were written around, issues around, was there a community generally, and, harvesting related issues, and not looking specifically at land related promises and that. So I think, we need to have that research done immediately. The other thing that I think the MNO can push on is similar to the Treaty 3 MOU, if there is a opportunity for, other regions to secure similar negotiations processes with the Crown in relation to land-related claims, that is, that is another vehicle. I think we've continued to say to Canada, like one of the challenges, and I skipped over this a lot in my presentation, the comprehensive and specific claims processes that are available to First Nations and Inuit are not designed for Métis. So what we've been trying to do is, okay, well, can we, create these, separate processes that try to uniquely address Métis claims? What, would be very helpful, and this is one of the unfortunate outcomes that you're well aware of, Mitch, is that, we had a window there with the last government to create a Métis claims policy, but because of some of the dysfunction at the Métis National Council, that policy, didn't land on Cabinet's doorstep and get locked in. And I think now, once we'll see what, the federal government looks like post following Monday, putting that back on the agenda as a priority would also help, because it's really the challenge isn't because people aren't pushing on these things and they aren't it's effective negotiators. It's that the federal system by itself is impossible to sometimes move things forward on. It's so slow moving. Canada always has time on its side to delay and stall and deny. I was just reading Jody Wilson-Raybould's recent book, and it's it's a pretty constant tactic that we've seen. And the only time, and I will just highlight this, which goes to the larger point, the only time that Métis have been able to break some of these things is by virtue of when we work together and have enough force to to push the government door down, right? Like, I think if the regions were negotiating separately on the harvesting agreement, I don't think that you would have been able to get what you got through with Ontario. Same thing if with the MGRSA. And so I think that pushing on the need for a broader Métis a Métis claims policy would be helpful for everyone, including the ones that already have tables, because without a policy, what happens is that each individual negotiation has to go for a separate memo to Cabinet, which takes an inordinate amount of time to tee up. There's only so many people on the federal side working on these things, and so one of the having a policy would cut through some of these frustrations and bottlenecks that we currently face in relation to Métis claims. Like, the only one that seems to be really moving forward is the MMFs, but they also have a Supreme Court of Canada decision specifically on the claim. The Métis and the Prairies have been trying to push forward on script. Treaty 3 has been trying to push forward on the adhesion, and it's absolutely necessary to get some sort of policy to move these things forward.
Okay, thank you, Jason. I know I was going to go to Angie Couture first, but one of our senators I haven't heard from yet, Senator Kamala Five. Then I will go to Angie for the last question. Please unmute yourself, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kam.
On the self-government issue, I know it's nice to say self-government, but what's the destination? Are we negotiating for something equal to the federal government, provincial government, municipal government, First Nation governments? What are we trying to establish? I know it's self-government, but the destination is, what is it?
Thank you, Senator. Jason, Margaret, who wants to tackle it? I didn't say tickle it, I meant tackle it.
Good, I'm not a tickler. I'll say this. So this is what self-government is about. So there's a whole host of decisions that other governments always make about how, what you'll receive funding for, when you'll receive funding for it, what you can do with that funding. When your children are in the child and family, the other provincial or federal processes, whether those federal and provincial approaches to things trump how Indigenous peoples may want to handle some of these things. You see that within, the criminal justice system as well. That's what self-government is. Self-government is that there is a space here that we have control over our own destiny, and that the Métis themselves get to make choices. Now, it is autonomy within the larger, Canada, but that's what self-government is. And in some ways, Métis have had it previously in relation to, how harvesting was dealt with, how, like a perfect example is, well, if you have the jurisdiction to deal with harvesting, you then pass a law in relation to harvesting to deal with those issues, as opposed to, our current structure where we kind of have to go cap in hand to Canada or Ontario to say, well, will you recognize our harvesting agreement or our harvesting policy or our approaches on this? Same thing with, citizenship. Same thing with how our government operates as a government. Because every time, we go sometimes to court, they kind of say, well, you're really nothing but a not-for-profit corporation, as opposed to, just the level of recognition that's given to even, in some cases, First Nation governments and other governments. That's the key piece of self-government. So also, the MNO can design programs and have the funding there, not kind of going cap in hand to the federal government or Ontario to say, well, can we do this? If you have the funding there, you can say, okay, this is what the needs of our community is. This is how we're designing programs. Currently the MNO doesn't operate within that world. And so I think that's the goal of self-government. And here's the other thing, colonization has done a really good job at eroding our connections to our history, to our lands, to understanding who and where we come from. And if we don't at some point in time lock in and firm this up ourselves, you take another 20 years, 25 years, 50 years, like those stories, like if you don't protect them, Canada ain't protecting them, Ontario's not protecting them. If you're not advancing your rights and interests, don't go cry on the guy's shoulder who stole your land. So that's what self-government is about. And at least when I look at this from coming from a historic community and why I've been at this for X number of years, if we can't protect that for the generations to come, don't be surprised that it will slip away. Right? Like I believe in the strength of our people, but I also believe I also know the colonial tools and that get used against our people. So it erodes. Look at the challenges we have of making sure making sure the stories of our own distinct communities within Ontario and within the larger Métis Nation are even known, right? If you don't carve out a space within Canada, it will swamp you at some point in time, right? Like, and so that's what self-government's about. Now, other people may think self-government's about, well, I want a tax card, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. That's fine, but I think you're asking an open-ended question. That's it. And if you don't carve out that space or make sure that, as just think about it as this powerful, colonial river that keeps on washing over us, eventually it will whittle us down to silt unless you put some boundaries and lines and protections, not just for us, but for generations to come. For me, that's self-government. That's why I've been, in the courts all these years for that. Is I don't want the Indian Act to just swallow us up. I don't want us to be just a footnote in history. People may say, well, we never will be. you know, I see the powerful forces that work against Indigenous peoples all the time, and that self-government is about building a constitutional space. So our communities are there today, but for generations to come. That's how I see it. But you know, others, you know, clearly have different views and come from different places, and that's you know, when Brian keeps on saying, well, we want to hear from everyone. That's it. But that's the, you know, that's one of the goals, and if you don't do it, you'll lose it in generations.
Okay, thank you, Jason. I know we're 15 minutes over. I just think it's important that while Jason hears to have questions. So I'm going to take Angie Couture, then we're going to go into our break, and we'll come back after lunch. Go ahead, Angie.
Just further to my previous question now, I appreciate the answer, but I feel like it wasn't fully answered. My question is, how are we going to fix this? Yes, I understand we're in COVID and we can't get together, but we're having Zoom meetings on a regular basis. We have the ability to use emails and so on. And you'd reference to go to our president and bring our council, to bring our concerns, or our regional rep, but I can only speak for my region, and my regional rep and my local president, they don't tend to always respond to our emails, and we've had to address things and escalate things directly to the MNO to have other things dealt with. So in those situations, in an ideal world, we're able to reach out to our president and our regional reps, but it's not always the case. So that's where, when we have our AGA, the citizens are able to come speak, and it's not based on cliques and groups, which somebody else has referenced. It always seems to be the same people at the same or different functions. So there are many of us that want to be involved but don't have the ability to, and there are many things that need to be addressed and changed, but we don't have the ability to do that. So my question ultimately is, how can you take this platform and make it that we are able, if you break it down by region, if you break it down any other way, but there has to be a way to fix the fact that you're not doing what we should be doing, and that's being able to put in motions as citizens and vote on them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to jump in on that one if you like.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks again, Angie, for the question. I mean, that's not lost on me. Our democracy is really based on, and there's a huge tradition, a legal tradition, I believe, in this notion of assemblies for Métis and a place for people to come and to talk. And we're not alone in this. I found out yesterday that Manitoba Métis Federation have delayed their annual General Assembly to next year, because these kinds of platforms aren't sufficient to be able to, I'm assuming, to support the kind of, it's because of COVID. We can't gather in person, and there are limitations to these kinds of platforms. The idea around breaking those down into smaller conversations, doing them regionally, absolutely. We actually just held 2 regional all-citizen town halls this past week with Region 8 and with Region 9. We have been talking about also hosting regional town halls that focus on self-government, so that we can actually start to get some of the basic information out there to all citizens around the MGRSA, that core self-government agreement, what it means. We have tools available to us. We are using them, and we're going to continue to explore and find new ways. So some of the things that Brian had referenced, for example, was a survey tool. There's a really interesting social networking kind of focused online tool called Nation Builder that was actually developed by when Obama led his campaign in the States, that we're plugging into. It has the ability to really help support connecting with people, mail outs, regional sessions. These are all things that we're actively working on right now. And the sooner that we can get back to in-person meetings, the better. But in the meantime, we'll continue to adapt and look at, explore, and use whatever mechanisms that we can in order to facilitate that dialogue.
Thank you, President Fro. I want to thank Jason, as always, for his in-depth knowledge of Indigenous law and moving our agenda forward as a Métis Nation. And Brian, thank you for your presentation. I want to thank you all for your questions and comments. It is now 12:20, so can we have everybody, I know it's a shorter lunch break, can I have everybody back at 1 o'clock? Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you at 1. Thank you. We will resume the meeting now by sharing a video of our historic community of Georgian Bay and Enron. So I'll ask Looney to please play the video.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, develop their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
Back in the day, if you were English or pure French, you didn't really, I don't think you really recognized somebody that was, as they call half-breed, you're half French and half native, or so they were made fun of. They would have had a lot of heartache. Now, when you think of how many years later, the Métis are accepted for what they are, and the culture they bring, and the music they bring.
The historic Georgian Bay Métis community is the largest documented community of Métis in Ontario. They are sometimes referred to as the Drummond Island Métis or the Drummond Islanders. Their story began in the late 1600s, long before Canada or the United States were countries. It's a story of New France, the United States, and Britain struggling to determine dominance, territories, and the borders that would separate the lands and waters of North America. It's a story of the Métis people being caught in the middle of that struggle and having to move many times. Those moves spanned many years and many locations. From Mackinac Island to St. Joseph Island in 1796, back to Mackinac Island in 1812, to Drummond Island in 1815, and to Penetanguishene in 1828, where Métis families continue to live today and have expanded to surrounding communities in Georgian Bay. The Drummond Island Voyageurs were a Métis community that fought to defend Canada during the War of 1812. After the war, the British ceded their island home to the Americans. As a result, they were forced to leave the lives that they had built on Drummond Island. Rather than dispersing, the community of Drummond Island Voyageurs migrated to Penetanguishene.
Our ancestors, the majority of them are Métis. Very few women were living in the interior that were from European heritage, so it was either First Nations or Métis women in that area. And you have French fur traders and later on Métis men marrying into those families, and that's what forms that Métis community. And the best place to relocate was Penetanguishene. Near the end of the War of 1812, they had started to build a naval depot here, naval establishments. And so it became the naval and military establishments with those soldiers that came down here. And they used this area, and the reason they were using it was kind of a backdoor protection to York, so that if the Americans did decide to attack again, there was these retired soldiers and a naval presence in the area that could defend the country, the land.
The major migration was in November of 1828. That's a time of great storms on the lakes. So they came by various means, schooners, canoes, bateaux, and they were families. They had to create shelter for the winter. That was the first thing. And those who took lots in Penetang on the west side of the bay, there were 20-acre lots, but that's an extremely steep hill and sandy, and they were expected to clear the land and farm.
These lots, 43 in total, became known as the French settlement.
If you look at the land, it's not good land.
it isn't. So even if you wanted to start a farm, it's not where you should start. So they will not become farmers. Mostly they try and keep up what they were used to doing. So there's still some fur trading going on. There's a lot of work with the military. So some will work with the military like as forgeron, as a blacksmith, let's say, it's stuff like that. Others will be guides for people who want to go on the lakes and fish. I got really interested in these people because they're so resilient, and culturally it's quite an interesting group.
A.C. Osborne's Drummond Island narrative provides a unique glimpse into the world of this historic Métis community. His book, which was created from multiple first-hand interviews with Drummond Island voyageurs and their descendants, including Angélique Langlade. She was interviewed in the early 1900s, and Osborne noted that her command of English was very limited, but that her mixed dialect was picturesque and pointed.
My name, Angélique Langlade. Born, Drummond Island. Me, Chippewa, half-breed. My mother, Josephine Aquada, Chippewa Squaw, Yankee tribe. My father, Charles Langlade, French half-breed. He's born Mackinac and moved Drummond Island with British. I know speak good English very well. I think about 7, 10, maybe 13-year-old when we come Pentang. We come Gordon's Point, Mac Wigwam Cedar Bark. Soldiers come next year after we come Gordon's Point. My grandfather, Captain Charles Langlade, good French, come Montréal. Work for Hudson Bay Co. Mary Chippewa Squaw. Big soldier in British Army. He fight for Mackinac 1812. Much good. Loyal to English, had very fine sword.
Angélique's voice is particularly unique, as female voices were so rarely captured in the historical record.
For actually quite a few years, they didn't intermarry into either the French population that came later or the European settlers or the First Nations people. They didn't intermix with those because of different cultural beliefs, different religions. So yeah, it's a quite an interesting story that, you know, they didn't speak English. Very little. I think one of the quotes is they spoke French and First Nations language, and if you heard an English word, it was very rarely spoken.
Langlade's reference to the term half-breed is Métis self-identification. The half-breed petition of 1840 identified Métis as half-breeds residing in the town of Penetanguishene and was issued to the Governor-General as a request for assistance in the same spirit that other Indian communities were helped in the region. Prior to this petition, there were other petitions submitted to the Governor-General, such as one from August 1830 and one from May 1832. They were ignored. This petition of 1840 is key to understanding the history of this Métis community. It demonstrates that the Drummond Island voyageurs not only self-identified as half-breeds, but that the community acted as a distinct political unit. Their move to Penetanguishene did not change their status. Their way of life, language, and patterns of relationships remained distinct from the English settlers in the region. And this distinct way of life has maintained through the years, with traditions being passed from one generation to the next, and is felt in the contemporary Georgian Bay Métis community.
My part is to reconnect the kids and the young people with the culture of the music. In my lifetime, the music has brings people together to have fun, brings people together to dance, put a smile on their face. So in the music, you will get the kids to come back, and they will like the music, and they will want to play the music. And once they like that part of it, then they want to know where did that music come from. So they start going on the internet and finding out, well, how did that music come about? I really like it. So that's the start of it.
When I look back, there is so much that was passed along simply by modeling, by the way my father lived. One big one is the interest in plants. I've for 10 or 15 years now, I've been making salves and oils and that sort of thing, harvesting those plants when I can. And thinking back to my father, if he got a sting, he'd pick the plantain and put the juice on. Or if it was poison ivy, he'd pick jewelweed. So there's that thread that goes back, and I feel an ownership, you know, that it's my right to be doing those things. The same with beadwork.
For the women in my family, doing the decorative arts as far as beading, embroidery was a big part of our culture, and that had been passed down from generation to generation to then my grandmother, who then taught me, and I still to this day do those things and teach others.
One of the things about Métis culture that I value is that historically we've always been kind of a bridge between two cultures.
I just love sharing our Métis culture, and I always just think those gifts that my grandmother gave me or my mother gave me, that if I can keep sharing them with other people, whether it's my children or my nieces or my students, then that gift will continue on and on, right? So my gift to them will continue, and I think that's part of kind of almost like canning our heritage and just being able to preserve it, to take it forward, and it's really, really important to me. And I just get, when I'm actually teaching, I often get very emotional, and even at times my little niece has asked me, Auntie, why are you crying? And I say, because my grandmother gave me a gift and she's gone now. So I said, I'm giving you the gift, and when I'm gone, you'll be able to carry it forward. So that's really, really important to me.
Growing up, my dad always said, you need to be proud.
Of course, I'm proud to be Métis.
I'm proud to be Métis.
I am very, very, very proud to be Métis.
I'm proud to be Métis, so much so that I think every ounce of my body breathes Métis. I just love it.
I hope you enjoyed that historical video on the Georgian Bay and Everins. Always learning something new. We will now play a video update on the Métis Voyager Development Fund, MVDF, following which the MDF Treasurer Brian St. Amand and Vice Chair Art Bennett will be here to ask questions. So if I can ask Lumi to please play the video, I greatly appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Devillaire and a proud citizen of the Métis Nation from Penetanguishene. This is the Métis Voyager Development Fund's report to the Annual General Assembly of the Métis Nation of Ontario. First, I'd like to reintroduce MVDF. Now in our 9th year of operation, MVDF is a developmental lender, and unlike a bank, that means we seek to maximize profits or return to ourselves or the Métis Nation, but rather we're seeking to maximize wealth and income for Métis citizen entrepreneurs. We do that in a couple of ways. First, we provide significantly more financing towards business startup or acquisition and expansion than a bank would consider. And secondly, we do so at a much lower cost of borrowing than a bank could offer. We also provide initial ongoing support, whether that be advice towards the cost of acquiring or professional items that you may need, or we can provide financing of up to $1.5 million to Métis businesses. Obviously, last year was dominated by the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent impact on Métis businesses. Generally, businesses' revenues declined, but they still needed to pay their costs that are fixed, such as loan payments, rent, salaries, and wages. This put a strain on the cash that could threaten their business survival. And several sectors of the Métis economy were particularly affected. Métis are heavily invested in tourism and lodge operations, which saw a dramatic decline in revenue, while retail and food services were also heavily impacted. So at MBDF, our priority was to support Métis businesses by improving their financial support, whether that was by extending additional financing to cover their costs or to lower or eliminate debt payments. Our regular lending saw a steep decline as entrepreneurs shelved projects because of the effects of the pandemic, and the pandemic also had an effect on MBDF's long-term sustainability, and we took significant steps to bolster our long-term health. So as far as our response to COVID, from February through December, MBDF suspended all interest charges and payments on our loans to Métis citizens. That was over $700,000. We then worked with various partners to secure funds to offer further support with NACA, the federal government, and the Métis Capital Corporations. We secured funds to provide emergency lending of up to $60,000 to Métis-owned businesses, of which only $40,000 was repayable. The lending was at 0% and no payments during the first year. We then worked with First Nations Aboriginal institutions in the Government of Ontario to provide another program to provide further emergency lending of $50,000. Only half of this was repayable, so $25,000 and $25,000 was a grant. Again, there was zero interest, no payments for the first year, and 5 years to pay the $25,000 back. Lastly, we looked at other Métis capital corporations and the Métis homeland and the Government of Canada to provide support to micro businesses. These are businesses doing more under $40,000 a year. These are family-based businesses. It could be guiding, it could be trapping, it could be beading, it could be art, and we provided grants of up to $8,000 to support those businesses. We also made significant investment in Infinity Investments, the Métis Nation's community-owned enterprise. So what were the results of this programming we were able to arrange? We provided over $6.3 million in emergency financing to over 200 Métis businesses. Altogether, with the interest in payment deferral, that was $7 million in cash support to Métis businesses. We changed our financing mix. We prioritized grants over loans to avoid loading Métis entrepreneurs with too much debt. So grants increased from 12% of our financing to 38%. In total, we helped sustain 880 jobs in the Métis businesses throughout the pandemic. And over 98% of Métis businesses supported by MBDF remain in business despite the effects of the pandemic. And while regular lending continued, it was at a decreased level as projects were deferred or delayed. Despite this, our total financing increased by 20% from $7.2 million in the prior year to $8.67 million in fiscal year 2021. This was a record year in terms of financing for MBDF. The pandemic also had an impact on MVDF and our long-term future. So to bolster our sustainability, we negotiated support of 2.7 million from various levels of government. And by maintaining a tight control on expenditures, we achieved an excess of revenue over expenses of almost $3 million before grant expenditures. We have added $1.5 million to our reserve for bad debts. And despite all the challenges posed by COVID, our net assets grew 8 million, or 31% in the fiscal year. We continue to make significant investments in Métis businesses. As you can see, we've been on a path of upward growth. Our loan portfolio continues to increase. It's now over 22 million, which is more than double since 2016, 2017. And from our startup of 2012, we're now the largest Aboriginal financial institution in Ontario, and we are substantially the largest of the Métis capital corporations across the homeland. However, this pace of growth is unlikely to continue, as our main agreement with Ontario and the Métis Nation of Ontario has expired. The results that we've got have been examined by third parties. MNO and Government of Ontario committed to review our operations in our 4th and 9th years in 2016 and 2020. These reviews were managed by MNO and Ontario, not MVDF, and were undertaken by performance management firms selected by MNO and Ontario. 6 years ago, they found that MVDF financial affairs were being consistently well managed. And last year they found, by any measure, MVDF is an exceptionally well managed organization. We think we've made a material difference to Métis businesses during the pandemic, increasing their opportunities to survive. And we've also made significant difference in MVDF's ability to survive long term. Last year was a record year in terms of financing, and we look forward to financing returning to more normal forms of activity as the pandemic hopefully expires. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have a little bit of time, so if anyone has any questions, we do have two people from MVDF here to be able to ask any questions, and that'll either be Art Bennett or Mr. Brian Saint Amand. So I do have one question. Senator Lefebvre, if you want to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Last one in the morning, first one in the afternoon. I would just like to encourage all citizens to use their Métis citizens card as identification when they vote. I think that's a big step in promoting ourselves. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Brian Saint Amand.
I'm just ready to answer any questions if anybody has any questions regarding the MVDF.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any, so you guys are off the hook. We're going to switch up the agenda a little bit, and because we're waiting for participants coming from Infinity Investment. So if we can show the Infinity Trust video first ahead of the Métis Infinity Investments, I would greatly appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Templeton. I'm a lawyer with Pape Salter Teye, a firm that I'm sure many of you recognize, we've had a long-standing relationship with the Métis Nation of Ontario and have done lots of work. I've certainly enjoyed working on a number of projects with the MNO. I also have the pleasure to be one of the trustees of the Métis Nation of Ontario Infinity Trust. So what is the Infinity Trust? So the Métis Nation of Ontario Infinity Trust was established by a trust indenture back in December of 2012. A trust indenture is basically simply a legal agreement between the trustees and the beneficiary of a trust. A trust is a legal relationship where the trustees hold legal property, but they don't have any interest in that property. They hold it, they have legal title solely for the benefit of the beneficiary. In this case, the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary of the Infinity Trust is the MNO Secretariat, which is the legal and governing body of the Métis Nation of Ontario. So the Infinity Trust owns directly 99.9% of Infinity Investments, which is the limited partnership that Scott Patlis Richardson was talking about earlier today. And then indirectly, it also owns all of the shares of Métis Nation of Ontario General Partner, which is the general partner of Infinity Investments. So directly and indirectly, MNO Secretariat owns the entire interest in Infinity Investments limited partnership. And the reason for this structure is that it allows the Métis Nation of Ontario to participate in commercial activities while preserving its status as a not-for-profit corporation. And we have this complicated structure basically because of the legal regime that exists prior to the Métis Nation of Ontario being recognized as a government body. And when the MNO Secretariat was first established, the federal government and the provincial governments weren't recognizing the MNO as a governing body. So they needed to create a format that would have legal recognition, if not government recognition. And so they adopted the form of forming a not-for-profit corporation because that was the best corporate structure that fit what the MNO wanted to do. The disadvantage of that structure is that a not-for-profit corporation is not permitted to carry on for-profit activities. And so we needed a structure that would allow the MNO to carry on for-profit activities. And so the way to do that was to establish the Infinity Trust. So turning to the next slide, you'll see this is basically the structure of the MNO, of the Infinity Trust. You have MNO Secretariat at the top. It's the sole beneficiary of the Métis Nation of Ontario Infinity Trust and is entitled to all the benefits that arise out of the Infinity Trust. And then under the Infinity Trust, you have Métis Infinity Investments, GP, which is a corporation, and that is the general partner of the Métis Infinity Investments, LP. And then you have the Métis Nation of Ontario Infinity Trust owning 99% of Infinity Investments, LP. And then it's under the limited partnership that all the projects are undertaken. So you have, and this isn't all inclusive, this isn't all the projects that Infinity Investments LP is doing, but these are the main ones. And I think Scott talked about these earlier. You have MNO Solar Inc., which is a very successful solar farm project. You've got Red Lake Plumbing and Heating, and you've got Switch Insurance. And then there are a number of other joint ventures. So Infinity Investments Limited Partnership is the main business instrument of the MNO, and it's responsible for holding, managing, and overseeing corporation shareholdings and basically all the business interests of the MNO. we've set it up as a limited partnership because that's the most efficient for tax purposes. Because if we set up a separate corporation, that corporation would be subject to paying tax on its profits. And so you'd have an extra layer of tax. By using a limited partnership, the partnership earns income and then it flows that income up to Infinity Investments. Infinity Investments that can then flow that up to Infinity Trust. And so long as Infinity Trust then distributes that income up to the MNO Secretariat, which is a not-for-profit corporation, and as a not-for-profit corporation, it does not pay taxes. In that way, we're able to earn income on a very tax-effective basis. When we're leaving income in the partnership in order to capitalize it, because every partnership or every business ventures needs to retain some profit for capital and to fund future projects, then that income is subject to taxation. And so also noted as a slide, you'll see that the purpose of Infinity Investments is to identify and pursue economic opportunities, to operate, manage, and oversee active businesses, and to act as sort of a holding company for all subsidiaries and all other ventures. So who are the trustees of the Infinity Trust? You'll see this very stunning picture. Unfortunately, those are not your trustees. I was not able to find a picture of the four trustees, although I think it's, I'd love to say it was a very good likeness of us, but unfortunately that's not true. Anyway, your trustees are President Fro, Councillor Rowlandson, and then Colin Salter and myself. President Fro and Councillor Rowlandson are appointees from the PCMNO. So the terms of the trust provide that two of the trustees are always appointees of the PCMNO, and then the other two trustees are intended to be independent trustees, not members of the PCMNO, but two people with business, legal, commercial, sort of outside experience that can be beneficial to Infinity Trust, and also are not members of the PCMNO. So it's not simply a replica of the PCMNO. And then the independent trustees are selected every 3 years by the existing trustees. So actually, Colin and my term are coming up for expiration. We've served multiple terms, and we think it's good to have fresh blood come in. So that will be one of the upcoming items for the trustees to do, is to find new replacements for Colin and myself. We will, however, continue to be available as advisors and legal counsel. So it's not as if we're stepping away, we're just changing roles. So I think I have spoken about this already. The taxation of the trust is set up so that income earned by the Infinity Trust is subject to tax if it's retained, but so long as it's distributed to its beneficiary, the MNO Secretariat, the trust doesn't have to pay tax on the income that it earns. It's quite important that all the business activities of the MNO be conducted by the Infinity Investments LP, because as part of its structure, the MNO Secretariat is a not-for-profit corporation, and so it doesn't pay tax on any of its income. If it was found to be a for-profit corporation because it carried on income earning activities for the purpose of earning income, it could lose that status, and then not only the business activities would be subject to income, but all of its income would be subject to tax. So any miscellaneous investments made, any income at all coming in would be subject to tax. So as advisors to the MNO, we're very careful to advise to say your business opportunities should go into infinity investments, and then all the other activities, governing activities, are done in the MNO, and that way you preserve your tax-free status. Now, hopefully, this is not a situation that will continue, because now that the federal and provincial governments are recognizing the MNO as a government, and you're currently in discussions with them as to the form, the structure that your new government will take, presumably we will be able to negotiate with the government that you'll have the same sort of taxation treatment as other government entities. I think your negotiating committee will push for treatment similar to a provincial government. The governments are going to probably resist that, and we'll end up negotiating somewhere something. We'll push for as close to a provincial government as we can, and the federal and provincial governments will probably try and give us slightly less powers, but we'll see where that goes. I hope you appreciate the information that I've given you. I've certainly, this is certainly not as enjoyable as actually appearing at the AGA, and I hope that I will be able to do that in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Michael. Michael is with us, so if there's any questions, you also have myself and President Fro as trustees to an Infinity Trust. So if there's any questions, either raise your hand or you can put them in the messaging board, which is on the stagnant page left of your screen. Click on messaging and you can type your question. For those that want to raise their hand, please go down to the bottom, click on participants, and in participants you will see the raise your hand button. Michael, I'm a little surprised. You do have a little bit of sense of humor. I love the likeness of the four trustees on your slide. I do have a question, and I think it's more towards Brian St. Amand or Art Bennett from MVDF. And it's coming from Helen Giachetta. Is the business loans available for all citizens in Ontario? So if I can either get...
I can take that. I'm not sure that Art's still on the call. The loans are available for all Métis citizens in Ontario, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, you got off. Hello? Is that you, Paul?
No, that was Art Bennett. I'm just backing up what Brian said. That is true.
Okay, thank you, Art. You guys had it easy today.
You certainly did. I was prepared for part.
Yeah, it was easy. Are there no more questions?
If they do come up, I will definitely send them your way. It just they're coming through on the message board.
Right.
So I do have one from Steve Callahan, Senator Callahan. Within the Infinity Trust, would there be a benefit if I switched my home and auto insurance to Switch Insurance?
Okay, that would be an infinity question, but my answer would be yes.
Yeah, want to tackle that one, Michael?
I'm not familiar with the programs that Switch Insurance has. That would more be actually a Scott Patlis Richardson question. I am not familiar with the insurance programs that Switch offers. So you'd certainly hope so, given it's a Métis run business, but I haven't reviewed the insurance policies.
Okay.
Hi, it's Scott here.
Hi, Scott.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great question. One of the things that we were looking at when we did our investment into Switch Insurance was we wanted to achieve a couple of things. One, diversify the revenue streams of Infinity Investments, because insurance in general is a lot more annuity in nature in its revenues. But more importantly, we wanted to bring some economies of scale and cost efficiencies right down to the MNO, the citizen group. So I'm hopeful and confident that we worked closely with the larger carriers to come up with solutions where MNO citizens should be able to access like top rates through the Switch brokerage system. And we're building in some other benefits that will flow to the MNO in the form of scholarships and bursaries, and as well, of course, Infinity Investments as a benefactor of the Switch investment. Premiums and whatnot would be retained at that profitability. So that's a long-winded way of saying yes. There's a great opportunity. We haven't rolled it out in full yet, but in the coming short while, I expect we'll have some more marketing materials that will allow citizens to see what sort of benefits they could have by being part of the Switch network. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just so everybody knows, Scott and his team will be doing their presentation next, Métis Infinity Investments. So I will hold off any questions for Scott and his team. But I do have one for Brian and for Art again. It's from Samantha Loney. I was wondering if someone could address issues relating to Métis filmmakers and funds and grants that apply to them. Is there any future investments being made for emerging filmmakers? I was wondering if my question about grants, funds, investing in emerging filmmakers is able to be answered. As a young filmmaker, I would love to have support from the MNO in helping to have Métis representation on screen and in the media. Thank you for your question.
I'll start with that, Art, and then you can join in if you like. We don't specifically target filmmakers, but if it's what you're doing as a business, you're more than welcome to apply, and we would look at it on its own merits. But it sounds cool, and it sounds like something we should be interested in. So apply and let's see how it goes.
Yes, you're correct, Brian. With the MVDF, when we first started out, we were resource sector based, and we've expanded that to include everything. And filmmaking is definitely a business, and that's what we're here for, is to support business and loan money and get you up and running and be profitable. So yes, apply to us.
Okay, thank you both Brian and Art. President Fro.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, these are all excellent questions, I will say. I think it was Samantha that just asked the last question. I understand we actually do have some cultural grants through our education and training branch, and we are looking at more arts related supports. So I would suggest that you reach out to the MNO and we can explore that. The other thing that I will say, we have a very talented citizen, Mr. Matt LeMay, who I think is at the AGA, who has just taken up the first ever filmmaker in residence with Canadian Geographic, and is probably an excellent resource for young filmmakers that are just starting to make their way. So there's definitely folks that we can help connect you to. So reach out, Samantha, and hopefully we can help you to connect you with some supports, be they financial or otherwise.
Okay, thank you, President Fro. So I want to thank Michael for his presentation. I want to thank Brian and Art for being there to answer questions. I want to now move on to our next presentation. We'll play a video update on the Métis Infinity Investments, following by which Lindsay Boyd, Vice Chair, Brenda LaRose, Board Member, and Scott Palliser Richardson, CEO of Infinity Investments, who are in attendance and can respond to questions. So if we can go ahead and play the video.
On behalf of Fred, Scott, Brenda, and I, as board members of Métis Infinity Investments, I'd like to bring greetings to the PC MNO. My name is Lindsay Boyd, and I'm the Vice Chair of Métis Infinity Investments. In my former role as Director of First Nation Media Affairs at Union Gas, I had the pleasure to work with Gary Lipinski and Joanne on a regular basis, and always felt that the MNO had by far the best legal framework for economic development with your prosperity and self-sufficiency law that helped to create Métis Infinity Investments, which of course is charged with building long-term economic prosperity for all Métis citizens. I know I can speak for Fred, Scott, and Brendan to say that we're absolutely thrilled, knowing the importance of self-determination, for the MNO for us to be here, I should say, when the federal government, of course, finally and formally in the fall of 2019, recognized Métis Self-Government. I'd like to congratulate you on knowing it has been a long road to success in this regard. Myself, I've read a lot of articles, including one by Tony Belcourt. I think it was in the August 2019 article on the Métis Voyager. Yes, it was. Helped me better understand what a huge milestone this was to the MNO. I didn't realize until I read that article that the Ontario Corporations Act had actually encumbered you when it comes to processes, policies, and bylaws versus having your own constitution and your own laws that would better benefit Métis citizens. This time, I'd like to introduce to you my fellow board members, Brenda LaRose and Fred Lazar, who unfortunately neither one could be with us today. Fred, of course, is chair of Métis Infinity Investments and also the associate professor at the Schulich School of Business and has been appointed to the Department of Economics. His area of expertise is economics, aviation, broadcasting, and corporate governance. And Fred has done a lot of work outside of his formal job as a professor, helping students with innovation and entrepreneurship, especially younger students. Brenda is a Métis citizen, no stranger to many of you, who has over 25 years of experience leading executive search engagements throughout most of Canada. Before joining Leaders International, Brenda formed Higgins Executive Search and developed a national practice, which is now recognized as a Canadian leader in the recruitment of diversity and Indigenous executive and board members. She's an executive member of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, sits on many committees, including the Diversity and the Inclusion Committee. Brenda is a certified management chartered professional. And finally, Brenda was a 2015 recipient of the National Inspire Award for Business and Commerce. It was named the Canadian Council Aboriginal Business recipient of the 2019 Aboriginal Hall of Fame Lifetime Achievement Award. This time, it's my pleasure to introduce Scott, turn it over to him to make a brief presentation to the PCMNO.
Hello, welcome everybody to the Annual General Assembly for the Métis Nation of Ontario. And my name is Scott Patlis Richardson, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Métis Infinity Investments. And I want to welcome all of the Métis leadership at the Provisional Council for the MNO, all the MNO staff and supports that we have, and all of the senators, elders, and delegates. And looking forward to a successful AGA.
Is it possible to raise the volume?
I'm going to be providing an update on behalf of Métis Infinity Investments, our board of directors. We do have one of our other board members who is able to video conference in. All these challenges with remote communications during this global pandemic. But once again, welcome everybody, and I hope you appreciate our updates. All right, I'd like to just present an overview of Métis Infinity Investments. We were formed in 2015 to be the economic development arm of the Métis Nation of Ontario, with a vision to be the preeminent Métis Economic Development Corporation in all of Canada, with a mission to build economic prosperity within the Métis Nation and bridge the gap between industry, government, Métis communities, and its citizens. And we are looking to be a profitable entity to ensure adequate reinvestment capital for our long-term growth and prosperity. Métis Infinity Investments is owned by the Métis Infinity Trust, MNO Trust, and that's governed by a board of trustees. And Métis Infinity Investments has its own independent board of directors outside of the political realm. And Fred Lazar is our chairperson. Lindsay Boyd and Brenda LaRose, a proud Métis citizen herself, are our board of directors. And as CEO, myself, Scott Patlis Richardson, serves as ex officio director as well. And we're acting on a fourth year of our 5-year strategic plan, which we revisit annually. And that's all about fostering partnerships, building capacity, enhancing our competitiveness, and getting results. So we've built a portfolio of companies, which includes the majority share of MNO Solar, which owns and operates over 60 solar projects in Ontario, generating up to 18 megawatts of power. We did a recent investment in the insurance business with Switch Insurance, which is Métis owned, majority Métis owned and operated. And we also acquired a large regional HVAC company called Red Lake Plumbing and Heating in 2019, which employs 17 staff, Red Seal tickets, as well as is overseen by our general manager, who is also an MNO citizen. And we have a number of successful construction joint ventures in the mining and service areas. And in terms of our results of the last year, we did turn a profit. And in the first year of inception in 2015, without any capitalization, we did turn a profit. And from 2016 to 2020, we've had 5 years of consistent profitability, and we've consistently grown our balance sheet and accrued profits for reinvestment to buy additional companies and employ additional Métis citizens. And so in 2019, year past, we participated in over $20 million in gross contracting revenues through our various entities, and we employed over 50 individuals. So we're pleased with our success. And 2020 was another year of profitability. We did limit our growth just due to the, of course, a little thing called COVID-19 and a global pandemic. 2020 was dominated by the global pandemic. So in general, overall profitability of small businesses in Canada was down. And we did have a rebound with some of the waves, but the pace of recovery has been slow. However, despite these decreased revenues and some of the economic uncertainty, Infinity has performed well, and we've been managing our companies very profitably. 2020 marks our 6th straight year of profitability, and we had a slower year simply due to COVID-19 with restrictions in some of the operations of our operating entities. But we're still pleased overall that we've managed to operate in a functional way. We have focused on our health and safety of our staff and our operations. We have leveraged some of the grants from the federal government. We've had no reports of COVID-19 with our staff and our business partners, but a result of our prudent financial and fiscal management, our low-risk decision-making, as well as utilizing some of the government grants and programs, we were able to maintain our profitable portfolio. And we're going to continue to monitor the operations of our partner businesses with a particular focus on health and the well-being of our employees to continue to grow for the future. The economy is expected to recover. We're watching the variants and the next wave. This is the 4th wave, as they call it. But economic forecasts show that there is a return to growth. We've seen that firsthand with our companies and our revenues coming back in line. There's still some uncertainty due to the 4th wave. It's really important that we see a recovery in the mining and energy sector, because that is where a lot of our growth and our business is maintained. Beyond 2022, there's going to be a gradual recovery, and we're going to continue to look for partnerships to foster growth. We are talking with the trustees, the board of trustees, and ultimately the MNO to look at further consideration for capitalization, just to accelerate our growth and to continue with our trajectory about economic prosperity for all of the Métis Nation of Ontario and its citizens. So we do have a plan, and the plan is to maintain our profitability into 2022 and beyond. And the levels will partially depend on some of the COVID recovery, but we're confident that the continued management of our resources and continued good reputation and doing the right thing, working with Métis citizens, communities, and leadership, that Métis Infinity investments will continue to grow and prosper into the future. So Marcy, thank you. And I really appreciate, I hope everybody enjoys all the remote, unfortunately, activities of the Annual General Assembly. And thank you all.
Thank you for that presentation, Scott. Very informative. So I know I speak for Fred, Scott, and Brenda, and myself when I say we sincerely thank you for the opportunity to participate on the board of Métis Infinity Investments. It's been a true honor and pleasure over the last 5 years. We very much look forward to meeting all of you at some point in the future, face to face, we hope, once we get rid of this major COVID threat that seems to run our lives. Now, if anyone from the PCMNO ever wants to connect with Fred, Scott, Brenda, or I, please do not hesitate to do so. You can always ask Joanne or Margaret for contact information, but for now, here's our email addresses. So for Fred, it's flazar, L-A-Z-A-R, at york.ca. For Brenda, it's Brenda@leaders, just like it sounds, leadersinternational.com. For myself, lboyd2222@gmail.com. And of course, finally, Scott at spaties@infinityinvestments.ca. So thank you again for your time and attention. I hope you have a great meeting today. Miigwech.
Thank you for the video presentation. I know Scott and his board are around for questions. Just before I get there, there's a question that came up about messaging and why not all questions are posted. I just want to mention that questions are being reviewed and answered aloud rather than responding back in writing. Also, if we do not get to all your questions submitted today, all questions are being recorded and we will put together a Q&A and share after the AGA. So just from a agenda timing view, sometimes we can't get to all the questions, but we will pull them together, put together a Q&A and make sure that they're made available for everybody that was in attendance today. So I do have one question. I think it's first addressed to President Fro when she mentioned scholarships and bursaries. So Rebecca Trudeau was asking if the scholarships and bursaries are they restricted to post-secondary institutions in Ontario only?
Yeah, so hi, thanks very much, Rebecca, for the question. And that's actually a really good one. So we actually fundraised ourselves and leveraged some dollars here in Ontario to establish scholarships and bursaries with post-secondary institutions right across Ontario. But the programs that I was referencing earlier are on top of those. So great question. What I would suggest is that you actually reach out directly to Education and Training and inquire on the specifics around your question and whether or not there is any portability around those things. As you know, you don't have to live in Ontario to be a citizen of the MNO, and how people access programs really depends on the specifics of those programs. So I don't know the answer to your question about whether or not there are any scholarships or bursary supports that might be available for people out of province. So let's get you in contact with Education and Training and we'll get your question sorted out. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, President Fro, and thank you, Rebecca, for your question. Next question from Susan Jackson is probably addressed to Scott. Where can we find information on MNO and the switch insurance relationship, and how can citizens change benefits to switch? You should be able to just unmute yourself, Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thanks for the question. As I mentioned earlier, we've just negotiated with the carriers, and we've just brought the discussion to the MNO, and so we haven't worked through all of the details yet. But I would suggest that in short order, we will have some sort of materials that will reach out to MNO citizens in the broader context through the MNO and say, hey, here is our affinity program that we've enabled MNO citizens to access. So the question is, at this exact second, we don't have that information, but we're finalizing a program that we will roll out to all MNO citizens and regions. Thank you.
Greatly. So the short answer, Susan, it will be here very shortly. I have one more question. Again, Scott. It's from Dane Henschel. Does Infinity Investments have a presence in the technology sector? If you're on the phone, Scott, *6, or yeah, *6.
Could you repeat the question? Because I punched the buttons while you were asking it, so I didn't hear it.
Okay, don't play with your buttons until
on it.
Okay, it's Dane Henschel. Does Infinity Investments have a presence in the technology sector?
That's a good question. I mean, in a peripheral sense, we do, simply by utilizing technologies in some of the portfolio companies we run. Like, as an example, we have a comprehensive inventory management system, technology system with our equipment rental company. As well as Switch, we have a comprehensive insurance underwriting program and risk analysis program. But in terms of an actual investment into a technology provider, we haven't been afforded that opportunity. And that's mostly due to the risk factor. Like we've been slowly accruing profitability and just deploying into the marketplace on that slow accrual of capital. And there's not the technology sector, although there's tremendous opportunity, it also carries a higher risk. So for a variety of reasons, we just simply haven't been there, but we're certainly not precluding that as a board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Don't go too far. I have one more question from Scott Tate down in the Windsor area. Will we move towards Métis health plan with Infinity Investments to make health insurance more affordable?
Yeah, well, again, as we're looking for the insurance, that kind of is similar aligned to the Switch question. We've come up with a basic comprehensive program that allows insurance programs to be more accessible to regular citizens. I would suggest that an enhancement to that would be any sort of group packages, but that doesn't really filter down to the membership level. It's more of an individual buying a health package, and I think that would be more of a question to sort of, I guess, the MNO government in terms of as they're negotiating any sort of health provisions. I think I don't want to overstep or pass the buck over to the MNO, but that's it. From the business sector, I don't believe there's tremendous opportunity to do that other than enhancement through access to insurance programs.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Maybe President Froyo, you can touch a little bit as well, like we talk with our self-government. Once we get those three main pieces into the Constitution, there will be other subtables that we talk about health insurance and so forth.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I think I appreciate Scott's answer. Infinity Investment really looks at things as to how can we make money for the MNO. But one of the things that, even referring back to the earlier question, there was a little bit of back and forth there with Brian and with Scott as well around, oftentimes we talk about what we've been talking about is how can we leverage our purchase power and bring some of those benefits out to our citizens, but also I appreciate all the questions about, as citizens, how can we support the MNO's businesses and bring our business to those? On the issue of health, that's a major subject that we flagged in our framework agreements. As the chair is referring to, it's one of the issues, health and well-being is one of the areas where we flagged to Canada to say we will be Looking forward to negotiations with Canada around jurisdiction. There's also the issue around the national Indigenous health legislation and what that's going to mean for the Métis in Ontario. And so we're part of ongoing national conversations on the health files. So whether or not there's business opportunities there, I think is a good question. Do we have the ability to sort of leverage our buying power to access better rates or better programs for citizens? Is one thing. And then I think the other piece is there's a whole lot of huge health priorities that we've already flagged to government are really important to our people. So there's a lot more coming in the area of health. Our citizens have said it's critical, and we continue to push that envelope with government.
Okay, thank you, President Fro. This time I'd like to introduce Rachel Bailey, Regional Manager, Indigenous Trust Services for TD Wealth, to discuss the structure of the Prosperity Trust, following which Jack Jameson, Vice President of Indigenous Services, Toronto TE Wealth, will provide an update on the trust. There will be an opportunity after both presentations to ask questions. So I will ask Rachel if she is ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Rachel Bailey from the Canada Trust Company. As said, my colleagues at TD and I bring greetings to all of the Métis Nation citizens here today and wish you success during your annual general meeting and assembly. I also wish to say good health to everybody and hope that we can see you in person again when it's safe to do so. It's my honor and pleasure to work with you and for your benefit. And I'm here today to provide an update on the Prosperity Trust. I'll update you today on how the trust works and show you that the trust is doing well and is working as intended. And we'll then hear from Jack Jameson and Kane Big Canoe about the actual investments, the underlying powerhouse of the trust that's producing good results. Before we get started, I just want to recognize the artistry of Catherine Boyer, a Métis citizen whose seed beadwork is called The Cycle Shifts Clockwise. It's from 2018, and it's part of TD Bank's corporate art collection. Catherine's work was featured in her 2020 National Indigenous Peoples Day greeting. We recognize and thank all of the tremendous talent of Métis artists who enrich our lives. Let's begin by discussing what is a trust. A trust, and we heard this from Michael Templeton earlier, is a right of property, meaning money held by one person or a group of people for the benefit of another group. In this case, the Canada Trust Company holds money and manages it according to the rules set out by the MNO for the benefit of the Métis Nation of Ontario and its citizens. Funds were settled by the province, the Ministry of Energy with the MNO Secretariat, and ultimately it is the MNO citizens who benefit from the funds. The trust agreement, or the rules of the trust, are outlined with all kinds of attachments and policy documents, which is about 48 pages long. And our role as trustee is to carry out our duties and responsibilities outlined in that trust agreement. We coordinate the trust's activities, professional advisors, and partners to achieve the goals in your trust. Next, let's talk about who is involved. So again, the Métis Nation of Ontario Secretariat and its successors is the beneficiary. The corporate trustee is the Canada Trust Company, which is part of TD Bank. The financial advisor is TE Wealth, and that's Jack and Kane that you'll be hearing from shortly. We had a question when we were updating the PCMNO earlier about this presentation, just to clarify that TE Wealth and TD are two separate companies. There is absolute independence between us and our roles and responsibilities. Michael Templeton, who presented earlier, he provides legal counsel to us as trustee, and we get accounting services from Baker Tilly. The accountant is Benoit Gru. There are two investment managers for the trust, Butel Goodman Investment Counsel and More Investment Management. And again, TE Wealth will touch a little bit more on the investment topic here. Let's talk about on the next slide about the rules of the trust. So our role as trustee is to be the quarterback of all of the activities. Chief Compliance Officer to make sure that everything that you've outlined in your customized trust agreement, that those terms are upheld and followed properly. So you'll see just a handful. I mentioned that the trust is long with lots of specific detail, but here's a high level of some of the activities that we get into, our responsibilities. We're to make sure that the funds are invested prudently and following the investment policy statement or the set of guidelines that have been specifically developed for this trust. We are to monitor the investment managers, their performance, and make sure that they are adhering to the guidelines that they've been given. And that overall that, compliance is important. We don't want to take too much risk in the portfolio. But we still want to make sure that it is productive, earning good income, beating inflation, it is growing over time. We are to pay out the annual distribution, and that's determined by the expenditure and distribution policy, which is an attachment to the trust agreement. And that distribution, that annual distribution, if and when it is paid each year based on the calculation in the trust agreement, it's to be used for prosperity and economic development. That's its purpose. The payment is due by March 31st each year, and it's based on a December 31st fiscal year end for the trust. We have to pay out the authorized expenses of the trust. There's a cost to earning money in the trust. So our fees, our trustee fees, TE Wealth, the investment advisors, the accountant, those type of expenses. So only those things that relate to the trust and its management. We are to prepare an annual report, submit quarterly transactions about the trust activity, make sure that the tax returns are filed and that a financial audit is completed. So again, all these things we make sure that are done, in accordance with the wishes that you've set out in your agreement. Next, let's talk about, on the next slide, how long the trust will be around. So the trust was created in 2018, and what funds were received, or the majority of funds were received in early 2019. The trust rules for how long a trust can last are usually based on somebody's life. And it would have been a lot of record keeping if it was based on the lives of all Métis citizens alive when the trust was created in 2018. So this trust's duration is based on the longevity of King George V's descendants. So just to say that when we're talking about King George V's descendants, we're talking here about the Queen, Prince Charles, Prince William, and Catherine, and their 3 children, George, Charlotte, and Louis. But we're not talking about Harry and Meghan's children, just due to the dates of when they were born. Lena Tyndall is actually the youngest member. She was born June 18th, 2018, and there are 107 qualified descendants who have to pass away before the trust becomes distributable. Plus, after they've all passed away, then you add on another 21 years. So, this trust will be around for a long time. It's to be for the long-term benefit of the citizens. So it's probably 100 or 120 years from now. But the nice thing about it being the British royal family is that it's a public record that everybody can access and see what's happening there. Next slide. The funds that came from the contribution agreement, which was signed with the province of Ontario, the province of Ontario being represented by the Ministry of Energy. There was a contribution signed in May 7th, 2018, and then the trust was created after a lot of customization and review in December of 2018. It first started with a $50 bill, and then we received the $27.5 million that came in January. Currently, the trust, or as of the end of August, is about $31,764,405, and that's growth of $4,264,405 as of the trust's inception. That growth is also net of an $860,000 payment that was made earlier this year from the trust to the MNO Secretariat, which I'll discuss in a moment. I also want to say that when we look at the values and you see some of the reporting from TE Wealth, there are different areas of funds that come from the trust. One is the investment portfolio by Beutel Goodwin. One is the portfolio managed by More Investment Management, and those managers have separate accounts so they can't see what the other is doing. But it also includes a promissory note with MNO Solar. That represents about 5.1 million of the trust, or about 16% of the total value. And it contributes interest to the trust of 3% a year. That promissory note will be fully repaid in April of 2034. And as the payments are coming in, that money is redeployed by the active investment managers to make sure that the trust continues to be productive. So now we'll talk a little bit about the prosperity and economic development purpose that's set out in your trust, why this trust is really here. The wording in your trust agreements clearly sets this out. The trust is to grow and will generate income, which will be paid out in time and over the lifetime of the trust, and that will be used to fund prosperity and economic proposals and initiatives benefiting Métis Nation of Ontario citizens. Each year, the PCMNO will consider Community Council requests for funding and PCMNO initiatives. There are specific criteria that the PCMNO will use to assess the best way to use the funds that are paid out of the trust. So approval of expenditure of funds must be approved by a majority of councillors at a PCMNO meeting. And as trustees, rest assured, we have no involvement in that process. We don't get to say what the money gets spent on. Our role is to ensure that the trust is productive and that funds are paid out appropriately, when appropriate, and when allowed by the trust agreement. The PCMNO will review and discuss plans, I believe, separately about the 2020 payment, which is $860,540, separately from this presentation. But it's a good news story that funds have come out of the trust. We'll go on to the next slide, and we'll talk a little bit about, there we go, the annual distribution. So we paid out $860,540 with the annual distribution that related to 2020, but it was paid in 2021 because of the fiscal year end. But I just want to highlight it's very difficult as a trustee to predict whether an annual distribution payment will be made each year, as there's lots of variables that influence what is paid out, including inflation, the economic markets, the capital markets, how much in capital gains each of the managers happen to trigger or realize through their regular trading activity, all different variables. But your trust agreement has a very specific formula and a lot of definitions that set out how the payment is to be calculated. It's complicated, and we've shown a little bit of that here so that you have a sense of how it's calculated. So this shows that if, just as an example, if we took the trust data from January 1st to August 31st, and if August 31st, that was the trust year's end, then we might expect through this calculation that an annual distribution payment of $470,000 might be generated. Again, it is just an illustration only and not a promise of funds, because we actually have to get through to December 31st to figure out what is actually happening, what activity happens throughout the trust's term for the year before we determine whether a payment is made. One of the elements of the calculation is a threshold yield. And that can be changed by the PCMNO when the trust is greater than 35 million. So we're getting close. We're at about 31.7 million, or December 31st, 2023. So 35 million or December 31st, 2023, whichever comes later. Once that happens, then we then have the PCMNO has the ability to help control one of the levers that help determine how much the distribution will be on an annual basis, which helps give some greater flexibility and perhaps a measure of control to help manage the payment expectations coming out of the trust. And on to the next slide. Thank you. So we just want to highlight that the funds by design are protected for the future benefits of the citizens for the duration of the trust. It's in a trust agreement that's been customized for you. We're on track. We have positive growth, income and expenses and reporting, compliance activities. So I've explained a little bit about how the trust works and showed you that the trust is doing well. And you'll see more of that as you hear from TE Wealth about the actual performance numbers from each of the active managers. And on to the next slide. Just want to say merci, thank you to all who participated in the AGA today. So Jack and Kane, we'll talk about the trust, but again, we are the general quarterback of the trust. If you have any questions about the trust or its operations, we'd be happy to take questions today or at any time. And you can certainly reach out through the PCMNO, Ursula D'Angelo or others to help get questions to us. Thank you, everybody.
Well, came in and we arrested them all, and the region has brought them down.
Thank you so much. And the next person that we're going to have is Jack Jamieson and his presentation. And then we're going to go to questions and answers after both of the presentations. Thank you.
No, and thank you, folks, and thank you, Rachel, and it's greetings, everyone. It's great to see real people, virtually or otherwise. It's quite a. I hope everybody's staying well. For those of you I've not met, my name is Jack Jameson. I lead the Indigenous Service Practice for TE Wealth, as Rachel's alluded to, a separate entity to that of TD. And it goes without saying that we're extremely honored to be able to support you and the MNO Prosperity Trust on a go-forward basis. Again, you've heard from Rachel, who has provided you sort of a high-level overview of the content and objectives of the trust and some of the financials. And at this time, I think what we wanted to kind of provide you is something a bit more from an investment perspective, including a bit of the process that got us to where we are today. Go to the next slide. Really, you know, it's much more than simply finding a manager and say, hey, make us some money. It's creating the vision, the trust agreement, and we must thank, I saw Michael online here today, Michael Templeton. He's the author and of your trust agreement, and it's really starting to sit down and say, what do we really want to accomplish here and achieve? And at a very high level, I think it's certainly, you know, it's really supporting the needs of today and without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs going forward. And we see that in the upper part of this slide, in the sense that this is really taken from the trust agreement itself, which really echoes what I've just said about doing good things today, but supporting for future generations, in the sense that provide for the development of prosperity, economic self-sufficiency, and long-term wealth creation for the citizens of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Do good things today, provide for the development of the prosperity, economic self-sufficiency, and do good things for the future generations in the sense of the long-term wealth creation. Many of you may have heard of Warren Buffett. We've kind of put this in, you may have seen this in the past, but it really echoes a lot. He's a very well-known investor, very wealthy individual. But he said, someone's sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago. Sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time. Someone back in the day planted that tree for the future. And I think that's really the high-level objective, certainly, of this trust. One of the things, you know, I guess we wanted to share with you is how we got to where we are today. And again, just echoing what I said earlier, it's about a little bit more than finding a good investment manager saying, make us some money. And a little bit about our practice in the sense of our Indigenous advisory practice. We have been around for in excess of 20 years. We support upwards of 50 Indigenous communities across Canada, the Métis, the First Nations, and the Inuit. And really, I guess the biggest thing I want to say here is we are independent objective. We are not the money managers. We sit on your side of the table to help create the structure and really ultimately achieve those objectives and the vision. So one of the first steps, as we alluded to, is really creating that vision. It's really understanding the purpose of the monies, the uses, the structure, and really what the trust agreement is the rules. We then went out to search and select, look at corporate trustees. TD Canada Trust is one of the leading corporate trustees out there, and they've been assigned as the corporate trustee for the MNO Prosperity Trust. They really assume the overall responsibility, the oversight, and ensure that really independent objective to anybody in the MNO that the rules are being followed of the trust agreement. You know, the trust, again, as we say, is the rules. What we then moved forward in developing the investment policy and guidelines, and that's really how we're going to do it. Based on the rules and the objectives and the desires of what is documented in the trust. And the investment policy really outlines those objectives and a lot of the criteria that are placed in front of the investment managers that are managing. We then looked at structure. We're a bit of a dating service too. I say this kind of tongue in cheek. We help go out and find the managers. We're independent objective. We have a whole research team that really looks at the firms that are out there that are available, understanding what the vision, understanding what that policy and how we want to do this, finding the most appropriate professional firms to manage the money. But there is a step in there, and it's the structure. And we did believe, and we do believe, that don't put all your eggs in one basket. It's a lot of money. Managers will never stay on top of the pile all the time. So we did want to achieve what is called a multi-manager, I guess, so more than one, spread the eggs in more than one basket, manager's basket, but multi-style. In the marketplace, there are growth stocks or growth environment that has been favored actually over the last few years. but there are value stocks as well. We won't get into the defining all those, but we felt it was very important not only to spread the monies out over more than one manager, but to really understand and get a growth style manager, which is, in this case, is MAWER, M-A-W-E-R. They're actually out of Calgary, Toronto, Singapore. And I'll get into them in a minute here, but we also then identified Butel Goodman is out of Toronto. They are the value style manager. And then really investment managers don't fire themselves for doing a mediocre job or shortfalling in what we expect of them. So our practice, our role is really to sit on your side of the table again and really monitor to make sure the managers are doing what they're expected to do on several fronts. And you can't control the markets, but we'll get to how they have done, and I think you'll be pleased with the performance to date. The next slide really kind of gives it a visual here, I guess, of really, what really echoes a bit of what Rachel has talked about. But you can see here the trust capital in the middle of the picture. That's the pot of money. You can see above that pot, Canada Trust, TD Canada Trust is your corporate trustee to ensure the fiduciary responsibility of the trust agreement, that those rules are adhered to. You have the managers, MAWER and Butel Goodman over the left. Just again, a little bit about MAWER. I'm saying MAWER, it reads MAWER, but it's spelled, pronounced MAWER, Investment Management. They've been around about 47 years. They have about 88 billion with a B under management. And they do look after 27 Indigenous relationships, and 88 billion. That kind of tells you that they're pretty good doing what they've been doing. Butel Goodman, not unsimilar. They've been around about 54 years, and they're about 45 billion in assets under management too. So you've got two of the pretty good firms out there. They're institutional type firms, and then so the income, and Rachel talked a bit about the process, the income distribution formula. Income comes out. What do we want to achieve? Do good things today, grow for the future. So there's an income distribution formula that has been developed. It's capital growth to ensure inflation protection for the future, the benefit of future generations. And I say inflation, and I guess not to take a lot of time here, but you'll see my gray hair, I call it my Arctic blonde hair, but inflation is important, and that is for the future generations, that we achieve that inflation covered. The purchasing power, and I say this, when I graduated from university, I think tuition was about $700. That was back in the day. If we had $7,000, we could have sent 10 kids to post-secondary. And what is it today? $7,000, you could send one kid to post-secondary. That's inflation. So when we talk about building for the future, it's about ensuring the purchasing power of these dollars are maintained based on inflation. And then the income flows down into the MNO Secretariat on an annual basis, grows for the future. So what about the markets? What's going on out there? And I'm conscious of time here, but and I'm not sure if we've got the slide, if there's a slide just above that one, I don't know, but the asset mix, so where do we put our money? In a sense, it's really understanding that nobody has a real crystal ball of determining what's going to be the best place to invest in. What this pie chart really shows is the asset mix. And what you do see is the blue is the fixed income or bonds, the red is Canadian stocks, the lime color is US stocks, the purple is international stocks. And I think what you're seeing here, we're a little bit under, it's about a half bonds and half stocks, a little bit heavier in equities, so about 55% in equities and about 45% target in fixed income bonds. So what you do notice, so in the colored pie chart, is that you can't really predict which color is going to be supreme over next month, next year, the next 10 years. So let's have our exposure to each one of those colors. From our perspective, we monitor compliance, and I will suggest to you that we are compliant. All the managers, as you can see in the chart down below, you can see the target returns. So about 45 as we alluded to in fixed income, and about 20 in Canadian equity, 17% US equity, and 18% in international outside of North America. And the managers are hanging around pretty close to those targets, and that's compliance. And we don't want them, we do give them ranges. You'll see at the bottom line of that chart, about 5 or 10% on either side of the target. You can make money two ways. You can pick good stocks and bonds, but you can overweight and underweight. And that's why we pick really good managers that have a good track record to sort of, and their research to understand where they want to be. And we'll get into the bit in the sense that the bond market has had challenges. From a standpoint of the economies, the COVID environment really did slow things down. And obviously the economy last year, I will tell you, this trust was down 8.6% in the first quarter of 2020. The V-shaped recovery, though, I think people realized very quickly the world's not ending here, and this trust went up 9.13 the very next quarter. So you talk about a decline and a quick recovery. That's what happened. It's been great news ever since. You've been positive return every quarter since. But the economies are starting to come alive again. And it was really, as you know, governments around the world put in billions of dollars into the economies. They lowered interest rates, but that has a negative effect on bonds. And that has actually hurt. We'll see it in a bit of the performance. But job openings are very strong right now. I think last week or so, they announced the unemployment rate in Canada was about 7%. I think it was up as high as about 11 or more % back in the day when COVID first hit. We all were locked in our rooms, locked in our houses. Personal savings are up significantly, and people are starting to spend money now again. Inflation again is an issue. Back a year ago, the economy's really hurting, I guess, in the sense, and unfortunate for many of the businesses that didn't survive that. People are starting to spend money. The economy is starting to revive. Inflation, though, 1 year ending June, is about 3.5%, which is the government targets are between 1 and 3. So it's much higher than what that means, though, is when the governments are trying to curb inflation, because we don't want it to get too out of control, they generally start to raise rates. And that has an impact on bonds. When the economies were slowing, the governments lowered rates. If I had a 3% bond and the rates on my new bond were down to 2%, everybody'd want my bond. The bond market was up about 8% last year, and that was really due to price changes. What's happening in reverse is the potential of the fear in the markets that interest rates are going to be raised to slow the economy because inflation is so high, or is growing at a very rapid pace. And when interest rates go up, if I've got a 1 or 2% bond now, and interest rates go up and I can buy a bond for 3%, nobody wants my bond. So as we allude to, the bond half of this portfolio in the markets, and it's not so much in the sense of just this portfolio, it's the bond market. And that's something that we're making up more for on the sense of the equity. So we go to the next slide.
So Jack,
yes,
Jack, just from a timing perspective, I want to have some time for a Q&A. So
okay,
if we could,
yeah, just the facts, Jack. Thanks, Hank.
Yeah.
This, I'll just, again, this is just a bit echoing in a visual what Rachel had talked about, but you can see, just focus on the right-hand column. Our inception period was a little bit after, in the sense of inception of monitoring, is a little bit after Rachel and TD Can Trust actually received the money. The trust actually started with $27,500,000. There was a loan, as we've alluded to Infinity Investments, for $5.1 million. The good news here is circled. We're making more money than we're spending, and that's a good thing. Now, some may say, well, gee, what about doing good things today, Jack? We do have to build a bit of a buffer. We have to build it by inflation, and we have to build it because the markets have been very good. We need that buffer to ensure that when the markets go the other way, that we're still up money. That 30 million at the bottom right has been updated, certainly as of August 31st. I think we're at about 31.7 million, which I think Rachel echoed, which is up about another $800,000. So all is good there, check. The next line really, I guess really, or the next slide, sorry, is really, I think, what we're all wanting to see, just the facts here. And this is as of December 31st. If this is an AGM, we wanted to put the December number in there. But what you see in that, since inception of our tracking, since Q3 of 2019, the portfolio is up 9.3%. The market, we compare it to the market, is 8.74%. And we have a target return, which is inflation. And we've talked about why we want to grow at least by inflation, plus 3%, which, and the 3% is really a target. There are sustainable withdrawal rates, which we typically, studies will show in around that 3 to 3 and a bit percent. So 3 plus inflation is the minimum we need to make to be able to distribute, do good things today, but grow it by inflation for the future. So we'll check, check, check. 9.3 is beating the market, and it's beating that target return. So we're on track there. Something a little more current, the next slide is really shows you again, since inception, that inception return has gone up to 10.8% versus a market return of 9.3, and it's certainly beating the target return. I wanted to highlight the 1-year return as of June of 17.6%. Don't get used to it. But again, that spread between the manager's return of 17.6% and the market return of 13.9, or call it 14, is about almost 3.5%, or it's over, 3.5%. So your manager's doing a great job, and the markets are doing fantastic. How are our managers doing? We'll look at the next slide just quickly. This kind of shows, and again, it's a bit Greek, and I'll just almost finish on this anyway, but we look at them against that target return. We look at them against the market, which they're doing great. How are they doing against their peers? 5, 10, 20 years from now, are they still the managers that we want to pick? The little red dot, that is Moore against the blue column, which is the sort of the top in the balanced peers. So if we look out to the industry, the top managers are the top of the blue column. The bottom managers out there in the industry are in the bottom of that blue column. The white circle is the market. You can see these managers, again, these are 4-year rolling returns, historic all the way back to 2014 up to June of 2021. Visually, and I'll leave it at that, you can see those red and purple dots are certainly, Moore being the growth manager, it's been a growth environment, they're off the top of the charts and continuing to do so. If you're looking at the hard copies, you'll see the little numbers beside their returns. And you can look out over, say the far right, and just get to the point here. On 4 years ending June of 2021, Mauer, the red circle, is a 24th. It's a number of 24 beside them. That means they're the 24th best manager out of 100 percentiles, I guess. So they're in the top quarter of managers out there. You can see moving over to the left that they're, in the top decile. They've been very good historically. The purple manager, value stocks were out of favor for the last little while. That's why the purple manager, Butel, is in line, though. They are exactly the middle manager in the samplings, even though they're value style, and they're certainly in line with the market. So on that note, we'll just flip down. I'm going to just even skip this one given time. It just talks about risk and volatility. We measure that to make sure they're not taking undue risk or exposing the trust to undue volatility. And on that, they're doing great against the markets, against the return objectives, and their peers as well on a performance as well as a risk or volatility basis too. So no changes yet. Can't predict the future, but so far so good. And on that, I say thank you, Marcy. And any questions?
I want to thank Jack. I want to thank Rachel. Sorry, Jack, taking the wind out of your sails. Jack likes, he's excited because he's making us money, and I greatly appreciate that. We do have one question so far. It's from Josh Charpentier. So, Josh, can you unmute and ask your question, please?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Okay. Yep, quickly, yep.
Is there an investment prospectus so we can see the actual companies that are invested in inside the portfolio?
Yes, we do provide to the to MNO a quarterly report, which is very comprehensive, and it does have an actual listing of all the holdings. Yes.
Is it possible for either council members or citizens to gain access to that prospectus?
I will direct that question to Secretariat, or President Fro, or otherwise. I'm certainly not a problem sharing that if I can. It's basically forwarded. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my little system just had to get refreshed. I think the question was, can we share the information about where we're investing? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah, so ultimately knowing where we're investing. There's questions that I have because are we investing in companies that are environmentally conscientious?
Right.
Are we investing in companies that fair trade, competitive wages for their employees? Like I'm taking this from our position within the MNO, like we have a strong connection to the land. So I'm wondering,
Yes.
and to people and to community. So I'm wondering, like, I understand we want to make money, but at the same time, are we investing in companies that are conscientious? And then to continue with that question, is there any guidance coming from the MNO with regards to how we're how this arm of the MNO is investing internationally and within Canada?
Yeah. No,
President Fro, maybe I can jump in quickly and you can answer to that too as well. Just from an investment perspective, there's a very detailed statement of investment policies and guidelines. I will tell you that both managers are part of the United Nations Principles of Responsible Investing, which at a high level addresses your question in one sense. Now, having said that, certainly those two managers do not want to invest in companies that are making bad headlines or really going against responsible investing. But does that mean, what about MNO? Do we have, and I will suggest to you that there is built into the investment policy and not a formal, what we call an ESG or socially responsible investing policy has been developed. We are relying at this point, because it is a difficult process to make everybody happy. But there is the ability to establish a very specific ESG or environmentally social governance policy for the Prosperity Trust in the sense of the exclusions. I will tell you, and it sounds like you're a bit of an investment guy, all the holdings are in individual stocks and bonds. And that is a good thing, because that way you could, if you did see the listing of the securities in the portfolio and there was a company or companies in there that did not meet your blessing, I guess, or as MNO didn't meet the blessing of MNO, that we could ask the manager to exclude that company, as opposed to pooled funds or a mutual fund or something like that, where you're simply a unit holder in a fund. In this case, those managers are buying those securities on your behalf through their research. And I'll stop there if that helps.
Yeah, so I'll ask President Fro to comment.
Yeah, I think that's very helpful. And I'm sorry, I missed the name of the citizen that asked the question, but I think it's a really good question. And I know that it matters to the MNO. In fact, we have passed resolutions in the past around developing ethical investment policy to guide MNO's investments. And this is actually something we have been talking about with Jack and others around how we get to that. What I will say is this is something that's been flagged as a matter for the Economic Development Working Group, which in retrospect, we probably should have had a report at this assembly. But we have a new Economic Development Working Group comprised of members of the PCMNO, as well as a couple of citizens that put their names forward. And that is one of the very issues that we are looking to tackle. As Jack was referring to, you know, we have top-notch investment managers. They have policies that guide them, but to the citizens' point, we, I think, want to develop our own, Mr. Charpentier. So we want to develop our own policy that will guide it, and one that makes sense to us culturally. And this is something that we haven't lost sight of at all. It's actually been tasked to the Economic Development Working Group. We've started to have some conversations with Jack and get a better understanding of how that world works. But I will say, with the size of this fund, we actually do have the ability to give very clear direction on these matters, and it's something that again really does matter. So that is something that's in the process of being developed, and I'm hoping by next year when we talk, we're going to have a much more detailed conversation around, and we'll have already had some engagement around what that should look like for the MNO.
Thank you, President Fro. I've got two more questions. I'm going to make a hard stop at 2:45 so that we don't get too far behind in the agenda. So I'm going to ask Naomi or Seth if you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, yes. Jack, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a question about the returns that you presented. Are they net of fees or are they gross of fees?
They are gross of fees.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Oh, that was quick and easy.
Rachel might be able to. Yeah, Rachel might be able to echo. I think you're in and around, as far as a percentage, what the fees typically in the industry we look at 1% or under in fees. That's corporate trustees, investment advisors, money managers, everything else. I think it's much less than that, if that helps. But anyway.
Yeah, we're at about 0.5% right now year to date, and it's usually between 60 and 70 basis points, or 0.6 or 0.7% of the trust market value goes towards expenses.
Yeah. So kudos to all those citizens that understand what Rachel and Jack are saying. So I'm gonna go with to Brian Prairie next. Unmute, Brian.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'd just like to say it's amazing to see the performance of all the investments. They're way above other things. And I've asked this question before, but I'll ask it again. Is there going to be an opportunity for Métis citizens to maybe come into a piece of this and make some money for ourselves?
I know President Fro is aching to answer this question, so.
Well, it's because I keep pushing it. And so when the last couple of meetings that we've had, both with Rachel at the TD as well as Jack Jameson, who, as you can probably tell, has his fingers in and understands the broader thing, has a lot of relationships. This is one of the very things we've been talking about is how do, and I alluded to this earlier, how do we bring our purchasing power and leverage that in support of our citizens gaining access to enhanced services of some kind. And so one of the things we have been kind of talking through is, well, what about creating some sort of a fund that citizens can pay into that actually will see them playing on the market with these top-notch investment managers and seeing returns there. And so it's something that we've certainly had conversations about. Jack's been sort of exploring some of that. One of the things we actually are working on right now is creating opportunities for our regional communities who have some funds now and will continue to receive funds, you know, whether there's opportunities for them to gain access to these investment managers, because you have to have a lot of money in order to play in these kinds of arenas. So it's something we are actively working on, having some conversations around. It would be creating something completely new, but I know certainly the folks at TD Canada Trust have expressed interest in this being something that could be supported, and I know Jack's quite interested as well. So I think we've got the right people at the table to talk through what is the art of the possible.
So thank you, President Fro. Jack, as always, thank you. Rachel, thank you. You guys are doing a great job. Greatly appreciate it. It's nice that you guys can come to our AJs and give us some great news, and hopefully you have the same news next year. So thank you very much. It is now 2:45. I will ask everybody to come back at 3 o'clock, so we have a 15-minute break, and we have a few things left on the agenda. And if we can get through those, I think we can actually wrap up at 4:30. Thank you.
Before you guys go, I do have, oh, okay. He said no. Okay. Hi, welcome back, everybody. Hello. Hi, welcome back, everybody. It's 3 o'clock, and Chair Rawlinson was so excited to get to that break. He didn't allow me to talk about our sponsors, which are so important. You know, we couldn't be here without them. So if under the Documents tab on the left-hand side of the screen on the website, www.mnoaga.ca website, you'll find a list of the generous sponsors for this year's AGA. Our sponsors' logos will be also displayed from time to time on the screen throughout the AGA. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and support our platinum level sponsors: Nuclear Waste Management Organization, Baker Tilly, Hydro One, and TD. Our several, I can't say it, I don't know why today, tongue-tied, Enbridge, Greenstone Gold, No History, MNP, TC Energy. And our bronze level is if you only seen BWTX, Nuclear Energy Canada, Capcor, EPCOR, Kirkland Lake Gold, and Resolute. So thank you so much. And my partner that sits right across from me is Chair Rawlinson. So he stood up and was making funny faces. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I really apologize for cutting you off there at the before the break. Well, welcome back, everyone. We will resume the meeting by sharing a video of our historic community, Mattawa, Ottawa River, and Huron. So I'll ask Lumi to please play that video.
The Métis are a distinct Indigenous people. Métis communities in Ontario emerged along waterways and fur trade routes before Canada was a country. These historic Métis communities, which persist to the present day, developed their own customs, traditions, and identities that are rooted in kinship, relationship to the land, and a distinctive culture and way of life.
Being a half-breed in Mattawa and being a Métis in Mattawa, it was not looked down upon because they were the majority of the people. The majority of the people that were there were like themselves.
Mattawa, which means meeting of the waters, is at the confluence of the Mattawa and Ottawa rivers, both major transportation corridors. These waters were known as the Fur Trade Highway, used by voyageurs for centuries as a route to the rich fur-bearing grounds west. The Fur Trade Highway was instrumental to the fur trade and, by extension, to Canadian history. The Mattawa creation story is a fascinating one. In the 1720s, the Compagnie du Nord post was established on Lake Temiskaming, as well as posts Lake of Two Mountains, Carillon, and Lançou. In 1784, the Northwest Company was created, and Fort Temiskaming became a separate Northwest Company department. By the early 1800s, Fort Ladonde was established at the mouth of the Lavaz River between Mattawa River and Lake Nipissing, representing the first permanent fur trade post of the Northwest Company in the region. In 1821, fur trade rivals Hudson's Bay Company and Northwest Company merged. After the amalgamation, cost-cutting measures were introduced, which reduced the number of fur traders who remained in the fur trade. The practice of paying to resettle retired traders and their families in Red River also ended.
It was the fur industry that got it started. Some of them were trappers, some of them weren't trappers, but they were supporting of the trappers, meaning they cut firewood, they built canoes, they developed skills planting some gardens. The trappers basically needed support. They would head off into the wilderness and trap, but if they didn't have the supplies, they didn't go very far.
Here it was a good trading center because you had people coming from Lake Temiskaming, from all northwestern Ontario, and then the other route was the Ottawa River out through Lake Nipissing to the French, and then up to Georgian Bay and Lake Superior and all that area. So this was kind of a crossroads for everyone to come into and meet.
Mattawa had a lot to offer, and when the Métis became trappers and hunters and loggers and whatnot, and Mattawa had all that for them. You know, the fur trade was a big thing in those days. The trapping was good, and the waterway, we had the Mattawa River, we had the Ottawa River, and the beaver was one of the primarily trapping animals that they used to trap and whatnot, and the hunting was excellent. So it was a draw. It attracted the people, and they stayed. You know, a lot of them, some left, but a lot stayed.
Retired traders also began to settle in Mattawa, an economical location that they were familiar with from their voyageur days. One of those that stayed was Roderick Mackenzie. He was discharged from Hudson's Bay Company at Lake Nipissing and moved to this community and urged other Métis to follow. They practiced a way of life they learned from their fur trade fathers and their First Nations mothers. They hunted, fished, trapped, harvested plants and berries, and gathered maple sugar. They established a unique community that was different than their First Nations cousins. They married within the community. Outsiders began to comment on their attributes. They were seen and known as distinct. One of the distinct features of this Métis community, which outsiders noted, was its musical tradition. They spoke primarily French and Indigenous languages, including Michif, Algonquin, and some Ojibwe. They also followed Roman Catholicism, including participation in religious rites, baptism, and godparenting. Jigging and fiddle music were part of community gatherings. As some observers commented, a Christmas meal was followed by a kind of a jig with a mixture of Scotch, Irish, and Indian movement. March 17, 1848. A few of the Bahoys arrived to keep St. Patrick's, and a fiddler having made his appearance. His abilities were for you, may be assured continually called upon. December 25, 1848. Found W. Langevin here, who kingly refreshed me with a few tunes on the violin. June 23, 1853. James Miller went over to Benjamin's camp to hear a few tunes on the fiddle. There were outside threats, but the Mattawa community continued to survive and evolve. In 1871, Mattawa was opened for settlement by the Government of Canada. 2 years later, a boom in the timber industry brought Europeans to the community. The railroad was also established. These new realities translated into a population spike in Mattawa. By 1891, the population ballooned to 12,000. A large number of these new residents were French-Canadian. Despite this wave of newcomers, the 1901 census indicates that the Métis community continued to live in a close-knit, geographically specific part of town. Here they lived beside one another, married into each other's families, worked together, and attended church together. They were their own distinct community.
For the Métis, when I look at all those root families, I can walk down the street and I can see descendants of those families. And to this day, those families didn't move very far, which I think is unique.
When the fur trade slowed down, Mattawa Métis had to find new economical ways to survive.
It got to the point towards the late 1800s that the beaver were getting, there was less of them, so they were going further and further away.
One natural way to survive was guiding. Métis were natural guides for visiting tourists, given their skills and expertise in big game hunting and camping. They possessed the intergenerational knowledge of local waters and had an intimate understanding of local wildlife. They were able to carry heavy camping equipment and possessed a sensitivity to outsiders' comfort. Métis men, including Bastien, Colton, Dorion, England, Ferris, and Mackenzie, were amongst many Mattawa Métis guides who were documented in the 1905 issue of Rod and Gun List of Accredited Guides. They appear in written accounts, drawings, and photographs of visiting men, including Frederick C. Sealis, Frederick Remington, and Julian Ralph. These men attributed much of their success to their Métis guides. Traditional Métis occupations continue in contemporary Métis life in Mattawa.
I think when you say somebody is a guide, it means that you're an avid fisherman and a hunter, and you know a little bit about it. So there are a lot of people that come from south to the northern fishing and hunting, exposed to hunting and fishing. So they love to take a guide in hand, to bring them where the game is and hunting, and then to bring them where the fish are, good fishing on the river. So I do that. I still do quite a bit of that.
I remember a person asking me, in that 100 square miles, I put out, hundreds of traps, and there's no flags, and the person says, how do you remember where your stuff is? And it's either in you or it's not in you. And I think that's probably the best analogy. The Métis hunt as a family. You bring your children, and then you have grandchildren. So you do it as a unit, and it is something that that connects us as a Métis. Trapping is the original that got us here as a Métis. Now there's fishers, the people that were fishers. We're no more or no better than the fishers, but the fur industry is a connection that takes us back to the beginning of our time. It's part of our culture. And I mean, as long as we can hold on to some parts of our culture, we need to do that. I mean, you are a people if you have culture. I am very proud to be Métis.
Yeah, I'm proud that I'm a Métis.
Oh yes, I'm certainly proud to be a Métis.
Again, that's the last historical video that we have for today. I'm going to ask Vice Chair Cadeau. There's been a number of questions that have been sitting on the messaging board. So before we move on to the Cultural Commission update, I will ask Vice Chair Cadeau to ask some of those questions and just have President Furrow ready for a response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Rollinson. And the first question is from Helen Giachetta. It says, hi, Hank, I have a few questions here from Region 8 when we have a chance to get in. It says, could we have a list of how much money that the MNO has distributed to each council? So I'm not sure this was given at the time with the self-government stuff, so it could be regarding that. What can be done to reverse the latest motion from June the 28th that didn't get reversed? To the staff, citizens, and legal be permitted back into the PCMNO. We need to be transparent and accountability. Do the citizens and councils have a vote in this? Question one is, and there was a question one, but it was already answered.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Helen, for the question. So as I understand it, the first part is around the self-government funding, and I think Brian Black, our Director of Self-Government Strategy, had that direct question about one region this morning and was able to answer it. So if that is the question, please do reach out to Brian Black, and he'll be able to provide you with that information, or maybe available even today on the call. In terms of the second part of the question about what can be done to reverse the resolution that Helen referred to, I will say, just so that folks are in the know, she's actually referring to one of 3 resolutions from the June 28th PCMNO meeting, over which we heard from many of our leaders and citizens some major concerns. So at our recent meeting on September 11th, PCMNO rescinded 2 of those 3 decisions, and these are the 2 decisions relating to PCMNO compensation. So those decisions have been rescinded. However, the motion to rescind the 3rd resolution, which limits the attendance of staff and advisors, including legal counsel, was not rescinded. The motion went forward. 11 voted in favor of rescinding and 7 voted against it. And as this was a vote to rescind, a 2/3 majority was required. And so that resolution remains in place. And that resolution, just to be clear, it provides that other than our 3 most senior staff, that's our Chief Operating Officer, our Chief Strategy Officer, and our Chief Financial Officer, that MNO staff, as well as advisors, which includes legal counsel, are not allowed to attend PCMNO meetings unless they are required to speak to an agenda item. And even then, that they have to leave the meeting as soon as the agenda item has ended. So this is something that I have raised concerns about. And actually, as a former director, as a former staff person myself, I can tell you that being able to attend a PCMNO meeting, to actually hear the debate, to hear the decision making is really, really helpful when you're the staff person that has to implement that decision. And I would say the same thing for legal counsel and others. So if this is something that you think should be rescinded, I would encourage you to speak to your regional councillor and ask them to vote to rescind it. I'm certain that we will be revisiting that issue. As you could tell, 11 voted in favor and only 7 against. There's a real interest in rescinding that resolution. There's, I think, better ways. Our senior staff are quite capable of determining who's needed in a meeting. And I would just encourage you to follow up with your regional councillor.
Thank you so much, President Fro. And another thing too, just to let you know that we have recorded votes each and every time. It's something that during the last term was brought in each time we had a meeting. So this time there was a motion put in at the beginning so that all meetings have recorded votes, so you'll be able to see how your regional councillor voted. And to me, that was so important that we're accountable to you, our citizens, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. And that's who I work for. Helen has another question. Helen Giachetta, is there a list of which communities that each of the regional councillors are a member of? Can councils and citizens see that list? And I can give you that response. Is you should be able to ask your regional councillor, and he or she should be able to give you that list of what committees that they sit on currently. We don't have any portfolios as of yet. And I don't know if President Fro wanted to answer that anymore.
Yeah, no, I would just echo the Vice Chair's comments. We haven't, I haven't made formal portfolio appointments, and we have several committees and working groups. So it's, I mean, I think it's a fair question. So that's something, that's information that we could certainly respond to as part of the follow-up from the AGA questions. Just outlining who sits on what committees is something for sure that we can provide.
Thank you so much, President Fro. And we have a question here from Andrea Paquette for President Fro. You said it's about more than just voting. It's about engagement and discussion. What would you say to the 5,000 plus citizens who are currently unverified and have no idea whether they'll be able to represent themselves in the upcoming provincial-wide vote? We have no idea whether or not we can vote in our own citizenship, even though we can vote today. So my question is, will the MNO honor its own bylaws and allow all of the citizens to vote at a special assembly?
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea, for the question. We have actually been really clear on this point. The MNO respects its governing documents, its bylaws, and we continue to be guided by the statement of prime purpose in everything that we're doing. So I will say, and actually, as I have been saying consistently throughout all of our conversations on the registry review, we need to hear from all MNO citizens through these engagements, whether your file is complete or your file is incomplete. And regardless of the status of your file, it's important that we hear from you. I think likely there's a very big silent majority on this issue because almost 20,000 citizens have completed files. But just to be very, very clear, we want to hear from every one of our 26,000 plus citizens as we contemplate what those next steps are. This is a very crucial part in our continued journey. If there is a removal process for those with incomplete files, then the special resolution for that assembly to consider whether or not we move forward with that would be known well in advance. We have a policy that guides special resolutions. And of course, until a special resolution is passed to remove those citizens with incomplete files, at future assemblies and elections, current MNO citizens, even without completed files, will still be eligible to vote. And that's something that we've been very clear on from the start of this conversation. I would note that some of the comments that we have been hearing back from citizens during those engagement sessions have talked about potentially having a province-wide vote on the question. And I think that was alluded to, Andrea, in your question. So it's not just the individuals who can physically attend a given assembly, but it actually is expanded out to all citizens. So that's something that's been suggested. And clearly, regardless of how we approach this, transparency is going to have to be very clear, and we have to undertake that to ensure any kind of a significant decision like this is very, very transparent. We're not sure what the process would look like, and that is, in fact, why it's really important for people to participate in these engagement sessions and tell us what they think. So that's the response on that one.
Thank you so much, President Frohl. I have another question. It's from President Kathleen Anderson. Can we know who voted against rescinding the last motion on the last June 28th motion?
Thanks for the question, Kathleen. And that, now that you mention it, the motion minute reports that are circulated out to our councils only include those resolutions that pass. So the list of everyone who voted against it will be reflected in the minutes, which will be coming out as soon as they are passed. I can only speak to my own personal notes taken during the meeting, and it will be part, obviously, of the approved minutes when they get shared. But my notes show Regional Councillor Rivers, DeRoche, Dusom, Rose, Picot, Sinclair, and Stenlund having voted against. But again, those are my notes. So wait for the approved minutes, and those will be shared, obviously, out to our councils as soon as we're in a position to have them passed at the next PCMNO meeting.
Thank you, President Furrow. Thank you, Vice Chair Cadeau. Josh, you had your hand up. I'm not sure if your question got answered, but I just allow you to quickly ask your question or make your comment, then we're going to move on to the next agenda item. Okay. If you can get your hand up before the end of the day, Josh, I'll try to get back to you. Roxanne, I'll get back to you after this presentation. I'd like to now introduce the MNO President, Margaret Frohl, our Secretary Treasurer, Joanne Young, and our Chief Financial Officer, Ursula Delangelo, to provide an update on the MNOCC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So as those on the call may recall, the MNO Cultural Commission was incorporated by the MNO leadership as a not-for-profit corporation and a registered charity back in 1997. And the goal of this was to create a vehicle to raise funds to advance and support Métis culture and cultural events, including art, music, language, and the traditions of our people. And as you can see from the reports that we've been walking through over the course of the day, these arm's length entities like the MNO Cultural Commission are really important to be able to advance MNO's key priorities for our citizens, and to further advance those objectives that we have outlined, our citizens have outlined in our statement of prime purpose, and to do all of that in a way that supports the MNO in its path to self-government. And the MNO Cultural Commission is something that has been inactive for many years, but it has remained on the MNO's agenda as a vehicle that would require more attention and support. And you would have heard me refer to the MNO Cultural Commission in the past as our diamond in the rough. And I truly believe that it could be an incredible tool. And what's happened over the course of the past year is that PCMNO made the decision to polish that diamond and approved a plan to revitalize this diamond in the rough, with the goal of transforming it into an active fundraising charity that would be there to support Métis arts and culture in Ontario. And so we are looking to the MNO Cultural Commission as a major fundraising tool to support Métis arts and culture at that local and the regional level within the broader MNO and the MNO Secretariat, but also within the PALI Institute, which is something you'll recall there's been calls for, and we are moving forward to establish that PALI Institute. Now, what I will say is that sharing and promoting Métis arts and culture, including especially telling the stories of Ontario Métis and our communities, not only helps to build strong, proud, and well-rounded citizens and communities, but it also helps in all of the work that we are doing to build out Métis rights assertions here in Ontario. So that's a bit in terms of the background, and I'm going to ask Secretary Treasurer Young to speak to some of the work that has been done in the area of the MNO Cultural Commission over the course of the past year. Merci.
Thank you, President Fro. PCMNO had appointed a new board of directors for the MNOCC in January of 2021 and tasked us with the work of reviewing and updating the MNOC bylaws, etc., to modernize the bylaws and to breathe life back into the MNOCC. And once we have done that, the intention is to issue a call for expressions of interest to invite MNO citizens with relevant skills and experience to put their names forward for consideration for appointment to the board of directors of the MNOCC, and a new board of directors will be appointed to carry the newly revived Cultural Commission forward. Board members currently include current and past members of the PCMNO. President Fro is the chair of the Cultural Commission. Vice Chair Cadeau is the vice chair. Former Secretary Treasurer Tim Pyle is the Secretary Treasurer of the Cultural Commission. And then other board members include Joanne Young, Mitch Case, David Dussam, Peter Rivers, and former chair and Métis citizen France Picot, and Natalie Durocher, Métis citizen. The MNOCC board has met several times this year, and one of the first action items of the board was to review the MNOCC bylaws. The bylaws had not been examined in many, many years and were non-compliant with changes made to the legislation over the years. And they also need to be amended to address the requirements of the new Not-for-Profit Act that comes into effect on October 19th, 2021. The board have the support of Gowling LLP and our Chief Financial Officer, Ursula D'Angelo. A first draft of the revised bylaws and amendments to the supplementary letters patent has been developed, and the board is considering and refining a variety of enhancements, including the number of directors on the MNOCC board, staggering the terms of directors, the creation of an advisory committee composed of MNO citizens to help advise the MNOCC, a clear policy and process for receiving tax-deductible donations, and identifying ways the Cultural Commission can work with community and advisory councils and MNO citizens with projects that meet the MNO Cultural Commission's charitable objectives. As part of the MNOCC revitalization efforts over the coming months, the board plans to come out to do some engagement work with citizens to help inform their work to establish a solid vision for the MNOCC as a major fundraising tool that will carry us into the future. So I ask that you stay tuned as we move forward. And if there are any questions, President Fro and I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Secretary Treasurer. I know there was a couple hands up before the presentation. So Roxanne, you had your hand up. Roxanne Shanks, please unmute yourself.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, thanks.
Love technology. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Roxanne Shank, and I'm president of the Barrie Métis Council. First of all, my thanks to all of the MNO staff, LUMI staff, and executive who have worked so hard to persevere in presenting the 2020 and 2021 AGAs through tremendous challenges. I'm deeply grateful to your commitment to transparency in MNO operations and to citizen involvement. However, it is clear that we cannot function properly heading into a third AGA in 2022, once again with no opportunity for special resolutions and motions from the floor. We must do better, and we can do better. I humbly suggest that we look at a hybrid solution going forward, given that COVID-19 and other similar viruses have no intention of going away. What I would suggest is that we have some form of in-person AGA that has COVID compliant sized in-person groups, either in separate physical rooms in the same hotel or facility, or housed in separate facilities. And just as voting occurs in multiple ridings and it is calculated into a whole result, the second piece of this is we use technology to coordinate the voting results tabulated by room in real time. This would permit true participation in the next AGA or any special meeting that is held, whether these are on registry, self-government, or other issues. So my request, President Fro, is can we have a commitment from you today that our next AGA will be in person and in some way, and will permit special motions and motions from the floor? Thank you.
Go ahead, President Fro. Thank you, Roxanne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Roxanne, for the question. So as I said earlier, I share the concern. I cannot commit to you today that the next AGA will be in person. That's actually not my decision. That's PCMNO's decision. But what I can tell you is that from the moment this started, our first and foremost concern has been safety. So that being said, we all want to get back to some sort of normalcy, and I think a lot of that is going to depend on the extent to which Ontarians get vaccinated, quite frankly. But I think your point, I've been thinking along the same lines, Roxanne, around, on the understanding that this could last quite a while, as we already see that it has. Even as we're talking about the potential of maybe a winter assembly, again, we were very clear to say only if we can do it safely. So I think, you've come up with some ideas there that actually aren't that far off with some things that I've been thinking through, and we will continue to explore whatever opportunities we can to ensure that we have a robust process. We have a safe and robust process to allow for that democratic debate and engagement. So I'm not going to commit PCMNO to it because that's beyond me. It's not my decision, but I'm absolutely committed to taking it to PCMNO to say, let's talk through what some of the options are and figure out what might be able to work. But again, it will all be the very first concern across the board is safety. So I just wanted to say thank you for those suggestions. And in fact, if anyone that's on the call knows of different platforms that you think would work well, or have different ideas about how an assembly could safely be done, feel free to share them as Roxanne has done, and we'll put all of that into the hopper and give that to consideration as we figure out where we go from here. What I can tell you right now is what we're planning on right now is that next summer's assembly will be, we've already set the dates. I believe it's the third weekend in August, and it will be taking place in Toronto. And I want to acknowledge the 3 councils in Region 8 who have committed to hosting. And so that's the plan right now that we're working with, is an in-person assembly in Toronto. The other thing that I will just say, when I talk about the safety component, there's also will the people, that we can set it up so that it's as safe as possible. Will the people see it as safe? Will they be willing to travel? Would they be willing to, when we might be able to separate ourselves into rooms, but it still requires people to get on planes, to use transit, to come to centers and to be in hotels and other places where there's a lot of potential for contact. So these are all factors that we're taking into consideration, and we want to get back to that robust assembly. And our plan right now is that is happening. I believe it's the third weekend of August in 2022.
Thank you, President Fro. Councillor Teresa Stenlin.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had pressed the X button for a point of order that wasn't acknowledged. And the point of order that I was trying to call was just prior to the Cultural Commission presentation, we went into some sort of question and answer period, and we had already approved the agenda, and it appears like we're off topic. We're going here and there, and we're just taking random questions. And that was not a time slot on the agenda that I could see just for random questions from the floor. My other point of order or question or comment or question, I guess, to the chair or to whomever that can answer this is, my understanding was for the Cultural Commission, we normally close the MNO AGA and then opened a new AGA, and it was for the Cultural Commission because my understanding is their own entity, and we always had to review year-end financials for that corporation, for the Cultural Commission. So I'm a little bit confused today that we're getting an update, and even if it's just an update without financials, isn't there supposed to be an annual meeting of the citizens for the Cultural Commission? So if I could get a clarification on that, please. And I will redirect the chair back to my point of order that I don't see random time slots on the agenda for just random questions from the floor, and request the chair follow the agenda for the subject matter and do the questions and answers for whatever that relevant subject matter is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stenlin. It just, we have citizens that are asking questions on a messaging board, and quite honestly, there's not a specific agenda item to address them. We're trying to answer as many questions from citizens as possible. Well, we have people that can answer them. So my apologies for that. And I didn't see the X for point of order, but I will ask Madam Secretary Treasurer to talk about the Cultural Commission's AGA.
Thank you, Chair Rowlandson. The financial statements, the draft audited financial statements for the Cultural Commission have not been completed, and they would need to be approved by the MNOCC board before they would be presented at any meeting. And we are after discussions with our auditor, the statements will be ready for presentation to the MNOCC board, and that will be before our October meeting, which currently is planned for October 20th. And then once the board has approved the draft audited financial statements, then we would look at moving forward in terms of getting them out, having the citizens know. And the MNOCC bylaws are a little strange, and so we would be following the legal advice in how we do that. And as with last year, it is the approval by the board that appears to be most important for the Cultural Commission, because the Cultural Commission is has one shareholder, the Secretariat. So it's an interesting situation, but the reason there is not a separate meeting and only an update this year is because the draft audited financial statements are not ready for presentation and have not been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. President Fro, you had your hand up. Did you want to weigh in?
No, I think that the Secretary Treasurer covered the response quite well. Thank you.
So great. Thank you. So at this time, I see there's no other questions or comments regarding the agenda topic, which is the Cultural Commission. I will ask Lumi to play an update on the Housing and Homeless Program, following which Director of Housing and Infrastructure, Robin Sandler, will be available to answer questions. So I will ask Lumi to please play the video report.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me some time today to update you on the wonderful work that we're doing in the Housing and Infrastructure branch. My name is Robin Sadler. I'm the Director of Housing and Infrastructure here at the Métis Nation of Ontario. I'm also an MNO citizen, and I'm honored to be working with my nation and my community. Today, I'm excited to share the great strides that MNO has taken to increase the housing and homelessness supports available to MNO citizens across the province. MNO recognizes that housing is much more than shelter. Proper housing is the cornerstone to supporting individuals and building strong Métis communities. Housing and Infrastructure branch of the MNO was established in May of 2020 with a mandate to increase housing and related support options for Métis citizens across the housing continuum, from homelessness to home ownership, and support future MNO infrastructure projects. The branch's initial focus is to implement housing and homelessness support programs in response to community need, identify and mitigate data and research gaps related to housing and homelessness, and implement and monitor the MNO's housing and homelessness strategy. The branch has seen exponential growth in the last year and has over 19 staff providing housing and homelessness supports across Ontario. Guided by the MNO Statement of Prime Purpose, our branch also supports objectives of a number of Métis Nation Accords. The first is the Canada Métis Nation Accord of 2017. This sets out a permanent bilateral process between Métis governments and Canada to begin a new relationship between the Crown and Métis nations. Housing and homelessness was identified as key priorities in the accord. This resulted in two sub-accords. The first was the Housing Sub-Accord of 2018, and this sets a commitment to reduce the incidence of poor housing need among Métis and give Métis governments control over the design, delivery, and administration of housing services. The second was the Homelessness Sub-Accord of 2019, which reaffirmed the Crown's support in developing long-term homelessness solutions for Métis citizens. With the signing of the 2017 Accord, the MNO hit the ground running. The MNO took the opportunity to complete some preliminary outreach at the AGA in Kenora to discuss housing and homelessness. We conducted a survey, and we held focus groups with the senators, the women, and the youth councils. This exercise confirmed that access to safe, affordable, and adequate housing continues to be a pressing issue in Métis communities across the province, and supports are required across the housing continuum. Housing and homelessness support programs. Based on the information we gathered at the AGA, coupled with information collected through the MNO Household Survey and at the MNO Commission on Métis Rights and Self-Government's engagement sessions, the MNO was able to identify a few program priorities that can easily be set up within our current capacity. Our Housing Programs Department was established, and from what we heard, homeowners were struggling to maintain their homes in state of good repair, and homeownership was unattainable for many, especially the youth. We heard that there was a need to support first-time Métis citizen homebuyers understand the home buying process and what was needed to qualify for a mortgage. We took all of that into consideration when we built our programs. The first program we built was the Home Improvement Program pilot, and this provides a one-time forgivable loan for low to moderate income Métis citizen homeowners to complete necessary repairs and or improve accessibility for persons with disability. We launched this program in mid-January. We are also launching a home buyers contribution program, which provides a shared equity mortgage to MNO citizen first-time home buyers of up to 15% of the home's purchase price as a down payment. Some of you may have seen our teaser flyer on this. We are launching very soon, so stay tuned. And lastly, the Financial Literacy Program provides financial literacy support to MNO citizens to assist in developing the skills needed to deal with and resolve identified financial challenges, especially as it relates to housing and home ownership. This program is set to launch very soon as well. For more information, please contact our Housing Programs Department at housingprograms@metination.org. Our Housing Stabilization and Homelessness Support Program Department also provides a program. So on the other side of the housing continuum, we heard that supporting citizens that are homeless or precariously housed was a priority. The MNO launched the Homelessness Supports and Housing Stabilization Program in September of 2020. The program is designed to address the growing issue of homelessness and housing instability. It supports Métis citizen individuals or families who are homeless or at immediate risk of becoming homeless or unstably housed. With this program, we provide intervention and eviction prevention support. We provide education and support around tenant rights and responsibilities, information and referrals to additional community supports and resources, and facilitating access to emergency shelters and affordable housing. We assist with the costs associated with household setup for those that are exiting homelessness. And we provide assistance in obtaining personal identification and basic needs such as food and hygiene supplies. For more information on this program, please contact Housing Stabilization at metination.org. MNO received some short-term provincial funding through the Social Services Relief Fund. This fund supports all Indigenous persons who are homeless or at risk of homelessness due to the pandemic. Through this fund, our branch was able to provide housing stabilization and homelessness supports to all Indigenous people. So from Métis citizens to self-identified Métis and to other Indigenous persons as well. We were also able to provide short-term rent supplement program for Indigenous persons. These two programs are ending December 31st. We did provide support to seniors who are in isolation due to the pandemic, and this included snow removal, yard maintenance, and a tablet program. These programs have now closed. So in the short time the branch was launched and the programs were operational, we have made some truly impactful investments in the community. The Housing and Infrastructure branch has provided over $1 million in direct program supports and provided service to 1,500 clients. So since September of 2020, when we first launched our Métis specific programs, the MNO provided 757 citizens with direct financial supports. We supported 511 Métis seniors while isolating due to the pandemic, and supported 139 families with housing stabilization and homelessness supports. We were also able to support 106 citizens with short-term rent supplements so that they could continue to live in their homes. And within a 6-week period, the MNO's home improvement program had over 500 citizens apply for it. We are nearing 1,000 applications as of today. These applications are in various stages of the process, including obtaining estimates or completing the work, and some have completed the work and the files are now being closed. So for research projects, our branch recognizes that data is very limited on Métis citizen housing and homelessness. And because of this, our branch led the charge to begin gathering this information to make informed decisions about housing and homelessness programs to support our citizens. Our branch works very closely with the MNO senior epidemiologist to identify research priorities and solutions. So I'm going to go through a couple of those today. So the first is the Housing Supply Challenge, and winning Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's, CMHC's, Housing Supply Challenge is something that we are very proud of. The MNO was only one of 21 shortlisted recipients of the fund. We were the only Métis government to apply and receive this funding. The MNO was awarded $200,000 by CMHC to develop a data prototype with the intent to increase housing supply. The prototype takes existing data, sorts it, and organizes it in a way that helps MNO determine housing investments. And if you see on the slide to your left, there's an image there that kind of demonstrates what I'm talking about. This, of course, will be coupled with information that we will gain through the engagement process with all of you. And this I'll speak to later on in the slides. This prototype will address the data gaps, centralize data, and transform data into usable information. It matches housing need and demand to demographic, employment, and housing costs associated with each of the MNO regions. It helps MNO decision makers determine regional housing investments to supply affordable housing solutions. It tracks housing program allocations and impacts and outcomes. The MNO has an opportunity to apply for stage 2 funding and potentially accessing up to $2 million to fully realize our concept, which is very exciting. So another opportunity is the MNO submitted a research proposal under CMHC's National Housing Strategy Research and Planning Fund to study the association between housing conditions and suitability and self-rated physical and mental health of MNO citizens. If successful, this project will determine socio-demographic and cultural correlations of housing conditions and suitability among Métis citizens, and inform housing and related support options for Métis people across the housing continuum. So stay tuned on this, there's more to come. So as a Canada Métis Nation Housing Subaccord deliverable, the MNO analyzed household composition, socioeconomic characteristics, and housing conditions using data collected in the past through community engagement, surveys, census data, and other independent resources to develop this needs assessment. Again, this was something that we had to do as part of our obligations under the Housing Subaccord. The assessment also examined in the context of Ontario's rental and housing market trends and informs program priorities and targets. So our targets up until the year 2028 are to reduce the number of citizens in core housing need. And core housing need is a measurement that Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, CMHC, uses to identify housing need, housing realities across Canada. And it looks at suitability, affordability, and adequacy as measurements. Another target is reducing the number of households living in unhealthy, unsafe, and unaffordable housing environments, and increasing participation of Métis citizen homeownership levels. The MNO satisfied our obligation under this Housing Subaccord, but this assessment will continue to evolve as more information is gathered on housing needs in our community. So building an MNO housing and homelessness strategy together. Implementing and monitoring the MNO's housing and homelessness strategy is a focus for our branch. Before we can complete this, we need to build the strategy together with communities. Although we've focused on launching a number of programs and we are exploring opportunities to bridge data gaps to inform a strategy, we are behind in our engagement. The pandemic has really delayed our ability to outreach to the communities. We need the voice of citizens to help build a strategy, and we are working on an engagement plan to do just that. To build a plan together, we will work with communities to establish a vision with strategic goals and aspirations. We will continue to gather information on housing and homelessness needs. We heard during our focus groups in Kenora that the strategy needs to be holistic and create broader economic, public policy, and quality of life impacts. Community informed and based on local housing reality was a priority that we heard when we had our engagement in Kenora. So for the next steps, we will continue to gather secondary data, but most importantly, getting information from Métis communities like you. Over the next several months, we will be undertaking regional and peer engagement to gain insight into the local realities and what's happening in housing in each of the regions. We know that communication works both ways, and we will ensure that we build in a communication strategy into our plan so that we are able to report back to communities on our plan's progress. Although we accomplished a lot in our branch, we know that there is much more to be done. We will continue to work with communities to address the critical issue of housing and homelessness, and we can work with communities together. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Robin, for a great report. You guys are doing a lot of great work in our housing branch. If you don't have any questions right now, Robin will be with us. Oh, I do have a question from Ralph Thistle. Ralph, you want to unmute yourself? Can't hear you, Ralph. Okay, we'll try to get back to Ralph. Again, if there's any other questions that come up, please raise your hand or put them into the messaging. Robin will be here to the end of the day, so she will be available to answer any questions. At this time, I would like to play a video providing an update on our early learning and childcare program, following which Amanda Potts-Shanks, the MNO Manager of Early Learning and Childcare, will also be available to ask questions. So if Lumi can play the report, please, the video report, I greatly appreciate it.
Greetings, my name is Amanda Potts-Shanks, and I am the Manager of Early Learning and Childcare with the Métis Nation Ontario. And it is my pleasure today to share with you an overview on early learning and childcare programs and services. A little background on the ELCC framework. On September 17, 2018, Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework was released. Included within the Indigenous ELCC on March 6, 2019, a Métis Nation Early Learning and Childcare Framework Agreement was developed in partnership with the MNC governing members. The Accord provides the MNO with 10 years of funding to address specific needs of Métis in Ontario. Currently, the MNO receives $4,787,500 in early learning and childcare accord funding annually. To inform its work under the ELCC Accord, the MNO retained a contractor to examine the existing ELCC service landscape in Ontario. The MNO ELCC report provided many recommendations, including greater access to ELCC services for Métis communities and families available throughout the MNO, access to culturally appropriate Métis-specific early learning and childcare programming, and to create safe spaces for Métis children and families within the early years landscape. From this report, ELCC work plans have been created and are reviewed biannually. To provide some federal updates in terms of early learning and childcare, in addition to the current Métis Nation Early Learning and Childcare Accord, there will be additional enhancements to the funding, which include additional investments in Métis ELCC-specific governance capacity building, additional investments in ELCC programs and services funding, new funding for infrastructure beginning in 2022-2023, seeking Métis Nation perspectives to inform the development of a Canada-wide ELCC system, Federal government is proposing to table legislation this fall to enshrine the principles of the Canada-wide ELCC system into law. This is pending election results. The Métis Nation Early Learning and Childcare Accord will also extend beyond the original 10-year commitment beginning in 2027-2028. In addition to the accord, we have also done some information gathering. We have contracted 2 contractors to do some work for us. The first one is the Early Learning and Childcare Strategic Growth Plan. The report is in its final editing phase, and the final report will be expected by early winter 2022. We've also conducted information gathering and engagement on early learning and childcare needs in Métis communities across Ontario. Engagement sessions were held January to April 2021 for MNO community councils, regional councillors, MNO citizens, and ELCC service providers. Upcoming engagements for sessions for the Métis Nation of Ontario Youth Council, Métis Nation Ontario Women's Council, and the MNO Two-Spirit Working Group are in development. Additional interviews with childcare sites, Indigenous and early youth school board leads will be conducted this fall. Taking a look at the current ELCC staffing, early learning and childcare is in the education and training program, and we report to the Director of Education and Training. We currently have 1 manager, which is myself, manager of early learning and childcare. We also are on the process of hiring a new manager to provide additional capacity support within ELCC. And their work will be focused on infrastructure, partnerships, and capacity development. The work that I do, we have 2 supervisors within the program. We have Emma Langdon, who is a supervisor of early learning and childcare with a focus on our family support programs. And she currently has 6 family support coordinators reporting to her. We also have Madison Frias, whose focuses on special projects. She has the special projects team, which consists of 4 ELCC program coordinators. And we also have 3 early learning education support advocates. In addition to the staffing capacity, we also have 2 ELCC operations coordinators who provide overall operational support to the ELCC team. We have some upcoming hiring in the early learning and childcare program. Like I said before, we're hiring a second manager of early learning and childcare. We are hiring for a Métis curriculum and resource advisor with an early learning focus. We're looking to hire a team lead within our family support program, a team lead in our education advocate program for early learning, an ELCC camp coordinator, and we'll also be hiring additional support staff for the new ELCC manager with the new work that they are taking on. Our ELCC program parameters: a parent, guardian, or child must be a citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario. Applicants must reside at the same address as the children for whom they are applying. Applicants go through a registry check to confirm MNO citizenship. They must reside in Ontario, have at least 1 child between the ages of 0 and 12, and proof of age will be required when completing the application. We only require one of the following: MNO citizenship card, birth certificate, or passport. I'm going to provide an overview of our ELCC family support programs. First program we have is our childcare subsidy program. Childcare subsidy pilot allows Métis families to access quality, licensed, and home-based childcare. The program will cover 100% of licensed childcare fees until March 31st, 2022. Where possible, the MNO will invoice approved childcare providers directly, so there's no out-of-pocket expense for families. If the provider does not allow that option, parents are reimbursed for their childcare fees. And currently we have 325 Métis children enrolled in the subsidy program. We also have our MNO childcare stipend program. This is a new program that was launched August 30th, 2021. It evolved from the COVID-19 childcare support program, which supports families during school closures, provide alternative childcare options for families who could not access childcare during the pandemic. From this program, there were several childcare gaps detected for Métis families, which included limited childcare spaces in communities, wait lists, or program closures. A childcare stipend support program provides a monthly stipend for families with children 0 to 12 who cannot obtain formal childcare and need to make alternative childcare arrangements. We also have our extracurricular reimbursement program. This supports Métis children ages 12 years and under with up to $2,000 a year towards the cost of activities and equipment that meet the program guideline parameters. This can include sports, music, dance, science clubs, programs, gross motor equipment such as bicycles, kayaks, uniforms, and required program equipment. We currently have 506 Métis children who have accessed this program. We also provide additional support for our Métis citizens who are registered early childhood educators. Early learning and childcare allows Métis citizens who are registered with the Ontario College of Early Childhood Educators, or CECE, to have their membership and yearly renewal fees reimbursed. The CECE is a regulatory body for early childhood educators in the province of Ontario, and REC designation is mandatory for employment within district school boards, licensed childcare, early on, and Head Start sites. To maintain REC designation, RECs are required to participate in ongoing professional development. MNO Early Learning and Childcare also covers any professional development fees for Métis RECs. Currently, ELCC supports 15 Métis RECs. We also provide funding to our MNO community councils to provide camps and programs. The councils can receive up to $15,000 per year to facilitate family camps for children 0 to 12 within their own community. In addition, once a council spends their initial $15,000 of camp funding and the reporting is reviewed, they can submit an application for top-up grants of up to $5,000 to provide additional programming within their community. Currently, we have 19 community councils who have received funding for the 2021 year. Now I'm going to provide an overview of our early learning and childcare special projects. Through our early learning and childcare program, we provide camps and socials. We are currently hosting a summer outdoor survival safety virtual camp, July 28th to November 3rd for Métis children 3 to 12, and the application for the next 2 modules is still open. In addition to camps, ELCC special projects host monthly family learning socials for families with children 0 to 12. On average, each social and camp has about 50 participants. And once COVID restrictions lift, we fully plan to go back to in-person camps and connect with our families. We also have our early learning book program. In partnership with the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, each month enrolled children receive a high quality, age-appropriate book in the mail free of charge. Children receive books from birth to the age of 5. Currently, we have 415 Métis children enrolled, and we have 70 graduates of the program. We are also developing early learning educator kits. The ELCC education kits are currently in development and will be distributed for early learning environments across the province. ELCC is finalizing the curriculum for these kits, and we hope to send them out in the spring of 2022. Items in the kit include Métis fiddle tunes, assumption sashes, small blue and red Métis flags, wooden spoons, wooden tops, rag dolls, finger puppets, large heavy cotton canvas tote, and Métis books. We also have our baby bundle program. MNO ELCC has teamed up with Hello Bello to develop a baby bundle kit for our newest Métis citizens. Each kit includes diapers, wipes, baby wash, lotion, rash cream, a baby book, a baby onesie, socks, blankets, and information on our early learning and childcare and healing and wellness programs. Currently, there are 99 babies in the baby bundle program with 44 expected parents and 31 graduates. We are also working on some ELCC kits. These are the current kits that are ready for distribution. We have our early learning at home kits. Since June 2020, over 600 kits have been sent out to Métis children. We also, this past June, had our early learning milestone celebration kits for graduates of preschool and kindergarten, and we sent 200 out to our lovely little grads. We also have our K-6 back to school kits. The application is still open for families. Last year, through our K-12 backpack program, we sent students between October 2020 and June 2021, 2,000 backpacks. We're also early learning resource development. We're looking to do future kits, which include a grandparent kit, speech and language kit, STEM kits, and early learning celebration milestones for the 2022 graduates of kindergarten and preschool. ELCC is in the early stages of developing Ontario Métis specific early learning books and resources. New information will be shared as resources are developed. Every year, we host an early learning and childcare professional learning conference. The conference is a yearly event to allow educators working in the field of early learning to connect with Métis Nation Ontario's staff, MNO community councils, and other educators across the province. The conference features a blend of information on MNO programs and supports for educators and early learners, Métis cultural activities, and targeted discussions on navigating and best practices within the field of early learning and childcare. We have recently launched our early learning and childcare education support advocate program. The purposes of this program is to provide support for Métis children ages 1 to 6 through providing advocacy and navigation services for families seeking support within the early years system and transitioning from kindergarten to grade 1. The program is offered in Ontario and is for Métis children and their families who are experiencing issues or challenges in the following areas: developmental needs, social isolation, individual education planning, behavioral planning, specialized placement for children with exceptionalities, mental health or learning disabilities, or communications within the early years setting. It's been a pleasure connecting with you today. Once again, my name is Amanda Ponshanks, and I'm the manager of early learning and childcare. You can contact me by email at amandap@metisnation.org. You can also visit our website, metisnation.org, to learn more about our early learning and childcare programs. Click on Programs and Services, click on Education and Training, click on Early Learning and Childcare, and then you'll get to see all of our wonderful programs that we have to offer. Once again, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Thank you, Amanda, for your report and update. And as always, a lot of intuitive programs that are coming out of your branch that are helping our clients, our children. So on behalf of all of us, thank you very much. I do have Dorothy Eastman who has her hand up. Dorothy, please unmute yourself.
I just have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
It's about we missed some children that are above that age group. What happens to the children that are 13, maybe up to 16? There seems to be a gap in helping those that age group. Is there something in place for that age group? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask Amanda if she can comment on that.
Hi, Dorothy. We are funded through the Early Learning and Childcare Accord that was signed by the Métis Nation governing bodies. And within our terms and conditions, we can only support children up to the age of 12, which is in the scope of early learning and childcare. So yes, there is an age gap for those 13 to 18-year-olds. I get it. My son's 14. However, within our terms and conditions, we cannot provide support within that age range. But that doesn't say that there aren't wonderful programs within the MNO. There are a lot of culture camps that Scott Carpenter's team puts on that they post on social media. Those are amazing. They have their Infinite Reach March Break Camp. They have their 7 to 12 backpack program that just got launched. There's also programming through Healing and Wellness through their Family Wellbeing program or Community Wellness program. They have some really great programs through there. Also through our labor market, there's like if they're looking for a summer job and they're looking to help get that, that starts at like the age of 15, I believe. There's also a stay in school initiative through that education and training program as well through Tammy Webb's program. So if you reach out to the employment developers, they would be able to navigate you through that. And there's also opportunities for youth to get involved in their local community councils and, be a youth rep, or they can volunteer, or they can, just come to help out at events and participate. A lot of our community councils, we do give money to them for early learning and childcare programming, but they also receive other funding to put on wonderful, amazing community programs, and they're always hosting great and exciting things. And we also have our youth conference that is a yearly event where a lot of our youth can attend and gather. So yes, there's still somewhat of a gap in terms of direct funding support for our youth that are around that age range. However, within the early learning and childcare scope, we cannot provide support, but I highly suggest to anybody who's looking to keep an eye on the MNO website, because there's always great things that come out for that age range. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I do have 3 more in the queue. I have Mary Louise Perron, I have Helen Giachetta, then I have Josh Charpentier. So I will go to Mary Louise first.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Somebody else is
Yeah,
talking. I guess.
we can hear you.
Okay. My question is, if you have any stats, please, on the numbers and the distribution of age and location of children who have been able to access the ELCC programs.
I do have stats. I would have to have a conversation with my senior management on if we can release them. Just at a quick high level, I will say our top 3 busiest regions are Region 7, dramatically. Like, we are very busy in Region 7 and we love you guys for it. Then Region 1 is very close behind, and then Region 9 right after that. For specific stat numbers, I would just have to get approval from my director to be, or Joanne, to be able to share that out. But yes, we do track stats for all of our programs. So subsidy is one stat information, extracurricular is a different stat information, but we do track that.
Whoops, sorry. Thank you, Amanda. Josh?
Yeah, I have a question. It goes back to a question that was posed earlier regarding supports for that age gap for students. And I'm wondering, is there anything coming from the MNO where there will be, like, I understand that you're acquiring funds for ELCC, but is there any area in the budget, or is there any way that funding can be acquired through grants or applications to access funding to support teenagers? Because especially during COVID, there has been a very deep impact to students of that age group. And I know that participation in extracurricular activities has been kind of has given students kind of an outlet during this time. And is there any way that the Métis Nation, or is there anything in the works that will provide additional support for that gap in programming for teenagers?
So that's a great question, Josh. And like I said before, I have a 14-year-old Métis citizen, and I acknowledge that there definitely is a gap that, you know, we need to serve. However, I am the manager of early learning and childcare, so I do have to stick within my age range, and I'm not necessarily privy to higher level conversations about if they are pursuing youth funding for that age range. I know that there might be mental health supports for that age range coming down. I hear high level things, but I can't confirm that there is anything coming. That would be a conversation that you have to have with the PCMNO or with Joanne Meyer to ask those questions, because at this time, unfortunately, I can't answer them for you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Josh, just to let you know that we've had a discussion, because you're not the only one that has brought this up with regards to the gap between that age cohort. So just to let you know, yes, we are talking about it, and hopefully we can find the funds and be able to close that gap. So next I have Helen Giachetta. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, Helen.
My question was actually for the 14 up, but I was also looking at the different departments, health and wellness, the family services that kind of work with the older generation. Is there a way for them to provide the councils on any kind of programs that they do have? Because, you know, most of us at the council, we're all volunteers, but a lot of us work. So to go back and forth to see what's available, unless a citizen actually calls the council, we don't get, you know, we're not searching every time and going back and forth. I do try to post everything on the Facebook page, but if the staff in the office or any other know of a service or funding coming out, it would be nice to send us an email on what's going on. We don't always get that until after the fact, you know, because a lot of us, we haven't been in the office for 2 years. So I was kind of referring to the older kids also. I know we got the grant in Durham, and that's it. And I just want to say, sorry about the questions this morning. They were related to the day before or earlier. They just couldn't get to them because my computer was all mixed up. I even got a green screen today. So thank you.
No, that's not a problem, Helen. Like I said, it's just, I know they were from yesterday. We didn't get to them. That's why I wanted to provide an opportunity for citizens to have those questions asked and answered. I will ask President Fro to maybe chime in on your question, your comment with regards to the seniors.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And Helen, I think in terms of what I would say is any of the councils that are looking for any information, reach out to community relations. They're your sort of go-to people. They can help you navigate all of the MNO. And so please do reach out as you have any questions at all coming up on this. And I think just to I mean, just the questions more generally around gaps. This is something that we've been dealing with within the Métis Nation of Ontario for quite some time. Initially, we had very few programs, and in fact, from an age group area, the 12 and under was a major gap for us. We had a lot of programming that was in place for teenagers, but we had a giant gap between the baby and the teenager age range, which thankfully, as Amanda was pointing out, that funding that we've received under the Early Learning and Childcare Sub-Accord that we've signed helps to fill in that gap. There's a wide range. We really approach this sort of a cradle to grave sort of an approach, thinking about all the timelines within our lives as Métis people, from those actually even working with pregnant mothers to supporting our seniors. So yeah, reach out to community relations. And I'm sorry, with respect to the, I wasn't able to catch a specific question about seniors. Can you repeat that maybe, Mr. Chair?
Helen, you want to just repeat your question? Because it was
just
at the front end.
Yeah, it was just if there was any senior programming that were available. Things like that, because I know some of them have been calling me. They want to get back together, you know, just for interaction. They don't have a computer. They don't have, or just don't know how to do it, you know, and it's very difficult for them.
I hear you. And in fact, I think I know COVID has been incredibly challenging on our seniors. And I see that with my mom as well. So there's actually a whole bunch of things working on that. I just participated in the launch of the Rassemble les Vieux program, Gathering Our Wise Ones program, which is actually a social program for seniors, which is actually scheduled for those 55 and up. And I found out that I'm considered to be a senior, which I wasn't exactly sure if I was happy about. But that program has launched, and that's an online virtual support, basically a visiting kind of a program. You heard Robin speak earlier around the tablet program, and some of the other things that are there. But I think the other thing that I will mention, if you recall, Senator Amy Gravel spoke yesterday about wanting to create just regular space for senators to come together and to talk about whatever issues, and even just to visit. And that's something that, in addition to the more broader all seniors programs like Rassemble les Vieux, I think are all good. It's all good movement. If there's specific programs that you think would be very helpful for seniors, again, reach out. Community relations is your conduit, I think, to all of our programs and services, and we are always looking for feedback and suggestions. So please do pass it on, and we will put that again into the mix and give consideration. A lot of the programming that you see right now is very much responsive to what we're hearing from our citizens, especially over the course of the last 18 months. So thank you, Helen, for the question and for all that work you're doing out there.
Okay, thank you, President Fro. We have Ralph Sissel. Have you got your mic working yet, Ralph? No, he's gone again. Okay, Councillor Stenlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Amanda, for your great presentation and the work that you're doing, and Joanne Meyer for leading that branch. I can appreciate that the program is for 0 to 12 because that's the fun.
You're breaking up, Teresa. No, we lost Teresa. So Teresa, if you get back on, please raise your hand again. Just to further go with what Helen was talking about as well is, it's going to be so nice when we get to self-government so that we can identify where the needs are, and we will have that flexibility to provide programs, because every region, every community is different across the province. So we'll be able to curtail those programs and services based on the needs. So I can't wait to get there. I will ask for our next video to be played. It's an update on Child, Youth and Family Services Program, following which Alicia Kaba, Acting Manager of Métis Child, Youth and Family Services Project, and Melissa Gonzalez, Métis Resource Home Recruiter, will be available to answer your questions. So Teresa, I'm just going to get to play this video, then I'll come back to you with your question. Amanda's still around.
Hi everyone, I hope you're having a safe and fun summer. If you haven't met me yet, my name is Alicia Kaba and I'm the manager of the Métis Child, Youth and Family Services Project. Some of you may have seen project updates or attended past engagement sessions that I've hosted alongside Ian Brunskill and Mary Ballantyne, who are the project team consultants. A range of activities have been completed since the official launch of this project in December 2019. And so I'm just here today to provide a brief summary of the project as well as upcoming events. So some of this update might be redundant for those of you who have already attended the engagement sessions or contributed in other ways, although I'll also be sharing some key dates for upcoming events, so please stay tuned for those. As a recap, the project's main objective is to assist Métis communities in determining their preferred path forward with respect to Métis child, youth, and family service provision and well-being in Ontario. The primary goals, and one is more in the shorter term and the other is the longer term goal. So for the first and shorter term period, the aim of the project is to create more clarity about the role of MNO in child welfare cases, and where necessary to establish more formalized relationships with children's aid societies and First Nations child well-being agencies to better serve Métis children, youth, and families. In the longer term, the goal is to build systems that are conducive to Métis specific family needs. System design might differ in each MNO region or community as the regional and community needs might differ. Also, please note that the Northwestern Ontario Métis Community Region 1 has completed their consultations and engagement on the creation of a regional child and family services agency. So Region 1 is taking a phased approach, beginning with a focus on prevention work with children and families, which they may follow up with the development of protection services. So the project objective, activities, and upcoming events discussed in this video today are specific to the process currently being undertaken in collaborations with Regions 2 to 9. These activities can be grouped into 5 main areas. The first is project planning and research, followed by relationship building, community engagement, knowledge translation, and staff recruitment. So in terms of project planning and research, a project advisory group has been established and meetings have been held and are ongoing to get feedback and advice about the proposed project plans, activities, and knowledge translation materials that have been developed and we will continue to develop throughout this project. Regional Councillor Teresa Stenlin has participated as an invited guest and contributed to these discussions as per her expertise and best practices that are being pursued in Region 1. Environmental scans and legislative reviews have also been conducted and are ongoing to inform project activities. Key informant interviews have also been conducted, and focus group discussions have been held and are ongoing with MNO's Healing and Wellness Branch frontline staff, who also have great experience to contribute to this project. In terms of relationship building, various information sessions have been hosted for the societies with respect to MNO expectations for service delivery and raising awareness about MNO programs and services to better ensure referrals are made at the point of prevention or early intervention. In terms of community engagement, there have been 3 separate areas or times where we've had community engagement sessions. So the first one was in December 2019, and this was the initial scoping session that was held at MNO's annual cultural gathering in Muskoka. That was followed by sessions in February and March of 2021. These were the phase 1 engagement sessions that were hosted for Métis citizens, and they were known as the visioning phase engagement sessions. In June of 2021, a project summary and update information session was held virtually via Zoom as well. Engagement with citizens at these sessions, as well as advice and input from the project advisory team, have informed the development of a vision for Métis children, youth, and families. The project team will be using this vision to inform the upcoming engagement sessions, which we are calling the design phase. In terms of knowledge translation, summary reports for the above-mentioned engagement sessions have been shared on the MNO website, summarizing a bit about this project, the activities, and what we heard in each of these sessions. Those can be accessed online, or you can reach out to me to access those as well. In terms of background resources, we've also shared videos and written documents about the child welfare system and the Child, Youth, and Family Services Act legislation, as well as MNO programs and services. The last area of this project is staff recruitment. And in this respect, a Métis foster home recruiter, Melissa Gonzalez, has been hired to host a foster recruitment campaign with the aim of raising awareness about the need for Métis homes. Information sessions will commence on October 1st, 2021. Additional staff recruitment may be identified as needed and based on project findings as well as community identified needs as we progress in this project. The next phase of engagements for this project will focus on identifying the elements that citizens want in their communities to achieve the broader vision that was identified in phase 1. The vision is as follows. Métis children and youth across Ontario will grow up in a stable, safe, and loving environment where their voices are heard and they are connected to their unique history, values, culture, languages, traditions, and expressions of religious belief. Métis communities will exercise their inherent rights to make decisions about the care and placement of their children, and region and community-specific goals will guide solutions. While this vision is somewhat broad, how to achieve it might look unique in each community, as this will depend on the existing supports in the area as well as the identified needs in the area. So the project team is currently conducting research and planning for these sessions so that citizens as a starting point will have some examples of the type of elements that could be used to achieve this vision. Everyone interested in attending these sessions is encouraged to please attend a town hall where you can learn a little more about the objectives of the upcoming session. The town hall will take place towards the end of October, and details will be shared on the MNO website as well for that. The engagement sessions will be offered from mid-November to early December or the end of January to early February. So if you're interested, you will need to RSVP to 2 sessions in total, as each will have different content, but it would be either in the first time block from November to December or the second time block from January to February. Further details will be posted about these series of engagements and how to RSVP, but you can also reach out to me, Alicia K at metisnation.org, for dates, times, or any other questions that you might have. The first sessions are starting in November 15th. And the second series of sessions are starting on January 24th. So if the timings posted don't suit you in the November to December block, there will be options for you for the January to February block. So you would just need to choose 2 sessions in either of the blocks that suit you. I would like to now turn it over to my colleague, Melissa Gonzalez, who will be hosting information sessions, as I mentioned, that will start in October. And Melissa will tell you a little bit more about the purpose of her session and how you can get involved. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Melissa Gonzalez. I joined the MNO this past February as the Resource Home Recruiter, also known as a Foster Home Recruiter. My aim is to work with children's aid societies and the Métis citizens to help build cultural connectedness and continuity by keeping Métis children in Métis homes. MNO is undertaking this initiative, the Foster Home Recruitment Campaign, to address an identified gap, that there are not enough Métis foster homes for Métis children who have been removed from their family home. The purpose of this campaign is to raise awareness in our Métis communities about the need for Métis homes, eligibility requirements, supports available to those interested in fostering, and information about the process with CAS. The first round of this campaign will commence October 1st and run through December 2021. All citizens interested in opening their home to foster Métis children are invited to join a session. The session will be held by region. Postcards have been mailed out to invite you to a session with details about when the session in your region will take place. All sessions will be held virtually via Zoom. If you have not received something from us, please check the MNO's website to see how you can register for the session in your region. In order to prepare for this campaign, we have had to meet with CASs all around Ontario to talk with them and develop a working relationship. Majority of the CASs have expressed how happy they are and have been willing to work with us and provided the needed information for this campaign. They are wanting to support us the best they can. Our children are our future. Let's keep them safe. Let's keep them close.
So thank you for that presentation. We will have staff ready to answer any questions. Teresa, are you able to ask your question now?
Hopefully, because my internet, I don't know how many times I've had to sign in. So my comment was for Amanda to see if the program could be expanded for children that are have cognitive deficits or with diagnosed disabilities. Although someone may be physically 12, they may not cognitively be 12, and they could potentially be falling between the cracks. So this segment of our citizens already have many barriers, and I'm hoping that we could go back to the funder to see that children that are physically 12 but are cognitively that could be captured under the ELCC program. And also wanted to, the next presentation under Child and Family Services, just I guess wanted to make a clarification for the foster care recruitment program. These will not be foster homes under the MNO, they will be foster homes under the Children's Aid Society in whatever town, community, or city that you're living in, as they will be the license holder for foster care. So just wanted to make that clarification, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Teresa. Amanda, do you want to answer Teresa's question?
Yeah, for sure. I would say yes, we could definitely have that conversation with our funders. They did allow us that through COVID. We had a carry forward exception that we were allowed to support that age group, and then the special needs exception too. And then when that COVID agreement ended, we had to go back and revert to our normal ELCC terms and conditions. But next time I meet with the funders, I will ask that question. However, I do know that there are some similar supports through the mental health program to help bridge that gap until we get some answers. I know they have a pot of funding for like recreational mental health supports as well. So that might be an avenue to explore in that situation until we can get clarity from our funders. Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda. I want to encourage Métis families out there, those that are interested in getting involved in fostering. Both Loma and I have been fostering for about 7 years now, and I'll tell you, it's very rewarding what we can give back to those that are less fortunate or in circumstances that are beyond the child's control. So I encourage you to reach out to Alyssa and to Melissa and get involved as much as possible. So at this time, I would like to, our last video will be on the COVID-19 survey results and supports, following which we will have Sarah Edwards, the MNO's epidemiologist. I've been saying that all week, and I was correct all week until now. We will have an opportunity to ask questions after. So this will be the last report. They will go into closing comments and then closing prayers. So if you can play the video report, we greatly appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I'm an epidemiologist with the Métis Nation of Ontario. And I'm here this afternoon to present to you the results from the COVID-19 survey that was conducted between February and March 2021 with Métis citizens. You'll see on the slide that I've included contact information, so you can email us at research@metisnation.org if you have any questions or comments about the information presented today or the survey overall. I'll also mention that joining me on the presentation today, when we get to their slides, are 2 graduate students who have worked with us over the summer analyzing some data from the COVID-19 survey. Both are master's students at the Dalalana School of Public Health at the University of Toronto, and both have completed their practicum with the Métis Nation of Ontario and will be continuing with us in an occasional position throughout the fall. So I will introduce each of them closer to the slides that they will be presenting on. I will also say that what we're presenting today is a highlight or overview of some of the findings. It was quite a in-depth survey that was conducted, and we can't present all of the results today, but we will follow up with different materials in different ways to make sure these results are shared back to the community. So you may see e-bulletins, you may see some information shared by social media, you may see some information in print material, but we will do our best to get these results back out to the community so that you can see them and think about them as well. I will start with some funding support acknowledgements. So the survey itself was supported with research funds from the Public Health Agency of Canada, as well as the Métis Nation of Ontario. And as part of this study, you are seeing my face and listening to my voice, but it was a team effort for this entire survey. And I had 2 co-investigators for the research side, Graham McCurdy and Keith King, on this project. And we also had support throughout the development and implementation of the survey from many MNO staff members and leadership, as well as MNO senators and elected officials. And so it's a big thank you to everyone who supported this project. We'd also like to thank the Métis Nation of Alberta, who shared an existing survey tool that they were using with Métis citizens in Alberta so that we could quickly adapt and implement it in Ontario and collect some of the information to understand how Métis citizens were experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're going to start with the responses that we received to the survey. So the way in which we conducted the survey was to do this all online because we had to rapidly implement and report on the results. We grabbed all of the MNO citizens with an email on file from the MNO Registry and emailed out an invitation to the study. As people heard about the study through word of mouth, their friends and family and members of the community who shared it, if they emailed into us, we also shared a link out to them for participating in the survey. And we were able to send out more than 11,000 emails, And we had just over 4,400 Métis citizens respond to the survey, giving us a response rate of 39%. So just a big thank you out to the Métis citizens who participated. And if you happen to be a Métis citizen who did not receive an invite, please be sure to check with the MNO Registry to make sure that we have the proper contact information on file for you. In terms of our respondents to the survey, what we saw is that we had a fairly representative sample respond to the survey of the broader Métis citizen population in Ontario. So our age distribution was nearly exactly identical to the age distribution of the overall Métis registry in Ontario. We did see slightly more women than men participating in the survey, and importantly, this is one of the first surveys where we asked a question on gender rather than sex at birth, and we saw 1% of the respondents were non-binary. In terms of the sections, we'll start with looking at parents, and so we'll report some of the experiences of parents of children under the age of 18, and of respondents, that was about a third of respondents, or 34%, who reported being a parent or guardian of a child under the age of 18. So throughout, we'll share some of the words that were shared with us in the open-ended questions of the survey. So these are the words directly from Métis citizens about their experiences during the pandemic. And to introduce this section where we're going to report on what children under the age of 4 did in terms of either staying home or going into daycare or preschool, we'll start with the words from one of our parents who said, "At the time, it felt like one of the toughest decisions I've ever had to make. It felt like I was sacrificing the health of my children so that I could continue to work. I felt like there was no right decision." And when asked, Métis parents shared that half of all children under the age of 4 were at home all of the time since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And about a third were in daycare or preschool full-time, and the remaining were a mix between the two. And so we also had parents responding of school-age children, and so here are some words from a parent of a school-age child. "I was pleased with how they returned to school wearing masks and social distancing in classrooms. It was beneficial for their mental health." And in fact, we saw that most parents reported their school-age children returned to school in person, except for the lockdown phases. And there were fewer that reported going to school either exclusively online or switching from online to in-person or in-person to online throughout the school year. There were very few who reported homeschooling their children, and there was approximately 1% of Métis children who did not return to school during the 2020 to 2021 school year during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's some words from a parent that were shared with us just in general about their experience throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and how their children fared. And this parent said, "That is the area that concerns me the most in all of the chaos. My kids are resilient. They will come out of this stronger. Hopefully they will gain a sense of what was important and what they have lost now that it is gone. Though I can't shake the fact that at the age of 7, I didn't know words like pandemic, quarantine, social distancing, and trace contact, and they are part of my kids' vocabulary often." And another parent shared, "Children are tired of online schooling. They miss their friends. They're struggling to limit online time due to the amount of homework and independent tasks." And this was reflected in what parents reported on the activities their children were engaged with. So we asked parents about various activities that you can see down the left-hand side of the screen, whether they had increased, stayed the same, or decreased. And you can see screen time in a vast majority of parents responding had increased for their children, and time with friends had decreased. We also saw that parents reported that the time their children spent feeling down or upset had increased as well. And the other activities were more of a mix. If we switch our attention now to reporting on the overall citizens who responded to the survey, most citizens reported that their physical health was the same or better compared to before the COVID-19 pandemic. Half of citizens reported that their mental health was worse compared to before the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of community experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic, most citizens thought that their community was safe, had a bright future post-COVID-19, and that the local Métis community coped well. So on this chart, you can see that the kinds of questions we asked respondents about their community are down the left-hand side, and then their responses in terms of how much they agree, were neutral, or disagreed are shown here. We're highlighting the agree because a majority of the responses were in the agree category. And here are some words from one of the respondents to introduce our next section that will report on the impact on employment status and finances in Métis citizens. It was very challenging both emotionally and financially. COVID restrictions threw barriers all around the family, creating sometimes impossible challenges. Getting a new job, then having to quarantine because kids come home from school with exposure, but to have the children at home only caused more of a challenge with technologies and other. So when we asked, most citizens reported no change to their employment status since the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there was about 19% of citizens who experienced either a reduction in work hours or became unemployed as a result of the pandemic. There were other changes to employment status that didn't relate to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we did see there was a small number of citizens who experienced an increase in work hours as a result of the pandemic. In terms of finances, most citizens responded that they were either the same or worse off financially compared to before the COVID-19 pandemic. There were 10% of citizens who did report being better off as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm now going to introduce our two graduate students that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. So our first graduate student to speak will be Noelle Swee, and she will talk about the practicum project she completed over the summer. Noelle is a master's student in the Indigenous Health Program at the University of Toronto. Following Noelle will be Abigail Sims, and Abby will report on the student practicum that she worked on over the summer, as well as some work that she's continuing to do with us in the fall. Abby is a student in the health promotion stream, getting her master's at the Delaware School of Public Health as well. So I'll turn it over to Noelle first.
Hi everyone, my name is Noelle, and I'll be giving a brief overview of the 5C scale and the cluster analysis. So researchers interested in studying vaccination behavior around the world have created ways to measure characteristics associated with choosing or not choosing to be vaccinated. Canadian vaccine researchers shared with the MNO an adaptation of one of these measures to study COVID-19 vaccine, called the 5C scale. This is one of the shorter scale and include 5 characteristics, which are confidence, complacency, constraints, calculation, and collective responsibility. This study is the first of its kind to look at these measures in the Métis population. We hope the results can help us begin to understand why citizens of the MNO chose to be vaccinated or not. This information can be used to support a more accessible and efficient COVID-19 vaccine program now and in the future. Plus, it can give us some insight into vaccine uptake in the Métis populations in Ontario. We're also doing exploratory data analysis called cluster analysis to understand if there are groups of Métis citizens who are more similar to each other in terms of their experience during the COVID-19 pandemic than to those in other groups. This is a common technique for statistical data analysis that helps us learn about the diversity within the MNO population. Should we find cluster or groups as part of this analysis, we can look at different outcomes collected in the survey by these groups. We can also track these groups over time to see if their post-pandemic experience in terms of recovery or getting back to the normal are different as well.
Tanshe, my name is Abby, and I will be giving a brief overview of 2 separate projects related to COVID-19 and MNO citizens' health. The first project is the MNO COVID-19 Vaccine Behavior Study, which collected qualitative data via interviews of MNO citizens' thoughts and feelings related to COVID-19 vaccines. The data collected from this study is important because it gives context, such as why and how certain vaccination behaviors happen, that help explain quantitative or number data. The second project relies on comparing pre-COVID mental health data from the MNO household survey to recent mental health data collected during the COVID-19 pandemic. The basic descriptive analysis will give MNO leaders and citizens an idea of how MNO citizens are coping during COVID-19 and indications on how to modify or expand available mental health and wellness services to meet developing needs. Stay safe and get that jab.
So big thank you to Abby and Noel for sharing some of their work with us this afternoon. And you get a sense of some of the more in-depth research questions that we're exploring using the survey. And we'd also like to ask the question of the audience this afternoon, what other health questions would you like the MNO to explore using the COVID-19 survey, or potentially other health research questions that you're interested in? If you have a chance or if you'd like to speak up at the session today, you may. And if you'd like to email us after as well to explore some of the options, that would be great too. But there are more research questions that we're both able to do and interested in working on, and we'd love to hear from you as well on that. So that is the content we have to present to you today, and we'll end with an invitation to all of you to please ask any questions you may have on the information presented so far, or any of the in-depth research we're exploring further, or any more general questions you may have had on the COVID-19 survey. I'll end once again on a big thank you for the time and attention today, as well as another thank you to our respondents to the survey, as well as the many, many people who helped this project get developed and implemented. So many thanks, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We do have a question from Josh Charpentier. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, it's me again asking questions. So, there was data presented. It's not specifically to the survey, but there was data presented yesterday regarding the number of citizens that have been vaccinated. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this, but how does the MNO know specifically how many members have been partially or fully vaccinated? Because when we were going to the vaccination centers to receive the shot, and it's not just me, but other members have been saying that, like even family members and members of my council have been saying, like, health officials were not collecting specific data on who's received the vaccine and who's not. Like, they weren't giving us the option to present ourselves as Métis citizens when receiving the vaccination.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do have the answer for that because I work with that data as well. So the MNO has a data sharing and governance agreement with a research institute called ICES, and that's where I sit. And through that agreement, the data from the registry can come over and with one specific team in ICES be completely de-identified. And then people like myself can work with that data. So I don't get to see names, I don't get to see specific information about each citizen, but we do get to work with that data at an aggregate level. And so what we do with that data when it comes into ICS is assign sort of a unique identifier to that data that can be linked through a number of other data sources, one of which is the COVAX Ontario database, which collects all of the vaccine information from the various ways that you may receive that, whether it was a mass vaccination clinic or at a pharmacy. And so we're able to link those two data sets and then produce the statistics on the number of MNO citizens who have a vaccine on file. So that's kind of how that's done. So it's one of the best ways to get that information, because we completely recognize what you've pointed out, that the self-identification information is really poor. It either wasn't asked at the beginning, or there are many reasons why people might identify to get their vaccine early. So we haven't been relying on that.
President Fro, did you come online to add any to that, or are you just getting ready for closing remarks?
No, no rushing. I was here as backup for Sarah, but I think she answered the question very well. This is all part of the work that we've been doing for the past decade or so, in order to ensure that we drive data that truly reflects the reality of our citizens, and that helps to drive decisions. So thank you, Sarah, for all your work. We're very fortunate to have such talent working within the Métis Nation of Ontario. Great question, Josh.
Okay, next question is in our message board. It comes from Senator Steve Callahan. Is there any discussion about third booster shots of the COVID-19 vaccination?
There is. We don't have that information yet, but we do join federal level vaccination tables along with other Indigenous partners. And I believe NACI, so the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, is looking at seniors and Indigenous peoples next in terms of the booster vaccine. So we don't have any information yet. So far, all they've recommended is people who are at very high risk. So they're either immunocompromised or on medications that would lead to being compromised in terms of their immunity. So stay tuned. We should hear soon, but they are reviewing that.
I'm being pulled on different directions here. Ask this, ask this, ask this. So a question, who do we connect to participate in the fostering consultations in the regions? I know this isn't for you, Sarah, but in the regions, hard to find this information on MNO's website. Please confirm the following information and we will share in the AJ published comments. MNO Métis Child, Youth and Family Services for questions, comments, or if interested in being notified for future engagement sessions, please contact Alicia K at metisnation.org. I have another question from Kevin Rath, then I'll go back. Then I have Susan, I'll go back to Jost and Dorothy. From Kevin Rath, do we have plans to follow up with citizens who participate in the survey at some point in the future?
Yeah, it's a great question and a great idea, and one that we have thought about as well. So we have put forward a request for funding to do just that, to be able to follow up at an additional 2 time points. So again, the February to March time period 2022 and February to March 2023. So we're just waiting to hear that we have the funds to do that work. But it would be great to be able to track the recovery and resiliency in MNO citizens.
Okay, one more from Senator Susan Burnell. Is the vaccination-related survey findings available for us to read?
We are putting together a report on that. So yes, it will be. It's just, yeah, we've been working away on it.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Okay, I'm going to go back to you, Josh.
Sorry, I'm still going back to data sharing. Is that tied to health card? Is that how they are essentially tracking?
Yes, yeah. So ICES can, they call it probabilistic linkage. So they take the identifiers, the data quality and information team. So your first name, your last name, your address, and they look for that similar information within the existing OHIP database. And so everyone with who have registered for healthcare in Ontario can be linked in that way. And then we take that, your healthcare number isn't assigned because again, that's identifying, but they do create an anonymized identifier from that we can then deterministically link throughout the databases. So you're right, it is here.
And last question is going to go to Dorothy Eastman.
Hi, I'm in Region 4. And my question is, there's children, I guess, that can have the vaccine now, 12 and up. But I don't know, there's people really reluctant to get their kids vaccinated because they don't know the long-term effects on these children. And I'm just wondering, because they're now being denied to do some sports events with this age group if they're not vaccinated. Is there anything that's out there for those kind of parents that information for their kids? Thank you.
So if I'm hearing the question properly, there's some people who might be hesitating to get their children vaccinated. And so there is information on Government of Canada website as well as Government of Ontario website that could be useful for helping make that decision. Or
speaking directly to your healthcare provider could help answer some of those questions. Of course, we know right now the long-term effects aren't known, but there's some, good information out there on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines themselves. So there's different sources that you can go to, and even MNO has some of the frequently asked questions on their website too.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just add to that?
Yep.
Just adding to Sarah's response, like that kind of information, I appreciate, Dorothy, that people are asking questions. So I was just going to say that that's information that Sarah can pull, and then we can have communications link that, provide links on the website, so that, this is one of the things that we've been doing for the last many, many months, is having a presence on the website for people to go to if they wanted good information to make informed choices around things like vaccine. And I think that includes good information with regards to vaccine for children. There's obviously a very long history of vaccination in Canada and around the world for vaccines for children for a whole variety of illness. But if there's questions specifically on that, I think those would be helpful resources that we can certainly add to the COVID portion of that main page on the website. So I just want to flag that, and maybe that's some follow-up that Sarah can follow up with communications on. But again, what we've been trying to do is ensure that we can get good information out, and that citizens can make their own decisions around how they want to proceed.
Okay, thank you, President Fro. Thank you, Sarah, for the great work that you're doing, and with our staff that are working with you. I greatly appreciate it. We are now at the conclusion of our 2021 virtual AGA. I'd once again like to thank you all for your participation, your engagement, and your patience. I look forward to the time when we can all meet again in person, hopefully for the 2022 Assembly in Toronto, and that'll be again based on where we are with COVID at that time. I want to thank all of the staff from across the province for all that you do for our citizens. Thank the staff from our community relations for assisting and supporting us in the background, as well as those from Raincoast and Lumi for the work that they have done. I want to thank the MNO IT branch here in Ottawa. They set up separate rooms for us, and they made sure that we stay connected throughout the whole AGA. So for now, I'd like to invite our President Fro to provide closing comments, following which Senator Gary Laframboise will provide closing prayer. Over to you, President Fro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eh bien, ce fut un week-end très chargé. Nous vous remercions tous d'avoir participé à notre 28e Assemblée Générale Annuelle et à notre 12e AGA virtual. This has been a very, very busy weekend, and we thank all of you for being a part of our 28th Annual General Assembly and our second ever virtual AGA. And I want to thank all of you that have stayed throughout in spite of our technological challenges. And of course, if there's a chance for things to go wrong, they sometimes do. We really appreciate you being engaged and active. That matters. That truly matters. Even with some of the glitches early on, we did conduct important business of the MNO, and quite frankly, it is not the first time we have dealt with challenges at our AGAs, and it likely won't be the last. We have all heard the stories about the mosquitoes that surrounded our citizens under the tent, or when the tent was hit by lightning, or when our citizens were almost flooded out at the AGA up in Elk Lake, or the very tight hotel meeting rooms at some of our AGAs. But what is true is that we always find a way to come together and get the work done. Nous trouvons toujours un moyen de nous rassembler et de faire le travail. Yesterday and today, we discussed very foundational and fundamental rights-related matters, and we were provided with a wide range of updates from our governing institutions, our arm's-length entities, and our programs and service areas. And I want to say thank you very much to the chair and the vice chair for doing such an amazing job. This is, even at the best of times, this is a very challenging role. So merci to you both for all of your work. I want to thank all the staff that have been working behind the scenes to assist in making this event possible, and there's a lot of them. And of course, to the sponsors that have provided their support for our AGA. Thank you. Thank you to the PCMNO, to our advisory councils, to our branch staff, to our partners, our allies and friends that provided video or in-person live updates here on our AGA. And thank you to all of our community council leadership and our volunteers for all of the work that you've done over the course of the past year. I cannot wait to see what you all undertake in the coming year. This past weekend, we were able to celebrate some incredible achievements and reflect on many of our most memorable and historic moments. And I want to congratulate the Suzanne Rochon Burnett Volunteer of the Year Award winner, Marie-Louise Perron. This was such incredibly well-deserved recognition for a citizen who truly has given so much of her spirit and her heart back to the community. And really, Marie-Louise, you deliver a really, really fine acceptance speech. In your own words yesterday, Marie-Louise, holy crap, you have done a lot. Congratulations, you inspire us. I want to thank the MNO Finance Branch and our Secretary Treasurer, Joanne Young, and our audit partner, Baker Tilly, for all the work that went into preparing the MNO audited financial statements and the presentations that provide us with that critical view of MNO's strong financial position. And we especially thank all the citizens for asking your questions, for providing your feedback, and for formally adopting those audited financial statements. This morning, the reflections that were shared in those Pally Day videos really set the tone for our conversations today on self-government and on other rights-related conversations like the Registry Review Report. And you heard founding MNO President Tony Belcourt talk about the strength of the Pally family and what the entire Pally family would have endured while feeling the collective weight of the entire Métis world on their shoulders as this historic Métis rights case was working its way through the courts over a decade. You heard in the words of Brenda and Kim Powley the sheer joy and celebrations that erupted in the halls of the Supreme Court of Canada on September 19th, 2003, and how that historic victory has helped and continues to help all Métis at a national, provincial, regional, and community level. We will never forget. We will continue to celebrate Pally Day, and we will say the Pally name with respect and with reverence. The Métis Nation of Ontario, our Métis communities here in this province, the Métis citizens of this land will not be a footnote in history. We will work together to build our new constitution, our new governance model, one that reflects us and works for us. We must stay strong and work together, and we will paddle on. There's a lot of work ahead, fundamental governance work that we will dig into to sort out and determine, as we talked about today, that balance of powers at a provincial, regional, and local levels of our Métis government, to build incrementally to get to that greater autonomy, to that independent legal status and capacity at a regional community level, all within the broader Métis Nation of Ontario government. We have to dig in to develop, draft, debate, and ratify our Constitution. And we have to work on our core laws like our citizenship law. We know that all of us are not naive enough. We know that none of this work will be easy and that none of it can be taken for granted or left in the hands of anyone else. This really, truly is up to us. This incredible, amazing, and historic work is up to all of us. We are truly a passionate people. We fight hard, we play hard, and we will come together to embrace the hard work, and we will get it done. And as we have seen and heard throughout this weekend, our Métis democracy is precious. We ask tough questions. We sometimes disagree, and we will often make decisions by consensus. And as we have always done over the last 28 plus years, we will find ways to come together and make important decisions that move the MNO forward, decisions that we can all be proud of, decisions that will advance, respect, and protect Métis rights, and that will put the Métis Nation of Ontario, its historic communities, and its citizens in the best possible place for generations to come. So to all MNO citizens, à tous nos citoyens, merci d'avoir élevé la voix. Thank you for raising your voice. We will paddle on. Nous allons pagayer. And so until we meet again, take care of yourselves and each other and stay safe. Merci. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, President Fro. I will now ask Senator Gary Laframboise to close us out on a good way with a closing prayer.
This is the best part of my day because nobody gets to ask me questions. So I think this is great. But Chair Rawlinson, Co-Chair, Sharon Cadeau, dignitaries, presenters, senators, PCMNO, and all Métis citizens, thank you. Thank you, Executive Senator Rennie Gravel, for the wonderful prayer. Before I go into my prayer, I would like to say something on personal note. Is a merci et bon après-midi à tous. J'aimerais commencer avec félicitations à Marie-Louise Perron pour être donnée la mérite de citoyenne de l'année. Congratulations to Marie-Louise Perron for being chosen as Citizen of the Year for your hard work and your dedication. And welcome to our two PCMNO senators. Welcome to where we really appreciate and we will appreciate your time. I had to step out this afternoon for a little bit because I had the honor to be able to rub elbows, and you will see pictures coming on the road, with our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. And I had to leave the AGA for a little bit. I thought it was very important to show my presence as a Métis. And I had opportunity to really rub elbows with them and thank them for the work that the federal government is doing for us. And I'm hoping that continues in the future. And I told him that we were at our AGA at this time, and then I had to go back and do closing prayer because I understand, I know that you're at your AGA, and he wishes us all a good AGA and good luck. So that was done today. So merci. Now I'd like to continue with my closing prayer. As we leave the end of the 28th Annual General Assembly, we have been blessed with many reasons we should be thankful for. For instance, given the honor of honoring the great pioneers, Steve and Rodney Powley, Kim and Brenda, and their family who made their mission so we could have our harvest rights by never giving up their Métis ways of life that was in their inherited culture. Creator, with the MNO and the blessing of our great legal team at their side, losing was never an option. September 19th, 18 years ago, was a day of celebration and more to come, as we the Métis will never forget, and nor will it ever be forgotten. Creator, by giving your guidance and your wisdom, help to our MNO leaders, lead us to self-governance and a better future, respect, and dignity for all citizens. Creator, you have given us a precious gift, our youth, that are taking our teachings, our knowledge, who in the future will be great leaders as ambassadors for the Métis Nation. Creator, we ask that you bless all past and present veterans who gave so much for our freedom, our elders with their guidance and knowledge and wisdom, our senators for their wisdom and kind soothing prayers, excuse me, all our councils for their nameless volunteer hours and dedication for our citizens, our health branch who are dedicated to keep us safe and healthy, all levels of government, provincial and federal, that support us so we can move ahead. Creator, keep a special prayer in our hearts for Senator Gordon, who is not well. Creator, we pray for all residential schools whose graves have been found across our lands. May Mother Earth hold them in her arms so they can rest in peace. Merci, Megwich, God bless, go in peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful prayer, Senator. I was just going to tell everybody safe travels home, but I forgot it's virtual and everybody's already at home. So I will save that for the 2022 AGA. But on behalf of all my PCMNO colleagues, please stay safe, stay healthy, and I look so forward to the day that we can meet in person and hug each other as we say goodbye. So thank you very much. I want to thank President Fro, Vice Chair Cadeau, Madam Secretary Treasurer, and Senator Gravel for all their support here today and yesterday. So again, thank you, everybody. Drive. We're gonna drive, but stay safe, be healthy, and until we see each other again, thank you.